What if Naruto wasn't only the Nine-Tails Jinchuri key? What if, on the night Kurama was sealed inside him, another soul slipped through the cracks? The soul of a fallen hollow warrior who lived for battle. Now Naruto carries two monsters inside him, one made of rage and one made of hunger. But as his power grows, one question becomes impossible to ignore. Will Naruto control the beast within, or become something even Konoha fears?
Chapter 1. The hollow cradle Grimmjow Jägerjackes died the way he had always meant to live, on his feet. The sky above Huko Mundo had no moon worth praying to. It stretched pale and empty over endless white sand, a dead horizon under a dead heaven, and beneath it, Grimmjow stood alone among broken stone and fading dust. His breath came in uneven pulls. One knee wanted to fold. His left arm hung too heavy at his side, clawed fingers twitching like they were still trying to remember how to tear into something. His jacket was ripped open. His mask fragment had a crack through it. Blood ran down his chin, dark against his grin. Around him, the last of his enemies circled. Not Shinigami, not a Rancor, not anything with a clean name, they were scraps. Things that had crawled out from the hungry places between one war and the next, drawn to the scent of a weakened predator. Hollow enough to crave him, smart enough to wait until he could barely stand. Stupid enough to think barely standing meant beaten, one of them moved first. It came low, four-limbed, fast across the sand. Grimmjow's eyes sharpened, blue and wild under the shadows of his hair. He didn't dodge so much as lean, letting the creature's jagged hand pass the space where his throat had been. His own hand snapped down, claws met mask. There was a crack like stone splitting in winter. The thing shrieked and collapsed into dust. Grimmjow laughed. It hurt, that made it better. "Come on," he rasped, voice rough, amused, hungry. "That all?" The others hesitated. Good, he liked that part, not fear itself. Fear was cheap. Even weak things could fear. What Grimmjow liked was the moment fear became knowledge. The moment something finally understood that the shape limping in front of it was not prey. Wounded, yes. Outnumbered, yes. Running on the last burning sparks of power left inside him, still not prey. Another came from behind. He felt it before it touched him. That old instinct, older than language, older than names, older than the number burned into his back. The knowledge of teeth in the dark. The knowledge of another predator crossing into his space. Grimmjow spun, too slow. The blow caught him across the ribs and threw him hard through a half-buried pillar. White stone exploded around him. He hit the sand, rolled once, and lay still. For a second, the desert went silent. Then his fingers dug into the ground. He pushed himself up. His grin was wider now. There it is. The creature that had struck him stepped forward, taller than the others. Leaner. Its mask was narrow and smooth, its body armored in layered white plates. Its hole sat low in its chest, a clean black circle where something important had once been and never returned. Grimmjow stared at that hole. Something deep inside him answered, not sadness, never that, recognition. Every hollow knew emptiness. Some dressed it in hunger, some in pride. Some tried to fill it with strength, followers, titles, numbers carved into skin. Victories stacked on victories until the pile was high enough to stand above the ache. Grimmjow had tried that. It had worked, mostly, until it didn't. The tall creature raised one bladed arm. The others gathered behind it, drawn close by the promise of the kill. Grimmjow looked at them all. Then he exhaled, slow and shaking. His body was finished. He knew that. Even his pride could not bully broken flesh into lasting forever. Whatever came after this fight, if anything came after, he would not be walking away from it. The thought should have been insulting. Instead, it made the air feel sharp. A final fight, not a defeat. Not an ambush ending with his face in the sand. Not some quiet fading where no one remembered the sound he made when he tore through the world. A real fight. His spiritual pressure rose. The sand around him trembled. The smaller creatures backed away at once, instincts finally catching up to ambition. The tall one lowered its center of gravity, blade arm angled toward Grimmjow's heart. Grimmjow's grin faded, not into fear, into focus. Grind! The word left him like a command to the desert itself. Power answered, not enough for resurrection as he had known it. Not enough to wear the old shape cleanly, not with his body shattered and his reserves bleeding away into the sand. What rose from him now was something rougher, smaller, meaner. A last, desperate evolution forced out by refusal alone, bone-white armor spread over his shoulders in cracked plates. His hands lengthened into claws curved like crescent moons. A tail of compressed power lashed once behind him and carved a trench through the sand. Panther stripes of blue-black energy burned across his arms. His mask fragment grew, not complete, never complete, but enough. The hole in his chest pulsed once. For the first time in longer than he cared to count, Grimmjow felt no hunger, only clarity. The tall creature lunged, Grimmjow vanished. The desert split behind him. He appeared at the creature's side, claws driving into armor. The impact shook the air. The creature twisted, blade arm slicing down, but Grimmjow was already under it, laughing again, shoulder slamming into its middle with enough force to send both of them skidding across the sand. They fought like animals and kings. No speeches, no clean forms, no audience but the dead desert. Claws tore armor, blades rang against bone. Seros burned blue and white across the nightless sky, carving glowing wounds in stone pillars that had stood untouched for centuries. Grimmjow lost ground, took it back, lost it again. His body screamed at him, his vision blurred at the edges. He ignored all of it. The tall creature caught him once, driving him down with both arms, pinning him into the sand. Its jaws opened, revealing rows of pale teeth. A gathering point of power formed in its throat. Point blank, Grimmjow stared up at death. Then he smiled, not the wide grin. Not the show, a small, satisfied thing. His hand moved faster than his body should have allowed. Claws punched through the creature's chest, straight into the clean black circle of its hollow hole. The charging Sero flickered. The creature froze. Grimmjow leaned closer, voice barely more than a breath. Mine, he tore sideways. The creature shattered into white dust and screaming light. For one perfect second, Grimmjow stood at the center of it, victorious. Then the transformation cracked apart. His knees hit the sand. His body followed. The blue light in his eyes dimmed, but did not disappear. He lay on his back, staring up at that empty sky, his breath shallow and wet in his throat. Around him, what remained of the smaller creatures fled. Good, let them run, let something remember. The desert wind dragged loose sand across his boots. Somewhere in the distance, a ruined tower collapsed with a sigh. Grimmjow closed his eyes. A strange sensation pulled at him, not the usual dispersal of a hollow's end, not the cold drag of being broken down and swallowed by the world. This was sharper, stranger, a rip somewhere far away and impossibly near at the same time. A wound in reality torn open by a power that was not spiritual pressure, not exactly, but close enough to taste. Rage, grief, a beast's hatred, a human's sacrifice, a child's first breath. Grimmjow's fading awareness turned toward it. Something enormous was being sealed, something ancient, something furious enough to shake the border between worlds. His grin returned one last time. Hef! The pull took him. The white desert vanished. And Grimmjow Jaeger fell through darkness toward a screaming newborn child. Konoha burned under the red shadow of the Ninetails. The village hidden in the leaves had known war before. Its walls had seen enemies come with flags, with fire, with steel, with jutsu that turned streets into graves and forests into fields of ash. But war, at least, had shape. War had armies, orders, strategy. A beginning one could point to and an end one could pray for. This was not war. This was disaster wearing fur and hatred. Kurama stood over Konoha like a mountain given claws, 9 tails lashing through the night, each swing flattening homes and uprooting trees. Its roar broke windows. Its chakra rolled over the village in waves so heavy that weaker shinobi stumbled just from feeling it. At the center of that chaos, Minato Namikaze moved like a yellow flash of impossible light. Every breath mattered. Every second cost lives. He carried his son once, then set him down. He looked at Kushina, at the chains of chakra she forced from her ruined body, at the fox raging against them, and for one heartbeat the fourth Hokage was not a legend, not the yellow flash, not the man who had ended battles before enemies knew he had arrived. He was a husband, a father, a man with no time left. Kushina's hair whipped around her like blood-red flame. Her face was pale, her body pushed far past what it should have survived, but her eyes stayed on the beast. Then on the baby. Naruto cried beneath the altar of sealing ink, tiny fists clenched, cheeks wet, lungs full of life he did not know had already been traded for. Minato knelt over him. "I'm sorry," he whispered. The words were not enough, no words could be. The Reaper's shadow rose behind him, unseen by most, felt by all things that understood endings. Its presence thinned the world, space tightened. Air went cold, Kurama sensed it and fought harder. "You would seal me in that child," the fox snarled, its voice like thunder dragged across stone. "You would make him carry your fear." Minato did not answer the accusation, because part of it was true, because there was no gentler choice left. The sealing began. Ink spread, chakra chains tightened. The Reaper reached through Minato and took hold of the impossible. Kurama's chakra twisted, split, screamed. And beneath that scream something tore, not in the seal, not in the village, somewhere deeper. The Ninetales was not like ordinary chakra. It was ancient, dense, bitter with centuries of hatred and human fear. It had been shaped, divided, chained, named a monster so many times that even the world had begun to believe it. When Minato forced that power through life, death, and the Reaper's hand at once, the pressure opened a hairline crack in places no shinobi knew existed. Through that crack came something else. A soul, damaged, predatory, foreign, drawn by rage, drawn by hunger, drawn by the shape of a hole. It slipped beneath the storm of Kurama's chakra, too faint for the dying parents to notice, too alien for the seal to name. The formula wrapped around the fox, around the child, around the enormous, terrible thing Minato had chosen to leave inside his son. The stranger slid under it all like a shadow beneath a door. For one instant, inside a mind that had barely begun to exist, there was a cage. Huge, dark, flooded ankle-deep with cold water. Behind bars of sealing script, Kurama slammed against its prison and roared with fury strong enough to shake the newborn soul. Then, beyond the reach of the cage light, something blue opened its eyes. Kurama froze. The fox's lips peeled back from its teeth. "What?" it growled. "Are you?" The blue eyes watched. A low, amused sound answered from the dark. Not words yet, not even thought, only the shape of a grin. Then Naruto screamed and the seal settled. Outside, Minato and Kushina fell. The Ninetales vanished from the world. The village survived. The child lived. And underneath, the fox's cage, something that should never have known his name curled into the deepest shadow of Naruto Uzumaki's soul and slept. The first sign came when Naruto was 4. He fell from a roof. It was not, as people later told it, because he was wild. At 4, Naruto had no proper understanding of wildness. He only knew that some adults smiled at other children and frowned at him. He knew shopkeepers stopped talking when he came close. He knew the apartment the Hokage had given him felt too quiet at night, so sometimes he climbed. Roofs were better. From above, Konoha looked warmer. Lights glowed in windows. Families moved behind curtains. Mothers called children in for dinner. Fathers laughed too loudly after work. The smell of grilled fish and rice drifted upward with chimney smoke. Up there, Naruto could pretend he was not outside all of it. That evening, he slipped on damp tiles. For one breath, there was sky. Then spinning. Then the ground rushing up. Naruto did not scream. He had no time. Something inside him moved first. He hit the side of a lower roof, bounced, rolled, and landed in an alley on hands and feet with a crack that should have been bone. For several seconds, he stayed like that. Small fingers dug into wet dirt, eyes wide, breathing fast. His knee hurt. His palms were scraped. There was a thin line of blood on his cheek, but he was standing, not crying, not broken. At the alley mouth, an old woman had seen the fall. Her shopping bag lay spilled at her feet, oranges rolling in every direction. She stared at him, face drained of color. Naruto looked back, confused. Then he smiled because smiling usually helped. "I'm okay," the old woman ran. Naruto watched her go. His smile faded. That night in bed, he dreamed of sand. Endless white sand under an empty sky. Something ran beside him in the dream. He never saw its face. Only its shadow, low and fast, with claws that left deep marks behind. When he woke, there was dirt under his fingernails. The second sign came at 6. 3 older boys cornered him behind a storage shed near the academy grounds. They were not academy students yet, not all of them, but they were old enough to know what their parents whispered and young enough to think cruelty made them brave. "Demon brat," one said. Naruto knew that word, not what it meant, just that it belonged to him somehow. "I'm not a demon," he said. The biggest boy shoved him. Naruto hit the wall hard and slid down, more surprised than hurt. His ramen cup dropped from his hands, broth spilling into the dirt. Something tightened in his chest, not sadness, not anger, something lower, sharper. The biggest boy laughed and stepped on the noodles. Naruto looked at the flattened cup. His stomach growled. He had saved coins for that. The boy reached for Naruto's collar. Naruto moved. He did not remember deciding to. One moment he was on the ground. The next he was inside the boy's reach, shoulder under the older child's arm, small fist driving into his stomach with a force that emptied the boy's lungs at once. The boy dropped. The other 2 froze. Naruto froze too. His hand hurt. His knuckles stung. He stared at them as if they belonged to someone else. The 2 boys grabbed their friend and dragged him away, shouting threats. They did not stay to finish. Naruto stood alone beside the spilled ramen, his heart hammered. He should have felt good. He had won. For once, he had not been the one left on the ground. Instead, he felt scared. Because for 1 second, when the boy had stepped on his food, Naruto had not wanted him to stop. He had wanted him to break. From somewhere far away, too deep to hear clearly, something inside him laughed. Naruto pressed both hands over his ears. The sound did not stop. By 8, Naruto understood that he healed faster than other children. He noticed it because Iruka-sensei noticed everything, not at first. At first, Iruka Umino looked at Naruto the way most adults did, with the careful tension of someone trying to be fair while standing too close to a painful memory. But unlike most adults, Iruka kept looking. He saw the pranks, yes, the paint on the Hokage monument, the traps balanced over classroom doors, the loud jokes, the desperate grin. He also saw what came after, a bruise from a training accident faded in hours, a cut from a throne practice kunai closed before lunch. Once, during sparring, another student kicked Naruto hard enough in the ribs that Iruka heard the impact from across the yard. Naruto folded, gasped, and stayed down long enough for the class to laugh. Then he got up. Not pretending, actually up. By the end of the day, he was running around like nothing had happened. Iruka reported it once. The report vanished into Hokage Tower. After that, Hiruzen Sarutobi began visiting Naruto more often. The old Hokage never arrived like a Hokage. He came in plain robes, carrying groceries or a small bag of sweets, pipe unlit between his teeth. He asked about school, about whether Naruto had eaten, about why the academy roof had been painted orange again. Naruto liked him. That made it harder to ask the questions that mattered. Old man. Hiruzen looked up from the small stove where he was trying, with limited success, to make dinner edible. "HM, why don't people like me?" The pot bubbled too loudly. Hiruzen's hand paused on the spoon. Naruto sat at the table, swinging his legs. He had asked it lightly, almost like a joke, because jokes made adults less uncomfortable. But his eyes stayed fixed on the Hokage's back. Hiruzen turned slowly. There were many answers he could have given. None of them were simple. None of them were fair. The truth sat between them like a blade too large to hand to a child. "Sometimes," Hiruzen said carefully, "people are afraid of things they do not understand." Naruto frowned. "But I'm not a thing." The Hokage closed his eyes. "No," he said softly, "you are not." "Then why?" Hiruzen crossed the room and rested a hand on Naruto's head. The boy leaned into it before he could stop himself. "Because adults can be foolish," Hiruzen said, "and because pain makes fools of even good people." Naruto thought about that. It did not answer anything, not really. But the old man's hand was warm, and Naruto was tired of asking questions that made people sad, so he grinned. "Your food's burning." Hiruzen turned sharply. Smoke rose from the pot. Naruto laughed so hard he fell off his chair. For a little while, the apartment felt less empty. That night, he dreamed of a cage. Something huge breathed behind bars, something else paced in the dark. The two did not look at each other. Both looked at him. By 10, the hunger began, not hunger for food, though Naruto had plenty of that too. He was a growing boy with a ramen addiction and the budget of a child no one trusted with credit at the market. He was always hungry in the normal way. This was different. It woke when people stared too long. When he heard whispers, when an instructor paired students against him, and the other child groaned like fighting Naruto was punishment. When Sasuke Uchiha beat him without looking impressed, especially then. Sasuke bothered him in a way Naruto could not explain. It was not just that the other boy was good. Everyone knew Sasuke was good, even adults said it like a prayer. Last Uchiha, genius. Top of the class, so talented, so tragic. Poor boy, Naruto understood tragedy only as something that made people kind to everyone except him. What bothered him was how still Sasuke was. Other kids laughed, shouted, bragged. Sasuke moved like a blade being taken out of its sheath. Clean, quiet, certain. He looked at Naruto and saw nothing worth keeping his eyes on. That made the hunger stir, not the hunger to beat him. The hunger to make him look. During one spar, Naruto lasted 11 seconds. That was better than usual. Sasuke swept his legs, pinned him with one knee, and stopped to practice kunai an inch from his throat. "Dead," Sasuke said. Naruto glared up at him. "Say that again?" Sasuke's expression did not change. "Dead," the class laughed. Something inside Naruto smiled. His fingers curled. For one blink, the world narrowed to Sasuke's wrist. The tendons, the pulse, the easy balance of weight. Naruto saw 3 ways to break the hold. None were academy taijutsu. None stopped when the teacher called time. His vision sharpened. Sasuke's eyes narrowed slightly. Not fear, recognition. He felt something too. Uruka's voice cut across the yard. "Enough." Naruto blinked. The moment vanished. Sasuke stepped back. Naruto stayed on the ground longer than he needed to, staring at his own hand. His nails looked normal. For some reason, he had expected claws. The village decided Naruto was funny when he failed loudly. It was easier for everyone that way. The dead last who shouted he would become Hokage. The prankster. The boy too stubborn to quit and too untalented to threaten anyone's dreams. Naruto learned to perform that version of himself. He wore orange because people looked at orange. He shouted because silence felt too much like disappearing. He laughed at his own failures before anyone else could make them hurt. But some days the mask slipped, not the one on his face. The other one, the one he did not know how to name. It happened the winter before graduation. Snow fell thin over Konoha, turning rooftops white and streets gray with slush. The academy let out early after a pipes issue flooded one hallway. Children ran home in groups, shouting about snowball fights and hot meals. Naruto walked alone. He had grown used to alone. That did not mean he liked it. Near the market road, he heard shouting. At first, he thought it was another argument between merchants. Then he heard his name, Demon Brat, Fox Child, should have never been allowed. Naruto stopped. A group of adults stood outside a closed shop. 4 men, 2 women. One of the men smelled like sake even from across the street. Their faces were red from cold and anger. Naruto should have turned around. Uruka would have told him that, the Hokage too. Instead, he lifted his chin and kept walking. One of the men stepped into his path. "Well, look who it is." Naruto forced a grin. "Wow, you can see. Good job." The man's face twisted. A woman behind him hissed, "Don't joke with it." The word landed colder than snow. Naruto's grin held barely. "I'm going home." "No," the man said. "You're going wherever we say." Something in the street changed. A few civilians saw what was happening and looked away. A shopkeeper pulled his shutters closed. Someone whispered that they should get a tune-in. No one moved quickly enough. The man grabbed Naruto by the scarf. Naruto's body reacted. Fast, too fast. He twisted, slipped the grip, and drove his elbow backward. The man cursed and stumbled. Another caught Naruto from behind, arms locking around his shoulders. Panic sparked. Then the hunger opened its eyes. Naruto thrashed. "Let go!" A fist struck his cheek. The world flashed white. For 1 second he was not in Konoha, he was in sand. White sand. Empty sky, blood on his tongue and laughter in his chest. He heard a voice, not Kurama. He did not know Kurama yet. This voice was closer, rougher, younger somehow, filled with sharp amusement. About time, Naruto froze. The man holding him shouted something, but the words bent and stretched. Naruto's heartbeat slowed. Thump. His skin prickled. Thump. His teeth ached. Thump. The snow around his feet melted. Someone let go of him. He did not fall. His hands hit the ground first, fingers spread in the slush. Steam curled around them. His breath came out in a low sound that was not quite a growl. The adults backed away. "What is that?" Naruto lifted his head. The world looked different, sharper edges, brighter movement. He could hear the rapid pulse in the nearest man's throat, smell fear under the sake, see the tiny twitch of a hand reaching for a hidden knife. His own hands had changed, not fully, not like the shape waiting in his dreams, but his nails were longer, darker, curved just enough to catch the light. The skin along his jaw felt tight. One of the women screamed. Naruto smiled. He did not mean to. The expression pulled at his face like it belonged there. The man with the hidden knife drew it with shaking fingers. Naruto moved. Snow burst behind him. He crossed the distance in a blink and slammed the man into the wall hard enough to crack wooden siding. The knife dropped. Naruto caught the front of the man's coat and lifted. A grown man's boots scraped inches above the ground. Naruto's eyes were no longer blue. They were bright, dangerous, and edged with something feral. The man stared into them and saw no child at all. Naruto heard the voice again, clearer this time. "Hef! There you are!" A sharp pain cut through his chest. Naruto gasped. The strength vanished. The man fell to the ground and scrambled backward on hands and heels. The others ran. One slipped in the snow, crawled up, and kept running without looking back. Naruto stood alone in the street. His breath shook. His hands were normal again, mostly. The nails had shortened. The steam had faded. His face hurt where he had been struck, but the bruise was already cooling into nothing. People watched from windows. No one came outside. Naruto looked down at the dropped knife, then at the crack in the wall, then at his hands. "What?" His voice came out small. "What was that?" For a moment, there was only snowfall. Then, from somewhere deep inside him, the answer came as a low laugh. Not cruel, not kind. Amused, awake, Naruto stumbled backward. "No!" The laugh faded, but the presence did not. It stayed behind his ribs, behind his thoughts, like a predator stretching after a long sleep. Naruto ran. He ran past the market, past the academy, past the streets where people shut doors before he reached them. He ran until his lungs burned and his legs shook. He ran to his apartment, slammed the door, locked it, pushed a chair under the handle, and backed into the far corner. The room was dark. He had forgotten to turn on the light. For a long time, Naruto sat with his knees pulled to his chest, staring at nothing. He waited for the voice to speak again. It did not. That was worse. When night came, he crawled into bed fully clothed and pulled the blanket over his head like a smaller child than he wanted to be. Sleep found him anyway. This time, he did not dream of sand. He dreamed of water. A sewer stretching forever, pipes vanishing into darkness, the air heavy and cold. His bare feet splashed as he walked. Somewhere ahead, something enormous breathed. Naruto wanted to turn back. His body kept moving. Bars rose from the dark, taller than buildings, covered in slips of paper marked with sealing script. Behind them, two red eyes opened. Naruto stopped breathing. The fox smiled with too many teeth. "So," Kurama rumbled, "the whelp finally wanders close." Naruto could not move, could not scream. Then, from behind him, in the dark beyond the dim light of the cage, another pair of eyes opened, blue, sharp, laughing. Kurama's gaze shifted past Naruto. The air trembled. "You!" the fox snarled. The blue eyes narrowed with lazy pleasure. Naruto stood between them, tiny in the flooded dark, caught between a hatred older than the village and a hunger that had followed him from another world. The unseen thing spoke for the first time in a voice he could fully hear. "Relax, fox." A grin spread in the darkness. "I'm just waking up." Naruto screamed himself awake. Morning light spilled through his dirty window. The village outside was already moving, vendors opening stalls, shinobi leaping over rooftops, children being called to breakfast by parents who knew exactly how much sugar they put in their tea. Naruto sat up slowly. His blanket lay twisted on the floor, his hands shook. For a moment, he almost convinced himself it had only been a dream. Then he looked at the wall beside his bed. 4 claw marks had been carved through the plaster, deep, clean, fresh. Naruto reached up and touched his cheek. His fingers came away dusted white, as if a thin layer of bone had cracked there in the night and flaked away before morning. He stared at it. Somewhere inside him, far below the place where fear lived, the blue-eyed thing smiled. And for the first time in his life, Naruto Uzumaki understood that the monster everyone feared was not the only thing sealed inside him. Chapter 2. Whispers in the cage. Naruto painted over the claw marks before anyone could see them. He did it badly. The plaster beside his bed was old, the cheap kind that drank paint in uneven patches, and Naruto had never been patient with careful work. By the time he finished, the wall looked worse than before, a lumpy square of fresh white over faded yellow, with 4 raised scars still visible if the light hit them from the side. He stood on his mattress, brush in hand, staring at the damage. "Good enough," he muttered. It was not. He knew it was not, but good enough was what Naruto had built most of his life on. Good enough to pass as normal if people did not look closely. Good enough to laugh after a bad day. Good enough to pretend he had not woken up with white dust on his face and a voice in his head that did not belong to him. He had not heard it again. That should have made him feel better. Instead, the silence inside him felt like a dark room with something breathing in the corner. Naruto dropped the brush into an empty cup, wiped his hands on his orange pants and leaned closer to the painted wall. 4 marks, 4 clean cuts, not kunai scratches, not cracks from old wood settling. Claws, his stomach twisted. "No," he whispered. "Not mine." The room did not answer. Outside, morning sunlight spilled across Konoha. Academy students were probably already on their way, some walking with parents, some complaining about exams, some pretending they were not nervous. Graduation day. The day Naruto Uzumaki had promised everyone he would finally become a shinobi. He had dreamed about this day for years. He had imagined standing in front of Iruka-sensei with a forehead protector tied proudly around his head. He had imagined the whole class staring, Sasuke pretending not to care, Sakura maybe looking impressed for half a second, the Hokage smiling that old tired smile. He had not imagined being afraid of his own hands. Naruto looked down at them, normal fingers, normal nails. A little paint under the cuticles. He flexed them once. Nothing happened. The fear in his chest loosened by one thread. "See," he told himself. Normal. His reflection in the dark window stared back. Messy blonde hair, whisker marks, big blue eyes, too loud clothes, too wide grin when he remembered to wear it. Normal enough. Naruto grabbed his goggles from the table and shoved them onto his head. Then he opened his door, stepped into the hall, and became loud before the quiet could follow him. Iruka Umino knew Naruto was hiding something. That was not new. Naruto hid everything badly and pain especially badly. He hid loneliness behind pranks, hunger behind jokes, fear behind yelling. If he was quiet, something was wrong. If he was too loud, something was also wrong. The trick with Naruto was never noticing that he wore masks. It was learning which mask he had chosen that day. On graduation morning, Naruto arrived 5 minutes late, slammed the classroom door open like a challenge, and announced, "The future Hokage has arrived." Half the class groaned. Kiba laughed. "Future Hokage can't even show up on time." Future Hokage was making an entrance, Naruto shot back. Shikamaru, half asleep at his desk, sighed. Troublesome entrance. Sakura turned around just long enough to glare. Some of us are trying to focus, Naruto. Naruto's grin sharpened. You focused enough to notice me, Sakura-chan. She picked up an eraser. Naruto ducked before she threw it. The class laughed. Iruka should have scolded him immediately. Instead, he watched Naruto's hands. They were tucked in his pockets, too deliberately. When Naruto dropped into his seat, his shoulders were tense in a way they usually were not. His grin was there, bright and ridiculous, but his eyes kept flicking to corners, windows, reflections in glass, like he was waiting for someone to step out of the dark. Iruka frowned. Mizuki, he said quietly. The silver-haired instructor glanced over from the front of the room. HM, keep an eye on Naruto today. Mizuki smiled gently. He had a gentle smile, too gentle sometimes, smooth in a way Iruka could never decide if he trusted. Worried he'll fail again, Iruka's jaw tightened. I'm worried he'll push himself too hard. Same thing with that one. Iruka looked at him. Mizuki's smile did not move. The exams began, transformation technique first. Easy enough for most students, embarrassing for others. Naruto passed that part with a perfect copy of Iruka that lasted 3 seconds before he tried adding a ridiculous mustache and made the whole room laugh. Iruka marked it as a pass, after rubbing his forehead for a full minute. Substitution went worse, but not badly enough to fail him. Naruto swapped with a chair, then tripped over the real chair he had forgotten was still in the room. It was clumsy, loud, very Naruto. Then came the clone technique. Naruto stared at the seal in his hands. Sweat gathered at his temple. A normal clone. One regular, harmless copy. No tricks. No shortcuts. Just enough to pass. He pulled chakra from his core. It moved wrong. It always did with clones. Like trying to pour water through a cracked bowl. The chakra came too wild, too thick in places, too thin in others. He pushed harder. The pressure built under his skin. Something underneath it stirred. Naruto's breath caught. Not now. He forced the chakra outward. Clone jutsu, smoke puffed when it cleared. A single pale, limp copy lay on the floor, looking like Naruto after 3 days without ramen. The room went silent. Then someone snorted. Laughter spread. Naruto's face burned. He stared at the failed clone. His fingers curled for 1 second. The classroom sharpened around him. The scrape of sandals, the beat of hearts, the tiny crackle of chakra in 30 young bodies. Weak. Warm, close. No, Naruto unclenched his hands so fast his knuckles popped. Iruka saw. Mizuki saw too. Iruka's expression softened with disappointment he tried to hide. Naruto, he said quietly, you fail. The words should have hit like they always did. They did. But this time, under the hurt, under the embarrassment, under the old familiar anger, something else lifted its head and smiled. Failure meant weakness. Weakness meant being cornered. Being cornered meant fighting back. Naruto swallowed hard. He did not shout. That was how Iruka knew something was truly wrong. Naruto turned and walked out. The classroom door slid shut behind him. No slam. No promise that he would prove everyone wrong, just silence. Iruka started after him. Mizuki's hand touched his shoulder. I'll talk to him, Mizuki said. You finish the exams. Iruka hesitated. Outside the window, Naruto sat on the swing beneath the tree, head lowered, goggles hiding his eyes. He listens to you more, Iruka said. Mizuki smiled. Maybe that's why he needs someone else today. Iruka did not like that answer. But the exams were not over, and he had 29 other students waiting, so he stayed. And Mizuki went outside. The forbidden scroll was heavier than Naruto expected, not just in weight. It felt wrong against his back as he ran through the trees outside Konoha, like he had stolen a door instead of a scroll, and something huge stood waiting on the other side. Mizuki had explained it so kindly. Too kindly if Naruto had been calmer, a special test. A secret way to graduate, learn one jutsu from the scroll, and Iruka would have to pass him. The Hokage believed in second chances. Iruka was only pretending to be strict. Everyone important already knew. Naruto wanted to believe him. Wanting had always been Naruto's biggest weakness, so he had snuck into the Hokage's office. He had taken the scroll. He had run until his legs burned. Now he sat in a clearing under moonlight, scroll unfurled across the grass, trying to make sense of techniques that should not have been written where a deadlast could read them. Multi-shadow clone jutsu, he read aloud, stumbling over the characters. Creates physical copies by evenly dividing chakra. Physical copies, not illusionary ones. Naruto frowned. Stupid regular clones never worked anyway. He studied the instructions, then studied them again, then a third time because the first 2 times his nerves kept skipping ahead. The technique was dangerous. The warning was clear even to him. Too many clones could drain a shinobi dry. Chakra division on this scale required careful control and ridiculous reserves. Naruto had one of those things. Maybe he formed the seal, pulled chakra. The old problem came instantly. Too much, too wild, the river becoming a flood, but this time the jutsu wanted a flood. Naruto's eyes widened. The chakra did not crack the bowl, it broke through it. Multi-shadow clone jutsu, the forest exploded with smoke. When it cleared, Naruto stared. So did Naruto, and Naruto, and Naruto. Dozens of him filled the clearing. Some stood in trees, some crouched on rocks. One had landed upside down on a branch and immediately fell on his head. For half a second, nobody moved. Then every Naruto grinned at once. "I did it!" The clearing erupted. Clones shouted, jumped, laughed, tackled each other, and celebrated so loudly that every bird within half a mile fled into the night. The real Naruto stood in the center of it, breathing hard, chest heaving, eyes bright. For once, power had answered him without twisting. For once, too much had been exactly enough. Then pain speared behind his eyes. He stumbled. The clones steadied at once. The forest dimmed deep inside him. Something shifted with interest, not the fox, not that hot, massive anger he sometimes sensed in dreams. This was colder. Leaner. Like a cat watching a wounded animal decide whether to run. Naruto pressed a hand to his chest. "You again?" No answer, just a pulse of amusement. Before he could think about it, kunai cut through the trees. A clone burst apart beside him. Naruto spun. Iruka crashed into the clearing a moment later, shoulder bleeding, breath ragged. "Naruto, get down!" Mizuki followed from the darkness, oversized shuriken strapped to his back, smile gone from gentle to sharp. Everything after that should have been simple betrayal. It was not. Mizuki spoke the truth like a weapon. The 9 tails. The attack. The law forbidding anyone from telling Naruto what he carried. The reason behind the stairs. The reason behind the word demon. Naruto stood frozen beside the forbidden scroll, and the whole village rearranged itself in his head. Every closed door, every whisper, every parent pulling a child away from him, not because of nothing, because of a fox, because of a monster sealed into him before he could even remember being alive. His hands shook. Iruka stepped in front of him. "Naruto is Naruto?" Iruka said, voice breaking around the pain in his side. "He is not the 9 tails." The words struck harder than Mizuki's truth. Naruto stared at Iruka's back. No adult had ever said it like that, plain, angry on his behalf, like the question had an answer. Mizuki attacked. Iruka took the hit meant for Naruto. Blood hit the ground. Something inside Naruto went very still. Mizuki laughed, called Iruka a fool, called Naruto a monster, raised another weapon. Naruto felt the forest sharpen, the same way it had in the street, the same way it had in dreams. A growl curled under his breath, not from his throat, from lower. The presence under his ribs stretched, delighted. "There you go." Naruto's vision flashed blue at the edges, his nails bit into his palms. Mizuki saw his face and hesitated, just for a blink. That was all it took for Naruto to become himself again, not the thing in the dark, not the fox. Naruto, the boy who failed clone jutsu, the boy who wanted a forehead protector, the boy who had just heard Iruka Umino say he mattered. He made the seal. "Mizuki," Naruto said, voice shaking. "If you lay one finger on Iruka-sensei," chakra surged. The forest disappeared beneath smoke. When it cleared, hundreds of Narutos filled every branch, every rock, every patch of grass. "I'll kill you," the word came out too harsh. Too real, Naruto felt it and flinched inside his own anger. The clones attacked anyway. By the end, Mizuki lay unconscious in a crater that used to be forest floor, bruised, battered, and absolutely alive. Naruto stood over him with scraped knuckles and a heart beating so hard it hurt. Iruka called his name. Naruto turned slowly. Iruka held out a forehead protector, not with fear, not with pity, with pride. "You pass." Naruto's face crumpled before he could stop it. He ran to Iruka. The hug hurt Iruka's wound. He did not complain. Deep inside Naruto, something watched the scene and made no sound at all. Team 7 was born in a room full of bad moods. Naruto sat on his desk, forehead protector proudly tied across his brow, acting like he had not spent half the night staring at his ceiling and whispering, "I'm not the fox," until sunrise. Sakura sat several seats away, trying very hard not to look nervous about team assignments. Sasuke sat near the window, chin resting on folded hands, eyes distant. Naruto glared at him. Sasuke ignored him. That was normal. Normal helped. Iruka stood at the front with a clipboard. Team 7. He announced, "Haruno Sakura." Sakura straightened. Uchiha Sasuke. Half the girls groaned in envy. Sakura's face went pink with delight. Naruto leaned forward, praying to every power he did not understand. "And Uzumaki Naruto." "Yes." Naruto shot to his feet and pointed at Sasuke. "You hear that?" "You and me, pretty boy, we're officially rivals now." Sasuke glanced at him. "Don't slow me down." Naruto climbed onto the desk with one foot. "I'm gonna slow you down by being ahead of you, Naruto," Iruka warned. Sakura's eyebrow twitched. "Get off the desk, idiot." "Only because you asked, Sakura-chan." He jumped down, missed the landing, and nearly fell. The class laughed. This time Naruto laughed with them, mostly. Their Jonin-sensei was late, very late, late enough that Naruto's patience died, came back, and died again. By the time Kakashi Headache slid the door open and said, "Yo!" There was an eraser trap balanced above the entrance. It fell. Kakashi let it hit his hair. Dust puffed around the silver spikes. Silence. Naruto pointed and laughed. Sakura covered her face. Sasuke looked unimpressed. Kakashi looked at the three of them with one visible eye and said, "My first impression of you." He paused. Naruto grinned wider. "You're kind of boring." Naruto's grin collapsed. The roof introduction went almost like it should have. Almost. Kakashi leaned against the railing, little orange book hidden poorly in one hand. "Let's start with introductions. Likes, dislikes, dreams for the future, hobbies, that kind of thing." Naruto pointed at him. "You first." "Me." Kakashi tilted his head. "My name is Kakashi Headache. Things I like and things I dislike. I don't feel like telling you. Dreams for the future, never really thought about it. Hobbies, lots of hobbies." "That told us nothing," Naruto snapped. Kakashi's eye curved. "Exactly." Sakura went first. She spoke around Sasuke more than to the group. Likes turning into giggles, dislikes turning into Naruto, dreams turning pink. Naruto complained loudly. Sasuke spoke next. His voice was flat. "I don't like many things. I don't have hobbies. I have an ambition. I will restore my clan and kill a certain man." The air changed. Naruto had heard Sasuke say cold things before. This was different. There was no brag in it, no performance, just a blade laid on the ground between them. For a moment, Naruto saw white sand again, a dying creature grinning at the sky. A hole in a chest, a life built around fighting because nothing else could fill what had been taken. His stomach tightened. Sasuke looked at him suddenly. Naruto realized he had been staring. "What?" Sasuke asked. Naruto opened his mouth. A joke waited there, a loud one, a stupid one. Something about being too dramatic. It did not come out. Instead, Naruto looked away. Nothing. Kakashi's visible eye sharpened slightly. Then he turned to Naruto. "And you," Naruto forced brightness back into his face. "I'm Naruto Uzumaki. I like instant ramen, especially Ikaraku. I hate waiting 3 minutes for cup ramen. My hobby is trying new ramen. And my dream," he stood on the roof railing, arms spread toward the village. "My dream is to become Hokage. Then everyone in this village will finally stop looking down on me and start respecting me." The wind caught his jacket. For a second, he looked exactly like what he said he wanted to become. Then his foot slipped. He flailed, recovered, and jumped back down like he meant to do it. Kakashi watched him longer than he watched the others, Naruto noticed. "What?" "Nothing," Kakashi said. But his eye did not smile. The bell test began with hunger. Not Naruto's normal hunger, though skipping breakfast had made that bad enough. This was the other kind, the one that woke when someone stronger stood nearby and dared him to come closer. Kakashi stood in the training ground with 2 bells tied at his waist. "You have until noon to take these from me," he said. "Whoever doesn't get a bell goes back to the academy." Naruto's stomach dropped. "Back! Back!" Sakura paled, Sasuke's eyes narrowed. Kakashi lifted his book. "Start." Sasuke disappeared into the trees. Sakura followed, less cleanly. Naruto stayed in the open. Kakashi looked at him. Naruto pointed dramatically. "I don't need to hide. I'll beat you face to face," Kakashi sighed. Bold, stupid, but bold. Naruto charged. He lasted less than 10 seconds. Kakashi put him in the dirt with one hand, then somehow found time to read while dodging every punch Naruto threw from the ground. "Your footwork is loud," Kakashi said. Naruto kicked. Kakashi stepped on his ankle. "Your guard is wide." Naruto tried to grab the bells. Kakashi shifted just out of reach. "And your strategy is mostly yelling." Naruto growled. The sound slipped out before he meant it to. Kakashi froze, just for a fraction. Naruto felt it. His body moved, not Academy Taijutsu, not Uruka's forms, not anything he had learned. He twisted under Kakashi's foot, let the pressure roll across his ankle instead of fighting it, planted one hand, and came up from a low angle with fingers curved toward Kakashi's side. For one impossible second, Kakashi's book lowered. His eye went serious. He caught Naruto's wrist an inch from the bells. The impact cracked through Naruto's arm. Pain flared. Naruto hissed. Kakashi held the wrist. Naruto's nails had almost lengthened. Almost. Neither of them spoke. Then Naruto grinned too wide. "Almost had you." Kakashi twisted and pinned him face down. "No," he said lightly, "but closer than expected." From the trees, Sasuke watched. His expression had changed. Not much, enough. Sakura, hidden behind a bush, clutched a kunai and wondered when Naruto had learned to move like that. Naruto wondered the same thing. By noon, they had all failed. Technically, Naruto had been tied to the training post after trying to steal lunch early. Sakura had spent too much time chasing an illusion of Sasuke. Sasuke had gotten closest, earning a short, brutal exchange that left him half buried in the ground and furious. Kakashi placed the lunch boxes on the stump. "Don't feed Naruto," he said. "That's the rule." Naruto's stomach made a sound loud enough to scare birds. "That's cruel and unusual punishment." Kakashi ignored him and vanished. Sakura glanced around nervously. Sasuke stared at the lunch. Naruto stared harder. Minutes passed. Then Sasuke picked up a box and held it toward Naruto. "Eat." Naruto blinked. "What? You'll be useless hungry." That sounded almost nice. It wasn't. Naruto leaned forward as much as the ropes allowed, grinning. Sakura hesitated, then opened another box. "Kakashi-sensei said not to," she whispered. Sasuke shrugged. "Then don't get caught." Sakura looked at Naruto. He tried to smile at her without looking too desperate. She fed him a bite. Naruto chewed like it was the best meal in the world. Something warm moved in his chest, not the hunger. Not the voice, something ordinary. Then smoke exploded. Kakashi appeared above them, killing intent pressing down like storm clouds. "You broke the rules." Sakura froze. Sasuke reached for a kunai. Naruto swallowed too fast and coughed. Kakashi's eye hardened. In the shinobi world, those who break the rules are scum. The pressure grew. Naruto's skin prickled. Deep inside him, the sleeping predator stirred in irritation, threat. Enemy, fight! His wrists strained against the rope. Kakashi's gaze snapped to him. Naruto froze. For 1 second, the training ground vanished. Water under his feet. Bars in the distance. Something huge behind them, watching with red eyes. Something else in the dark behind Naruto, leaning forward. Kakashi finished, voice quieter. But those who abandon their comrades are worse than scum. The pressure vanished. Naruto sagged against the ropes, breathing hard. Kakashi smiled with his eye. "You pass." Sakura's knees nearly gave out. Sasuke looked away, pretending relief was beneath him. Naruto stared at Kakashi. He should have celebrated. He did, a second later, loudly enough to make up for the delay. But the moment before that stayed with him. Because when Kakashi had tested them with killing intent, something inside Naruto had not been afraid. It had been offended. Kakashi filed his first report on Team 7 3 days later. Most of it was ordinary. Haruno Sakura. Strong chakra control potential, underdeveloped combat confidence, high academic foundation. Uchiha Sasuke. Advanced taijutsu for genin level, excellent perception, predictable revenge fixation, requires careful handling. Uzumaki Naruto. Massive chakra reserves, erratic control, strong improvisation, severe attention-seeking behavior masking social isolation. Then Kakashi paused. His pen hovered. He thought of Naruto's movement during the bell test. The low angle, the curved fingers, the sudden shift from loud brawler to something silent and efficient. He thought of the growl. He thought of the way Naruto's eyes had briefly looked less like a child trying to win and more like an animal deciding whether Kakashi was worth biting. Kakashi had seen Jinchuriki chakra leak before, in records, and once from a distance during the Ninetales attack. This had not felt like that. There had been no red cloak, no corrosive chakra, no fox-like pressure, just a thin, sharp wrongness beneath the boy's already unusual presence. Kakashi dipped the pen again. After a long moment, he added one line, unidentified secondary behavioral response under threat. Recommend observation. He stared at the words. Then he sealed the report and sent it to the Hokage. Missions were boring until they were not. Cats, weeds, lost packages, fence repair, more cats. Naruto complained so much that even Kakashi, who had survived war and worse, looked ready to assign himself a solo mission just to escape the noise. "We are shinobi," Naruto shouted in the mission office after returning Tora for the third time. His arms were covered in scratches. "Not professional cat victims?" Hiruzen puffed on his pipe. Tora's owner sobbed with joy. Tora looked like she had won a war. Kakashi placed a hand on Naruto's head and pushed him down before he could climb onto the Hokage's desk. "You are genin," Kakashi said. "Genin are shinobi." "Barely." Naruto spun on him. "You're supposed to support our dreams." "My dream is silence." Sakura coughed into her hand. Sasuke looked bored, but Naruto caught the tiny twitch at the corner of his mouth and decided to count it as a laugh. The Hokage's eyes warmed. "Perhaps," Hiruzen said. "Team 7 is ready for something slightly more challenging." Naruto brightened instantly. "Yes," Kakashi's visible eye narrowed. "Slightly," Hiruzen repeated. That was how Tazuna entered their lives. He smelled of alcohol, river water, and fear he was trying to drown before anyone noticed. His clothes were worn. His posture was stubborn. His eyes took in the team and landed on Naruto with obvious disappointment. "These are the ninja I get?" Tazuna asked. "That little blonde one looks like he still sleeps with a nightlight." Naruto puffed up. "I'll have you know I sleep with no lights because I'm not scared of anything." That was a lie. The words tasted bad. Tazuna snorted. Sakura gave a polite bow. Sasuke said nothing. Kakashi accepted the mission with his usual lazy posture, but his eye had already gone sharper. Naruto noticed. He was getting better at noticing when adults pretended not to worry. The mission was C rank. Escort the bridge builder home to the land of waves. Simple, safe. Not cats. Naruto spent the first hour outside Konoha declaring how easy the mission would be and how he, as future Hokage, would personally defeat any bandits that dared appear. Sakura told him to stop yelling. Sasuke told him bandits would hear him coming from a mile away. Naruto told Sasuke that was the point, because fear was a valid battle strategy. Kakashi read his book. Tazuna drank. The road stretched ahead beneath a bright sky. For a little while it almost felt like adventure. Then they passed a puddle that should not have been there. Naruto saw it. He did not understand it, but his body did. His head turned slightly. The puddle smelled wrong. Metal. Oil. Sweat. Killing intent folded tight and waiting. His fingers twitched. Kakashi kept walking. Naruto opened his mouth. The puddle exploded, chains snapped around Kakashi and tore him apart. Sakura screamed. Tazuna fell backward. Sasuke moved first, pinning the chain with Shuriken and kunai, clean as a textbook. Naruto did not move at all. He stared at the place where Kakashi had been shredded, blood splashed across the road. Dead, the word rang in his head. Then the two attackers turned on him. The demon brothers came fast, bladed gauntlets, poisoned claws. No hesitation, Naruto's legs locked. Fear crushed him, not because they were strong, because something inside him wanted to answer. The nearer brother lunged. A chain flashed. Sasuke hit Naruto from the side, knocking him clear, then twisted into a kick that forced the attacker back. Sakura placed herself in front of Tazuna, kunai shaking but raised. Naruto hit the ground hard. His hand landed in Kakashi's blood, only it was not blood. A log lay in pieces nearby. Substitution. Kakashi was alive. Relief came so sharply Naruto almost missed the second attack. One of the brothers broke past Sasuke and came for Tazuna. Naruto rose. His fear was still there, but under it, something snarled in disgust. Move. The voice was not clear, not yet. More impulse than word. Move, brat. Naruto moved. He threw himself between the attacker and Tazuna, kunai raised too late. The bladed gauntlet struck his forearm. It should have opened him from wrist to elbow. Instead, the metal scraped across skin with a sound like stone being scored. Pain flared. A shallow red line appeared. The attacker's eyes widened behind his mask. Naruto's eyes widened too. The skin of his forearm had gone pale for half a heartbeat. Hard. Wrong. Then Kakashi appeared and ended the fight with two clean motions. The demon brothers hit the road unconscious. Silence followed. Sakura breathed hard. Sasuke stared at Naruto's arm. Kakashi's eye did too. Naruto quickly clutched the injury and laughed too loudly. "Ha, see, I was just waiting for the perfect moment." Sasuke's expression said he believed none of that. Kakashi crouched in front of Naruto. "Let me see. It's fine, Naruto." The tone left no room. Naruto held out his arm. A thin scratch crossed his skin, barely bleeding, already closing. Kakashi touched the edge carefully. Naruto hissed, more from nerves than pain. "Poison," Kakashi said. "Their claws were coated." Naruto paled. "I'm gonna die. Not if we treat it." "I knew that." Kakashi cleaned the wound and wrapped it. His movements were calm, but Naruto felt the attention underneath. The question, why was there not more damage? Naruto had no answer. Tazuna's lie came out after that. The mission was not C-rank. The danger was real. A crime lord named Gato, missing Nin. Possibly worse. Kakashi gave them the choice to turn back. Naruto's arm throbbed. His heart did too. He should have wanted to go home. He did not. He looked at the bandage, at the place where metal had failed to cut him properly, and felt fear twist with something brighter. A challenge. "I'm not quitting," Naruto said. His voice came quieter than expected. Everyone looked at him. He lifted his chin. "I said I'm going to be Hawkage." "Hawkage don't run from bridge missions." Sakura swallowed. "If Naruto's staying," she said, "I'm staying." Sasuke shrugged. "I wasn't planning to run." Kakashi looked at each of them, then at Tazuna. "Looks like we continue." Naruto grinned. But when they started walking again, he stayed closer to the center of the group. And every few minutes he touched the bandage on his arm. Beneath the cloth, the scratch had already vanished. That night, Naruto dreamed of the sewer again. This time he knew he was dreaming. That did not help. Cold water rippled around his ankles. Pipes groaned in the darkness. Somewhere far away, drops fell one by one, each sound too loud. Naruto stood before the cage. Kurama watched him from behind the bars. The fox was larger than fear. Orange fur filled the shadows. 9 tails shifted like living storms. Red eyes glowed with hatred so deep it felt almost tired beneath the anger. Naruto forced himself not to step back. "So you're the fox," he said. Kurama's lips curled. "So you are the brat." Naruto flinched. The fox noticed and looked pleased. "You've heard the truth now." Naruto clenched his fists. "I'm not you." "No," Kurama said. "You are the prison." The words hit harder than Naruto wanted them to. "I didn't ask for that. Neither did I." For a moment the sewer went still. Naruto stared. Kurama's hatred did not soften. If anything, it sharpened because the words had escaped before the fox could dress them as rage. Then the darkness behind Naruto laughed. Low, rough, amused, Kurama's eyes narrowed. "Show yourself." Naruto turned. At first there was nothing. Then blue eyes opened in the dark beyond the cage light. A shape paced there, just out of reach. Not huge like Kurama, not small like Naruto. Lean, human-shaped at times, then wrong at the edges when shadows moved across it. A fragment of jawbone clung to one side of its face like a broken crown. Its grin was white and sharp. Naruto's breath caught. "You!" The blue-eyed thing tilted its head. "Me!" Kurama slammed one paw against the bars. The entire sewer shook. "You do not belong here." The thing in the dark laughed again. "Yeah, funny, kid doesn't seem to belong anywhere either." Naruto's chest tightened. "Who are you?" The shape stepped closer. For a second, Naruto saw him clearly: tall, wild blue hair, eyes like a fight waiting to happen. A hole in his chest, perfectly round and black, visible through the torn remains of white and black clothing that Naruto had no name for. Then shadow covered him again. Not telling yet. Naruto's fear sparked into anger. "That's my head." "Sure is." "You can't just live in it and not tell me your name." "Been doing fine so far." Kurama growled. Naruto pointed at the fox. "And you, stop growling. I'm trying to understand what's happening." The fox's killing intent crashed down. Naruto staggered but did not fall. The blue-eyed stranger's grin widened. "Interesting," Kurama noticed. "So that is what you are doing," the fox said, voice low. "Feeding him teeth, teaching him to bear them before he knows why." The stranger's eyes flashed. Kid had teeth already. "He is mine to hate." Naruto went still. Both monsters looked at him. The sentence hung in the wet air. Mine to hate, not mine to protect, not mine to use, not mine to kill. Hate, yes, but ownership all the same. The stranger stepped closer to the edge of the light. "Territorial fox?" Kurama's tails lashed. "I will not share my prison with carrion." "Good thing I'm not asking." Naruto looked between them, panic rising again. "Stop it." Neither listened. Kurama pressed closer to the bars, chakra boiling red around him. The stranger's shape sharpened, claws forming at his fingertips, blue light gathering around one hand. The sewer groaned, water rose to Naruto's knees. "Stop!" His shout cracked through the space, not with power, with desperation. Both presences paused. Naruto stood shaking between them, fists clenched, eyes wet with anger he refused to let fall. "I don't care which one of you is stronger," he said. "I don't care who was here first. This is my head, my body, my life." Kurama stared. The stranger watched silently. Naruto pointed at the cage. "You hate me? Fine. Everyone else did first. Get in line." Kurama's eyes widened slightly. Naruto turned toward the dark. "And you, I don't know what you are, but if you make me hurt my friends, I'll—" He stopped. He had no threat big enough. The stranger leaned forward. "You'll what?" Naruto swallowed. "I'll stop you." For a long moment there was silence. Then the stranger laughed, not mocking, not entirely. "Not bad, kid." Naruto blinked. The sewer began to fade. Kurama's voice followed him like thunder through water. "Do not trust it." The stranger's voice came after, softer, amused. "Don't trust him either." Naruto woke before dawn on the boat to wave country, heart racing, bandaged arm clutched against his chest, mist pressed against the water outside. Kakashi sat near the bow, apparently reading. Without looking up, he said, "Bad dream." Naruto stared at him. "Do ninja ever get normal missions?" Kakashi turned a page. "No." Naruto groaned and flopped backward, but he did not sleep again. The land of waves appeared slowly, not like Konoha, with its strong walls and carved mountain faces and rooftops stacked beneath sunlight. Wave rose out of mist and gray water, poor and tired, houses leaning under the weight of too many bad years. The bridge under construction stretched unfinished over the sea, half dream, half skeleton. Naruto stood at the edge of the boat and stared. Something about the place made his chest ache. It was not hatred here, not like Konoha's whispers. This was fear that had been pressed down so long it forgot how to stand. Tazuna stopped drinking once they reached shore. That scared Naruto more than the assassins had. They moved through the mist-heavy forest toward Tazuna's home. Kakashi's posture looked lazy. Sasuke's did not. Sakura kept glancing around. Naruto tried to copy Kakashi and failed because every sound made his shoulders twitch. Then the mist thickened, not natural. Naruto felt it before he understood. Killing intent rolled through the trees. Cold, heavy, practiced. His chest answered. Not with fear this time, with a strange, terrible excitement. A massive blade spun out of the fog. Kakashi shoved them all down. The sword buried itself in a tree. A man stood on its handle a moment later, bandages covering the lower half of his face, eyes hard and amused beneath a missing nin headband. "Well," the man said, "if it isn't Kakashi of the Sharingan." The name hit the team like a thrown stone. Kakashi's hand rose to his forehead protector. Zabuza Mamachi. Sasuke went rigid. Sakura tightened her grip on her kunai. Naruto stared. Zabuza's killing intent filled the clearing like deep water. It was nothing like Mizuki, nothing like the demon brothers. This was not cruelty pretending to be strength. This was a man who had killed so often the air remembered for him. Naruto should have been terrified. Part of him was. Another part leaned forward. Inside him, in the dark beneath the cage, blue eyes opened wide. The voice did not speak clearly. It did not have to. Naruto felt the grin. Zabuza's gaze shifted. For half a second, through the mist, his eyes landed on Naruto. The missing nin's brows lowered. He had felt something, not chakra, not exactly. Kakashi stepped in front of his team. "Protect Tazuna," he said. "Stay out of this fight." His headband lifted. The Sharingan opened. The world seemed to hold its breath. Zabuza smiled beneath his bandages. Mist swallowed him. Naruto's pulse pounded. Every instinct screamed at once. Run. Hide. Fight. Hunt. The last one was not his. He knew that now. That made it worse. Kakashi and Zabuza vanished into the fog, their clash heard before it was seen, metal ringing, water bursting, trees cracking under force. Sakura stood near Tazuna, pale but steady. Sasuke tracked shadows with his eyes, kunai raised. Naruto stood frozen, not useless, not exactly. He was listening. To the mist, to the fight, to his own breath, to the thing inside him that was no longer asleep. Zabuza's voice rolled from every direction, 8 points, killing intent sharpened to a blade. Larynx, spine, lungs, liver, jugular, subclavian artery, kidneys, heart. Sakura gasped. Sasuke trembled. Naruto's hands shook too, but his shaking was different. His fear was there, yes. Real and cold, beneath it, something in him sang, not words, not laughter, a pull toward danger so strong it almost felt like joy. Naruto clenched his teeth until his jaw hurt. "No," he whispered. Sasuke glanced at him. "What?" Naruto did not answer. In the fog ahead, Kakashi's chakra flared, water rose. Zabuza laughed. The mission had become something far beyond cats, weeds, and childish declarations. Somewhere in that mist, death waited with a sword the size of a door, and Naruto Uzumaki stood with a fox behind one wall, a panther in the dark, and his own frightened heart trapped between them. The voice finally slid through him, rough and delighted. "Scared, kid?" Naruto swallowed. The mist pressed closer. He raised his kunai. "Yeah," he whispered, his fingers tightened around the handle, "but I'm still here." Deep inside, the unseen grin widened, and as Zabuza's killing intent rolled over the clearing again, something in Naruto's chest sang back. Chapter 3. First blood, first grin. Mist made cowards honest. That was the first thing Naruto learned in Wave Country. In Konoha, people hid behind doors, laws, old grief, polite voices, and words they pretended children could not hear. Fear there had manners. It lowered its voice when the Hawkage passed. It crossed the street and called itself caution, but Mist did not pretend. Mist wrapped around your throat and asked what you were when no one could see you. Naruto stood with his kunai raised, breath coming too fast, Tazuna behind him and Sakura beside him. Sasuke stood a little ahead, shoulders tense, eyes flicking through the fog. Somewhere beyond them, Kakashi and Zabuza moved like ghosts trying to kill each other. Steel rang, water burst. Branches cracked. Then silence. Naruto hated the silence most. His hand tightened around the kunai until his fingers hurt. The mist was too thick to see more than a few steps ahead, but he could feel the fight. Not the way a sensor nin might, not chakra signatures or exact positions. Nothing clean like that. This was instinct, pressure in the air. Weight shifting through killing intent. The tiny pause before something dangerous moved, and under all of it the voice in the dark waited, not speaking, smiling. Naruto swallowed. "Where are they?" Sakura whispered. Sasuke did not answer. His eyes were narrowed, his jaw set tight. He was afraid too. Naruto could see it now, though he would never have noticed before. Sasuke's fear did not make him shake or shout. It made him sharper, quieter, like a blade pressed harder against a whetstone. Naruto almost envied that. His own fear always came out ugly, too loud, too obvious. Then Zabuza's voice rolled through the mist. "You're good, Kakashi, but you're protecting too many children." Naruto stiffened. A shape moved behind Sakura. "Sakura-chan?" Sasuke moved first, Shuriken flashing into the fog. The shape burst apart water. A clone, another rose behind Tazuna. Naruto lunged. He did not think. He did not plan. He drove his shoulder forward and slammed into the clone's middle before it could raise its blade. Cold water splashed across his face as the clone dissolved, but his momentum carried him through, boots sliding in the mud. For 1 second he grinned. He had moved, he had helped. Then a massive pressure hit the clearing. Kakashi had been caught. The mist thinned just enough for them to see it. Zabuza standing atop the water, one hand raised, Kakashi trapped inside a sphere of water. The Jonin's visible eye was narrowed, his hand pressed uselessly against the inside of the prison. Sakura gasped. Tazuna cursed under his breath. Sasuke went still. Naruto felt his stomach fall through the ground. Kakashi-sensei was trapped. The man who had seemed untouchable, lazy, bored by danger itself, was pinned in a technique Naruto did not understand and could not break. Zabuza's water clone stepped onto the shore. "Now then," the clone said, cracking its neck. "Let's start with the little ones." The fear came back, bigger, sharper. Naruto's legs wanted to move backward. The thing inside him wanted to move forward. For a horrible second, both urges pulled so hard he could not move at all. Sasuke did. He attacked cleanly, kunai and shuriken working together, forcing the clone back 1 step, then 2. Naruto watched with wide eyes as Sasuke used the terrain, bounced weapons off angles, and kept just outside the reach of that huge blade. He was good. Of course he was good. But Zabuza's clone was better. A kick caught Sasuke in the ribs and threw him into a tree. "Sasuke!" Sakura shouted. Naruto moved before he knew why. The water clone turned toward him. Naruto threw 3 shuriken. They went wide. The clone's eyes narrowed with disappointment. Dead last. The words hit because they were true. Then the clone appeared in front of him. Naruto barely saw the fist. Pain exploded across his face. He hit the ground, rolled through mud, and came up coughing. The clone walked toward him. "Stay down." Naruto's fingers dug into wet soil. "Stay down." Everyone had been telling him that in different ways his whole life. "Stay quiet, stay away, stay harmless, stay where we put you." His breath hitched. Sasuke struggled to rise. Sakura was trapped between protecting Tazuna and running to help. Kakashi's eye met Naruto's from inside the water prison. Not afraid, warning, thinking, Naruto forced air into his lungs. He was scared. He was also angry. "Good," the voice whispered. Naruto flinched. The water clone stopped. "Something wrong, brat." Naruto pushed himself up. His cheek throbbed. Blood ran from his lip. Mud stuck to his jacket. But his eyes were focused now. Not on the clone's face, on its feet, on the water connecting it to Zabuza, on Kakashi's prison, on the giant shuriken strapped to Sasuke's back. A plan struck him so suddenly he almost laughed. It was not a smart plan, but it was a Naruto plan. That had to count for something. "Sasuke!" Naruto shouted. Sasuke looked at him, irritated even while bleeding. Naruto pointed. Sasuke's gaze followed. For half a second, understanding passed between them so cleanly that Naruto forgot to hate him. Then Sasuke reached for the giant shuriken. The water clone turned. Naruto made the seal. Multi-shadow clone jutsu, smoke swallowed the shore. Dozens of Narutos burst forward, yelling from every direction. The clone cut through them with brutal ease, but that was the point. Noise, movement, confusion, enough chaos to hide one real throw. Sasuke hurled the giant shuriken toward Zabuza. The missing nin smirked from behind the water prison and caught it one-handed. Too obvious. A second shuriken unfolded from its shadow. Zabuza's eyes widened. He jumped. The second shuriken burst into smoke. Naruto appeared midair, kunai in hand, falling toward Zabuza's exposed arm. For one perfect instant, Naruto saw surprise on the demon of the mist's face. Then Zabuza released the water prison to dodge. Kakashi burst free. Everything changed. Kakashi hit the water like judgment. His Sharingan spun. Zabuza cursed. Naruto crashed into the river, came up spluttering, and barely made it to shore before the Jonin fight resumed in full. But this time, Kakashi was free. This time, the mist belonged to someone else. Naruto watched Kakashi copy Zabuza's water technique hand sign for hand sign, watched the impossible become simple in that red eye's reflection, watched a dragon of water rise and crash with enough force to throw Zabuza across the riverbank. It should have been over. Then the needles came. They struck Zabuza's neck with clean precision. The missing nin dropped. A masked hunter nin appeared on a tree branch, voice soft and polite, body too still for a child. "Thank you," the hunter said. "I have been tracking him for some time." Naruto stared. Something about the newcomer felt wrong. Not dangerous like Zabuza, not heavy, quiet, sad, the hunter took Zabuza's body and vanished into the trees. Kakashi let him go. Naruto frowned. "Is that it?" Kakashi's body swayed, then he collapsed. Team 7 panicked all at once. For the first time since the mission began, the voice inside Naruto laughed openly, not at Kakashi, at him. Naruto ignored it, mostly. Tazuna's house became their shelter, hospital, and argument room. Kakashi slept for hours, exhausted by the Sharingan. Sakura watched over him and pretended not to be worried. Sasuke sat near the window, silent and tense, replaying the fight in his head. Naruto paced so much that Tazuna's grandson, Inari, finally shouted at him to sit down or wear a hole through the floor. Naruto sat for 11 seconds. Then he stood again. "You're annoying," Inari said. Naruto pointed at him. "You're short. You're loud. You're gloomy. You're stupid. You have a weird hat." Inari's eyes filled with angry tears. The room went quiet. Naruto froze. He had meant it as normal, back and forth, harmless, but Inari looked like Naruto had stepped on something already broken. Tazuna's daughter, Tsunami, lowered her gaze. Sakura's expression softened. Sasuke looked away. Naruto did not understand the story until later. Kaiza, the hero who had loved Wave like a home and Inari like a son. The man who had stood against Gato and been punished publicly for it. The man whose death taught the whole country that courage could be dragged into the street and broken while everyone watched. Naruto listened, quietly for once. Inari glared at him through tears. "There are no heroes," the boy said. "People who fight just die. People who believe in them get left behind." Naruto's chest hurt. He did not have a clever answer. A week earlier, he would have shouted that he was going to become Hokage and prove him wrong. Maybe that would have helped, maybe not. But now he had seen Kakashi trapped, seen Zabuza fall, seen blood on the road and fear in a country that had forgotten how to stand. So when Naruto spoke, his voice was lower. "I don't know if heroes always win." Inari blinked. Naruto looked at his own hands. "But I think bad guys win faster when everyone decides heroes aren't real." No one said anything. Naruto shifted, uncomfortable with the silence. Then he ruined it on purpose. "Also, your hat is still weird." Inari threw a cup at him. Naruto ducked. The room exhaled. Even Sasuke almost smiled. Training began the next morning. Tree climbing, chakra control. The worst thing Naruto had ever done in his life, including failing the clone technique 3 times and being chased by Tora across 3 districts. "This is impossible," he shouted, hanging upside down from a branch by one leg. Kakashi, still pale but awake, turned a page in his book. Sakura did it in 1 try. Sakura stood calmly near the top of a tree, trying not to look too proud. Naruto glared. Sakura-chan is naturally amazing. That doesn't count. It counts. Sasuke muttered from where he stood halfway up his own tree, scowling at the bark like it had personally insulted his clan. Naruto fell. Again. He landed flat on his back. For 1 second, he saw the sky through the leaves. Then Sasuke landed nearby, not gracefully enough to pretend he had meant to. Naruto turned his head. Sasuke stared up at the same sky. "You're bad at this too," Naruto said. Sasuke closed his eyes. "Shut up!" Naruto grinned. It felt normal. For a few days, normal grew around them in small, fragile ways. Sakura explained chakra control to Naruto after he begged loudly enough to embarrass them both. Sasuke listened without looking like he was listening. Naruto trained until his feet bled, then trained more because the wounds closed too quickly and he did not know what else to do with that. At night he dreamed of the sewer. Kurama watched him with hatred. The blue-eyed stranger watched him with amusement. Neither spoke much. That was worse than when they did. Sometimes Naruto woke with his fingers curved like claws. Sometimes he woke smiling and did not know why. Kakashi noticed the exhaustion. He noticed the healing. He noticed the way Naruto improved fastest when frustrated, cornered, or angry. He noticed everything. He said almost nothing. But one evening, while Naruto sat alone outside Tazuna's house, wrapping and unwrapping the bandage on his forearm, Kakashi joined him on the steps. The sunset turned the water gold beyond the village. For a while, they listened to waves hit the shore. Then Kakashi said, "You've been quiet." Naruto snorted. "That's how I know you're not feeling well." Naruto kicked at the dirt. "I'm fine. I am." Convincing, Naruto glared. Kakashi's visible eye curved, but the smile was gentler than usual. "You moved well against Zabuza's clone." Naruto blinked. That was not what he expected. "I did. Not at first." "Oh, you froze, then you adapted." Kakashi closed his book with one finger marking the page. "That matters more." Naruto looked away. "I was scared." "You should have been." Naruto frowned. "Aren't ninja supposed to not be scared?" "No, dead ninja aren't scared. Living ones learn what to do with fear." The words settled somewhere deep. Naruto's fingers curled around the bandage. "What if?" He stopped. Kakashi waited. Naruto swallowed. "What if part of you likes it?" The waves kept moving. Kakashi did not answer quickly. That made Naruto nervous. Finally, Kakashi said, "Fighting?" Naruto nodded without looking at him. "Some people do," Kakashi said. "Some because it makes them feel strong. Some because it's the only place they understand themselves. Some because they're afraid if they stop, they'll have to feel everything else." Naruto's throat tightened. "Is that bad?" "It can be." Naruto looked at him then. Kakashi's eye was serious. "But liking the fight doesn't decide who you are. What you choose when you can win does." Naruto thought about Mizuki, about the word kill leaving his mouth too easily, about the man in the street lifted off the ground by hands Naruto barely recognized. "What if I choose wrong?" Kakashi looked toward the unfinished bridge. "Then your team pulls you back." Naruto stared. "Team," the word felt strange, warm, dangerous. He opened his mouth to say something stupid. Then Kakashi stood. "Get some rest. We train early." Naruto groaned. "Again?" "Heroes need strong legs." Naruto's eyes widened. Kakashi was already walking away. "Hey, I never said I was a hero." Kakashi lifted one hand. "No, but you argued like one." Naruto sat there long after he left. Inside him, the blue-eyed stranger made a quiet sound. Not laughter this time, something closer to interest. Haku found Naruto in the forest before dawn. Naruto had fallen asleep after training too hard, back against a tree, leaves tangled in his hair. He woke to birdsong and a presence nearby, not threatening. That was the strange part. His eyes snapped open anyway. A person crouched among herbs a few steps away, wearing simple clothes, long dark hair falling forward, face soft and calm. For a second, Naruto thought it was a girl. Then he remembered that strangers in enemy territory were probably not something he should sort politely. "Who are you?" Naruto asked, trying to sound tougher than someone with leaves stuck to his cheek. The stranger smiled. "Someone gathering herbs." "That's suspicious." So is sleeping in a forest. Naruto sat up straighter. I was training, of course. The stranger's voice held no mockery, which somehow made Naruto more embarrassed. They spoke for a while, about training, about protecting precious people, about how strength was not always about wanting to win, but needing to keep someone safe. Naruto listened more than he meant to. Something in Haku's calm unsettled him, not because it was fake, because it was real and sad at the same time. When the stranger stood to leave, Naruto blurted, "Are you strong?" The stranger paused. "I have someone precious to protect." "That's not an answer." "It is my answer." Naruto frowned. The stranger smiled again. "You should return to your friends, they may worry." Naruto scratched his head. "Yeah, right, Sasuke would probably celebrate." "I doubt that." Naruto blinked before he could ask why. The stranger vanished into the trees, not with smoke, not with a loud jutsu, just gone. Naruto stared after them. Inside him, something rumbled. "Careful, kid." Naruto stiffened. The voice was clearer than before, not fully awake, not conversational, but close enough to scrape across his thoughts. "Why?" Naruto whispered. No answer, only the memory of blue eyes narrowing in the dark. The bridge fight began with an empty work site and a bad feeling. Tazuna should have had workers around him. Men with tools, noise, movement, hope wearing work clothes. Instead, the bridge stretched silent into mist. Kakashi stopped first. Sasuke did second. Naruto was third, which annoyed him less than usual because Sakura stopped fourth. Tazuna's face went gray. "They're afraid," he whispered. The mist thickened. Zabuza's voice slid through it. "Still alive, Kakashi?" Naruto's fingers tightened. Kakashi shifted in front of them. "Disappointed?" Zabuza emerged carrying his massive sword, very much alive, neck unmarked except for where the senbon had struck. Beside him stood the masked hunter from before. Naruto's stomach dropped. "You!" he shouted. "You lied!" The masked figure turned slightly toward him. "I did." The voice was familiar. Naruto went cold. "The herb gatherer, Haku," Kakashi explained it quickly, too quickly. Haku was Zabuza's tool, a shinobi with a Kekkei Genkai, dangerous, fast, precise. Naruto heard the words, but mostly he heard tool. He looked at Haku. The mask hid everything. That made it worse. The battle split. Kakashi took Zabuza. Sakura stayed with Tazuna. Sasuke faced Haku. Naruto, naturally, charged straight into the worst possible place at the worst possible time. Haku's ice mirrors rose like a prison of frozen glass. Sasuke stood inside, kunai ready, eyes tracking reflections that moved faster than bodies should. Naruto saw the dome forming and dove through just before the mirrors closed. He rolled to Sasuke's side and popped up with a grin. "Backup has arrived." Sasuke's face twitched. "You idiot." "You're welcome. You trapped yourself in here." "I heroically entered the enemy's trap." "That is the same thing." Senbon flashed. Naruto yelped as needles struck his jacket and cheek. Sasuke shoved him down before another volley could pierce his throat. Haku moved between mirrors like light learning to kill. Naruto could barely see him. Sasuke could a little. That difference mattered. They tried everything. Shuriken, kunai, shadow clones, feints. Teamwork that was mostly arguing until it accidentally became useful. Naruto filled the ice prison with clones. Haku cut them down. Sasuke tracked the real attacks. Haku adjusted. Naruto tried to break the mirrors by brute force and bruised his fists. Sasuke yelled at him for wasting chakra. Naruto yelled back that ice was supposed to break when punched. Another volley came. Sasuke pulled Naruto aside. Two needles struck Sasuke's shoulder. Naruto stared. "You got hit because of me." Sasuke grimaced and snapped the senbon out. "Focus." The word was not kind, but it was not cruel either. That confused Naruto enough that he almost got hit again. The next attack came from behind. Naruto turned too late. Senbon struck his chest, arms, and throat, or should have. A few pierced cloth, most hit skin and stopped, not all the way, not harmless, but wrong. The needles pressed into Naruto's skin as if they had struck something dense beneath it. Thin lines of blood appeared, shallow and bright, but the killing depth was gone. For half a heartbeat, bone-white patches flickered across Naruto's collarbone and jaw. Haku saw, Sasuke saw, Naruto felt it. The world slowed. Inside him, the voice laughed with real delight. There it is. Naruto's breath caught. Haku hesitated. That hesitation saved and doomed the moment. Naruto moved fast, not like a genin, not even like himself. He closed the distance to one mirror in a low, animal rush, hands striking the ice with curved fingers. The mirror cracked, not shattered, cracked. Haku's eyes widened behind the mask. Sasuke shouted, "Naruto!" Another volley struck Naruto's back. This time pain came sharp enough to break the haze. He stumbled, gasping. The white patches faded. Blood ran down his arm. The needles had not gone deep, but enough had landed to hurt. Enough to remind him his body was still flesh under whatever had answered. Sasuke caught him by the jacket and yanked him away from the mirror before Haku could finish him. "What was that?" Sasuke demanded. Naruto panted. "I don't know. Don't lie. I'm not," the mirrors flashed. Haku's attack changed, more precise now, more cautious. The Senbon aimed for joints. Eyes. Open mouth. Soft places. Naruto understood without being told. The Ice Nin had figured out that whatever protected him did not protect everything. Smart enemy, bad enemy. The voice inside him liked that. Naruto hated that it liked that. They fought longer than they should have survived. Sasuke's movements grew sharper with every exchange. His eyes followed Haku through the mirrors more cleanly, more dangerously. Naruto saw the change before he understood it. Then Sasuke's eyes turned red. Sharingan. One tamo in each eye, Haku noticed. The battle became faster. Naruto became the weak point. He hated it. Haku aimed for him. Sasuke moved. Needles struck. For one impossible second, Naruto did not understand why Sasuke was standing in front of him. Then Sasuke fell. The world stopped. Naruto caught him badly, knees hitting the ice floor. Sasuke, no answer. Senbon stood from Sasuke's neck and chest in terrible places. His body was limp. His eyes were half-lidded, Sharingan fading. Naruto's hands shook. Sasuke, quit messing around. Still nothing. Haku stood in one mirror, silent. Naruto looked up slowly. The fear vanished. That was the worst part. Not because he became brave, because something else filled the space where fear had been. Heat rose from his stomach. Not red, not fox. This was colder and sharper, blue-white pressure crawling under his skin, scraping through his bones. The sewer flashed behind his eyes. Kurama's cage rattled. The fox snarled, startled. In the dark beneath the cage, the blue-eyed stranger stepped forward fully for the first time. Naruto did not see his face clearly. He felt the grin. "That's it." Naruto's fingers curled around Sasuke's sleeve. His voice came out quiet. "You killed him." Haku did not answer. Naruto set Sasuke down gently, too gently. Then he stood. The ice beneath his feet cracked. Bone-white fragments spread along Naruto's jaw, small and jagged, like a mask trying to remember its shape. His nails lengthened into dark claws. Blue light flickered in his eyes beneath the red wash of chakra beginning to boil around him from somewhere else, something older and angrier. For 1 second, two powers answered the same wound. Kurama's rage, the stranger's hunger. Naruto stood between them, and he chose neither cleanly. He moved. The first mirror shattered. Haku barely escaped into the next. Naruto hit that one too, not with technique, not with proper chakra shape. With raw speed, raw grief, and claws that screeched across ice like metal tearing bone. Sasuke had been clean. Naruto was not. He slammed through reflections, chased flashes, ignored Senbon that scratched but did not stop him. Some pierced, some bounced shallow. Some struck white patches and snapped. Haku retreated faster. Naruto followed faster still. The grin came without permission. He felt it on his face and hated it. Hated that it felt natural. Hated that part of him wanted Haku to keep running so the chase would last longer. "Naruto?" Sakura's voice screamed from outside the mirrors. He barely heard her. Haku appeared behind him and drove Senbon toward the side of his neck. Naruto caught Haku's wrist. The mask stared back at him. Up close, Haku's hand was shaking. That did something the pain had not. Naruto saw the herb gatherer in the forest, someone with a precious person. Someone sad and calm and already half a ghost. His claws tightened. Haku did not fight the hold. Do it. Haku whispered. Naruto's grin cracked. The voice inside him growled, "Finish it." Naruto's hand trembled. The ice mirrors reflected him from every side. Blue eyes gone too bright, bone-white fragments on his cheek, blood on his clothes, claws around another person's wrist. A monster, just like they always said. No, Naruto released Haku and punched the mask instead. It shattered. Haku fell backward, cheek bruised, face exposed. Naruto stood over him, breathing hard. "I'm not killing you," Naruto said. The words shook. "I don't care what you are to him. I don't care what you think you're for. I'm not doing it." Haku stared up at him. For the first time, sadness broke through the calm. "You should." "I know." Naruto's claws shortened slightly. "That's why I won't." The mirrors began to crack. Outside, Kakashi and Zabuza's fight had reached its end. Kakashi's hand blazed with lightning, Chidori. The sound filled the bridge, 1,000 birds screaming at once. Haku's eyes widened. "Zabuza-san," he vanished. Naruto lunged after him too late. The mirrors broke, mist scattered. Haku appeared between Kakashi and Zabuza. Lightning struck through his chest. Naruto froze. Kakashi froze too, horror passing behind his eye. Zabuza used the moment to attack. Everything became chaos again. Naruto stood in the broken ice, Sasuke behind him, Haku dying ahead, and rage returned, not clean, not hungry, just human. He screamed at Zabuza, at Haku, at the whole stupid world that made people into tools and then acted surprised when they broke. Zabuza said Haku had been nothing but a weapon. Naruto hit him with words because his fists could not reach. He shouted until his throat hurt. About Haku's loyalty, about precious people. About how pretending not to care did not make you strong. About how if Zabuza really felt nothing, then he was weaker than Haku ever was. The bridge went silent. Zabuza's eyes changed, not soft, never soft, but human briefly in a way that hurt to look at. Then Gato arrived, with hired thugs. With laughter, with cruelty too small for the battlefield it had interrupted. He kicked Haku's body, something in the air died. Zabuza asked for a kunai, Naruto gave him one, no jokes, no hesitation. The demon of the mist charged without arms to spare, kunai in his teeth, cutting through men who had mistaken money for power. It was terrible, it was brutal. It was not heroic in the clean way stories liked, but it was honest. By the end, Gato was dead. Zabuza fell beside Haku. Snow began to fall. Naruto stood over them, quiet. The bone-white fragments on his face had faded, leaving his skin raw and sore. His hands were normal again, mostly. His nails ached where claws had been. Kakashi placed a hand on his shoulder. Naruto did not look away from Haku. "Was he bad?" Naruto asked. Kakashi was silent for a moment. "He was our enemy." "That's not what I asked." "No," Kakashi said softly. "It isn't." Naruto swallowed. On the ground nearby, Sasuke groaned. Naruto turned so fast he nearly fell. "Sasuke," he ran to him, dropped to his knees and grabbed his shoulders. "You jerk." "You were alive." Sasuke's eyes cracked open. "You're loud." Naruto made a sound that was almost a laugh and almost a sob. Then he punched Sasuke in the arm. Sasuke winced. "You were crying," Sasuke muttered. "I was not." You were dead." "I got better." Naruto stared at him. Then he laughed. Too loud, too shaky. Sakura arrived a second later and hit both of them while crying harder than Naruto had. For once, neither boy complained much. The bridge was named before they left. The Great Naruto Bridge. Naruto pretended not to cry when Tazuna said it. Everyone pretended with him. Inari ran after them at the edge of town, waving and shouting that he would become strong too. Naruto waved back with both arms until Sakura told him he was going to fall off the boat. As Wave disappeared into mist behind them, Naruto sat near the stern and stared at his reflection in the water. For a moment, the face looking back was his. Then the ripples changed. Blue eyes sharper than his own stared from the surface. Not Kurama's red, not the fox, the other one. Naruto did not jump. He was too tired. "What are you?" he whispered. The reflection smiled. This time the voice came clear enough to feel like breath against his ear. "Someone who knows what you look like when you stop running." Naruto's fingers tightened around the edge of the boat. "I didn't kill Haku." "No, you wanted me to." The reflection's grin widened. "Part of you did too." Naruto flinched. The water rippled again. His own face returned. Kakashi watched from the bow without seeming to watch. Sasuke sat with his eyes closed, pretending to rest. Sakura talked quietly with Tazuna. Naruto looked down at his hands. He had saved people. He had scared people. He had cracked ice with claws that should not exist and smiled while chasing someone who wanted him to end their life. He did not know what that made him, but he knew one thing. The voice was not sleeping anymore. Kakashi's second report was much longer than the first. He wrote it in Konoha after Team 7 returned, after Sakura went home, after Sasuke disappeared toward the Uchiha district, after Naruto ran to Ikaraku and ate until Chuchai looked both proud and concerned. Kakashi sat alone beneath a dim lamp and chose every word carefully. Wave mission exceeded assigned rank. Enemy combatants included Zabuza Mamachi and Kekkei Genkai user Haku, team performance above genin expectation. Haruno Sakura maintained client defense under killing intent. Uchiha Sasuke awakened Sharingan under combat stress. Uzumaki Naruto displayed irregular defensive adaptation inconsistent with standard Jinchuriki chakra leakage. Kakashi stopped writing, then continued. During Haku engagement, multiple senbon failed to penetrate Uzumaki's skin at expected depth. Temporary pale dermal hardening observed along jaw, collarbone, and forearms. Fingernail extension into claw-like shape. Eye color shift toward intensified blue. Movement pattern became predatory, low-line pursuit-based, highly efficient, emotionally triggered by perceived death of teammate. Not Ninetales' chakra alone. He stared at that sentence for a long time, then he added another. Recommend Hokage review. Recommend Jurei Asama be contacted if possible. Kakashi sealed the report. He did not like the feeling in his stomach. He had seen dangerous power before. Dangerous power was not always the problem. Sometimes the problem was a lonely child realizing that the thing everyone feared in him could make people stop hurting what he loved. And sometimes, worse, it could make a scared child smile. That night, Naruto did not sleep early. He sat outside his apartment near a puddle left by evening rain, knees drawn up, arms folded over them. The street was quiet. Konoha had welcomed Team 7 back with paperwork, mission debriefing, and no celebration because C-rank missions were not supposed to contain legendary missing nin. Naruto did not mind. Part of him still felt like he was on the bridge, snow falling. Haku's mask breaking, Sasuke dropping. His own hand around Haku's wrist, do it. The memory made his stomach turn. Naruto leaned over the puddle. His reflection looked tired, older maybe. There was a tiny scratch near his collarbone where one of Haku's senbon had grazed him. It should have healed already. Most of the others had. This one remained red, almost circular at the center, where the needle had pressed hardest before stopping. Naruto touched it through his shirt and frowned. In the puddle, his reflection smiled. Naruto went still. The eyes looking back were his shape but not his shade. Blue like a blade under moonlight, the voice chuckled inside his chest. Better get used to it, kid. Naruto's hand tightened. To what? The reflection's grin sharpened, to liking the part where they run. Naruto slapped the puddle, water scattered across the ground. His reflection broke apart. He sat there breathing hard, wet hands shaking. Then he stood, turned away, and went inside without looking back. Behind him, in the remaining fragments of water, two blue eyes opened one last time before the ripples faded. And in the deepest dark beneath the fox's cage, Grimmjow Jaeger finally remembered his own name. Chapter 4. The Predator's test. The Chunin exams began with Naruto being loud enough to make half the room hate him before the first test even started. That was not unusual. What was unusual was how many people looked back, not just annoyed civilians, not academy kids who remembered paint bombs and bad clone jutsu. These were genin from other villages: sand, sound, grass, rain. Leaf teams older than Team 7. sharper than Team 7, watching with the flat measuring eyes of young killers trying to decide whether the loud blonde was prey, nuisance, or idiot. Naruto planted one foot on the desk and pointed across the crowded classroom. "My name is Naruto Uzumaki. I'm not losing to any of you." Silence followed, then Kiba groaned loudly. "Idiot!" Sakura grabbed Naruto by the collar and yanked him down. "Are you trying to get everyone to target us?" Naruto gave her a thumbs up. "That's called psychological warfare. That's called being stupid." Sasuke said nothing, but his eyes moved across the room. Naruto noticed that now. Sasuke looked bored when he wanted people to underestimate how carefully he was paying attention. His gaze touched the Sand siblings near the back, the tall boy in black, the blonde girl with the giant fan, the red-haired boy with a gourd on his back. Then Sasuke's attention stopped. Naruto followed it. The red-haired boy stared back, no expression, no curiosity, no annoyance, just eyes ringed with darkness, pale and empty, as if sleep had abandoned him years ago and taken something human with it. Naruto's grin faded, his chest tightened. Something inside him went very still, not Kurama, not fully. The fox hated almost everything by default, but this was not hatred. This was recognition, a deep animal awareness that the boy across the room carried something large and angry beneath his skin. The other presence stirred too. Grimmjow had been quiet since Wave, not gone. Never gone. Naruto felt him sometimes in the angle of a thought, in the strange satisfaction after training until his knuckles bled, in the low amusement whenever Sasuke looked irritated. But the voice had not spoken clearly since the puddle. Now, beneath Naruto's ribs, blue eyes opened. That one, Grimmjow murmured. Naruto's hands curled. "What?" Sakura whispered. Naruto realized he had stopped breathing. Nothing. Across the room, the red-haired boy's gaze narrowed slightly, as if he had heard something answer. Ibiki Morino walked in and turned the room into a trap. Naruto hated him immediately, not because he was scary, though he was. Ibiki's scarred head, heavy coat, and dead-eyed stare made him look like someone who could pull secrets out through your teeth and call it paperwork. But Naruto had seen scary. Zabuza had been scary. Haku had been scary in a quiet way. Kakashi was scary when he stopped pretending not to be. Ibiki was different. He made fear feel organized. The written test was impossible. Naruto stared at the paper with the sinking horror of a man watching his future drown in ink. Question 1 made no sense. Question 2 looked like someone had tortured math until it confessed. Question 3 might have been in another language. Naruto glanced left. Sakura was writing quickly, face-focused. He glanced right. Sasuke was not writing at first. Then his eyes shifted red for a heartbeat and his pencil began moving. Naruto's stomach dropped. Everyone was cheating, not badly, not loudly, not like Naruto would have done if he had thought of it. They were using bugs, mirrors, careful glances, hearing, puppets, strange techniques. The whole test was not about knowing answers. It was about stealing them without getting caught. Naruto looked back at his blank paper. He could not cheat. Not because of honor, because he was terrible at it. Minutes passed, people were caught, threats landed, fail with 0 and your whole team failed. Get caught cheating too many times and your whole team failed. The room became a pressure cooker of sweat, scratching pencils, and silent panic. Naruto's hand shook over the paper. Inside him, the fox watched with cruel amusement. Grimmjow was worse. "This is what scares you?" Naruto clenched his jaw. "Shut up," he whispered. The girl in front of him stiffened and glanced back. Naruto gave her a frantic smile. Then came the 10th question, the trap within the trap. Take it and risk being barred from all future exams if you failed. Refuse and your team could leave safely. One by one, people raised their hands, quit, walk away, live to try again. Naruto felt Sakura's worry without looking at her. She was thinking of him, of his dream, of the way failure stuck to him harder than bruises. Maybe she would raise her hand for his sake. Something in Naruto's chest hurt. No, his hand slammed onto the desk. "I don't care if I'm stuck a genin forever," he shouted. "I'm still gonna become Hokage someday. I'm not running." The words exploded out of him, too loud, Too honest, too Naruto. For one moment, every eye in the room was on him, some annoyed, some surprised, some inspired despite themselves. The red-haired sand boy simply watched. Ibiki smiled. They passed. Naruto did not understand how until it was over. He also did not care. He was too busy cheering for a little while, with Sakura scolding him and Sasuke pretending not to be relieved. Naruto felt normal again. Then the window shattered. Anko Mitarashi arrived in a storm of glass, smoke, and threats. Naruto liked her immediately. Then she described the forest of death. Naruto liked her less. The forest smelled wrong, damp earth. Rotting leaves, old blood, predator musk, snake trails. Fear. Naruto stood with Team 7 at the gate, clutching their heaven scroll and trying to look excited enough to hide the way his skin prickled. Sakura noticed anyway. "You okay?" Naruto puffed his chest out. "Of course, this forest is probably scared of me." Sasuke looked at the giant trees beyond the fence. "Don't get separated." Naruto blinked. It was good advice. It also sounded almost like concern. He grinned. "Owa, Sasuke cares." Sasuke's expression went flat. "I care about passing, sure." The gate opened. Teams vanished into green darkness. The forest of death swallowed them whole. The first attacks were simple enough. Ambushes. Traps. Genin thinking Team 7 looked young enough to rob quickly. Sasuke handled the first group. Sakura spotted the second trap before Naruto stepped on it. Naruto accidentally set off the third and solved it by creating enough shadow clones to make the attackers regret every choice they had made that morning. For a few hours, it almost felt like they could do this. Then the grass ninja found them. At first, Naruto only knew something was wrong because the forest went quiet. Not normal quiet, predator quiet, the kind of silence that came when every small living thing had already fled. A long shadow moved between the trees. The grass ninja stepped into view with a smile that did not belong on their face. Such energetic children! Naruto's stomach turned. Sasuke's hand went to his kunai pouch. Sakura stiffened. The stranger's eyes moved over them and stopped on Sasuke. Then Naruto, the smile widened. "Oh!" Something cold slid through Naruto's body. Not killing intent like Zabuza, not grief like Haku. This was curiosity with teeth. The stranger attacked. Everything broke apart. Sasuke moved fast, but the grass ninja moved like a nightmare wearing skin. Their necks stretched too far. Their body bent wrong. Kunai became useless. Substitutions failed. Trees exploded. Sakura was thrown aside. Naruto hit a trunk hard enough to crack bark. Pain burst through his back. He slid down, gasping. The stranger loomed over Sasuke, tongue sliding across lips that were not lips anymore. Naruto saw fear on Sasuke's face. Real fear, not anger sharpened into focus. Fear that did something to him. Naruto rose. "Hey!" The grass ninja glanced back. Naruto formed the seal. Multi-shadow clone jutsu, the forest filled with orange. Dozens of Narutos attacked from every angle. Some threw shuriken, some tackled, some yelled nonsense to distract. It was messy and overwhelming, and exactly the kind of chaos Naruto understood. For 1 second, it worked. Then the stranger's killing intent opened. The clones froze. Naruto froze with them. He saw death, not as an idea, not as a battlefield risk. He saw himself cut open. Sakura broken. Sasuke taken apart. All of it delivered by a smiling thing that wanted to know what sound they would make. His clones popped one by one. The real Naruto fell to one knee. Sasuke shook too, trapped under the pressure. The stranger approached him. "Such eyes," they whispered. Naruto's breath came ragged. "Move." He could not. "Move, brat." Grimmjow's voice scraped through him, irritated now. Naruto's fingers dug into dirt. The fox stirred behind its bars, angry at the pressure invading its container. Red chakra sparked. Blue instinct answered. Naruto's skin prickled pale along one arm. The grass ninja's head snapped toward him. Interesting. They vanished. A kick drove Naruto through 2 branches and into the ground. The world went white with pain. When he blinked through it, the stranger stood above him, head tilted. "You are not merely the Nine-Tails vessel." Naruto tried to push up, a foot pressed between his shoulders. "Stay." The word hit like a command. Something in Naruto hated it, not feared, hated. His nails lengthened against the soil. The stranger leaned down, eyes gleaming. Something else nests in you, how greedy Konoha has become. Naruto snarled. The sound did not feel human. For the first time, the grass ninja looked genuinely delighted. Then Sasuke attacked. Not because he had conquered fear, because he was angry Naruto had moved first. Fire lit the forest. The stranger laughed through it. The fight turned. Sasuke burned them, not enough to win, but enough to force the truth to peel back. Orochimaru revealed himself, one of the legendary Sannin. Naruto did not know enough to fear the name properly. His body did. Orochimaru marked Sasuke with the cursed seal while Naruto watched helplessly from the dirt. Sasuke screamed. Sakura shouted his name. Naruto moved again. Too late. Orochimaru vanished after one long look back at Naruto. Not at Sasuke, at Naruto. A second hunger, the Sannin murmured. How fascinating! Then he was gone. Naruto crawled to Sasuke's side, shaking. Sakura was crying but working, trying to check Sasuke's pulse with hands that would not stay steady. Naruto looked at the black marks spreading from Sasuke's neck. His stomach twisted. He had been strong in wave, fast in wave, scary in wave. Here, against something truly beyond him, he had been a bug pinned to bark. Deep inside, Grimmjow laughed softly, not mocking, approving. Now you get it. Naruto hated him for that. The rest of the forest passed in exhaustion and violence. Sakura kept them alive when both boys were down. Naruto woke to find her hair cut short, hands bloodied, eyes fierce in a way he had never seen before. Sound Genin lay beaten around the clearing. Lee had been there. Ino Shikacho had helped. Sasuke had woken with the curse mark crawling over his skin like black fire and a smile too cruel for his face. Naruto had seen that smile, not on Sasuke, on himself, reflected in broken ice. It scared him more on Sasuke. When Sasuke crushed an enemy's arms, Naruto grabbed him. Sasuke, stop. For 1 second, cursed eyes met blue. Naruto felt the thing in Sasuke, recognized the thing in him, not the same, but cousins, maybe, in the ugly family of power that liked pain because pain meant proof. Sasuke looked at Sakura. The mark receded. Naruto let out a breath he had not known he was holding. After that, they moved more carefully. Sakura led when thinking mattered. Sasuke watched shadows. Naruto made clones to scout, complain, and occasionally trigger traps so the real team did not have to. They got their second scroll. They reached the tower. They passed. Naruto should have celebrated louder. He tried. But when he saw the list of teams who survived, when he saw how many were gone, how many had limped in bleeding or not at all, the cheer stuck in his throat. The Chunin exams were not a game. They had never been a game. He had just been the last one to understand. The preliminaries smelled like blood and disinfectant. Too many genin had passed the second stage, so the examiners decided to cut the number down immediately. One-on-one fights. No time to recover. No chance to pretend the forest had not left marks on everyone. Naruto leaned against the railing beside Sakura and Sasuke. Sasuke's curse mark had been sealed by Kakashi, but Naruto could still feel something wrong under his skin. Not in a censor way. In a familiar way, a hunger forced quiet. Naruto looked away before Sasuke caught him staring. The fights began. Sasuke fought first and won without using his Sharingan, though Naruto could tell it cost him. Sakura and Ino fought until both collapsed, and Naruto shouted himself hoarse cheering because Sakura had never looked more like someone who refused to be dismissed. Then his name came up. Naruto Uzumaki vs. Kiba in Uzuka. Kiba grinned from the floor below. Naruto grinned back. This was good. Kiba was loud. Kiba was annoying. Kiba smelled like dog and confidence. Kiba was someone Naruto could fight without feeling the world tilt under him. Mostly. The match started. Kiba was faster. That was the first problem. Akamaru made it worse. Naruto got hit. A lot. He made clones. Kiba tore through them. Akamaru transformed into Kiba. 2 Kibas became 4 angles of pain and insult. Still dead last. Kiba shouted, driving a heel into Naruto's shoulder. Naruto rolled, spat blood, and came up laughing, not Grimmjow's laugh, his own. Yeah, then why are you working so hard? Kiba's eye twitched. The fight turned messy after that. Naruto used transformation tricks, clones, cheap shots. A fart that would unfortunately become legend. Kiba lost his rhythm, lost his nose, lost his temper, and finally lost the match when Naruto slammed an improvised combo into him hard enough to end it. The crowd went silent. Then some laughed, some cheered. Naruto stood over Kiba, panting, bruised, grinning. For once it felt simple. He had won as himself, no claws, no white skin, no voice telling him to finish anything. Just Naruto Uzumaki, dead last no more. Then he looked up and saw Gaara watching. The red-haired boy's face did not change. But the sand in his gorge shifted. Naruto's grin faded. Gaara fought Rock Lee. Naruto never forgot it. At first he thought he understood strength. Sasuke was strong. Kakashi was strong. Zabuza had been strong. Orochimaru had been something above strength, something that made the word feel childish. But Lee was different. Lee had no bloodline, no beast, no strange second soul, no demon in his stomach, no dead warrior in his shadow, no eyes that copied the world. He had effort, pure, brutal, impossible effort. When the weights dropped and cracked the floor, Naruto felt his mouth fall open. Lee moved faster than sight. Gaara's sand followed too slowly. For the first time, the red-haired boy looked surprised. Naruto leaned over the railing, fists clenched. "Go," he whispered. Lee hit Gaara again and again, breaking through the defense no one had touched. The arena shook. The crowd roared. Even Sasuke stared openly. Naruto felt something painful and bright in his chest. Hope. Then Gaara's sand caught Lee. The fight did not end. It was crushed. Lee gave everything. Gaara broke him anyway. When the sand wrapped around Lee's arm and leg, Naruto felt the air vanish from his lungs. The sound of bones cracking was too clear. Gai-sensei moved, stopped the killing blow, held Lee like the world had ended. Gaara stood untouched enough, not unhurt, untouched where it mattered. Naruto stared at him, a vessel of something neither chose. That was what he had thought when their eyes first met. But Gaara was not like him. Was he? Naruto had people now, Iruka, Team 7, maybe even Kakashi in his lazy way. Gaara looked at Pain and saw proof that he existed. Naruto felt Grimmjow stir. That one's all whole. Naruto swallowed. "What does that mean?" he whispered. No answer. Only the memory of a perfect black circle in a dead man's chest. The invasion came wearing the mask of an exam. By then, Naruto had trained with Jiraiya. Not enough. Never enough. The old man had arrived loud, shameless, and impossible to ignore. He called himself a super pervert before he called himself a Sannin, which made Naruto distrust him on principle until he learned the man could summon giant toads and had known the fourth Hokage. Then Naruto listened, sometimes. Jiraiya fixed the seal Orochimaru had disturbed. He taught summoning. He threw Naruto off a cliff to make him call on Kurama's chakra, which Naruto planned to complain about for the rest of his natural life. But Jiraiya also noticed. Of course he did. The first time Naruto's skin hardened under stress during training, Jiraiya's joking face vanished. What was that? Naruto rubbed his arm. What was what? Don't play dumb, kid. You're bad at it. Naruto looked away. Jiraiya studied him for a long moment, then said nothing more. That scared Naruto more than yelling would have. By the final exam, Naruto had more chakra control, a toad contract, and the uneasy knowledge that Jiraiya was watching him like a mystery he did not enjoy. Naruto beat Neji, not with claws, not with hollow instinct. With stubbornness, a hidden tunnel, Kurama's chakra, and the refusal to accept a world where destiny got the final word. When Neji fell, Naruto stood over him and said what he needed to say. That people could change. That losers could beat geniuses. That being born into pain did not mean dying inside it. As he said it, he thought of Gaara. He did not know why. Then feathers fell over the stadium, genjutsu, sleep, invasion. Everything became movement and shouting. Orochimaru revealed himself. The Hokage was trapped in a barrier. Sand and sound attacked. Sasuke chased Gaara. Naruto chased Sasuke, because of course he did. Sakura came with him, so did Shikamaru until he did the smartest thing possible and pretended to be too tired to continue after doing exactly enough. The forest beyond the stadium blurred around them. By the time Naruto reached Sasuke, the fight had already gone wrong. Gaara was changing, not fully, not yet, but enough. Sand armor cracked around a face twisted by pain and madness. One arm had become monstrous, huge and clawed, veins of sand and chakra pulsing through it. His voice broke between child and beast. Sasuke stood in front of him, exhausted, curse mark restrained but body failing. The Chidori had hurt Gaara, it had also made him worse. Naruto landed beside Sasuke. "You look terrible," Sasuke glared. "You're late. You're welcome." Gaara's head snapped toward Naruto, his eyes widened. "You!" Naruto froze. The voice was not just Gaara's. Something behind it pressed forward, vast and unstable. Shukaku. The name arrived from Kurama as a snarl of disgust. "Raccoon dog." Naruto blinked. "Now you talk." Kurama did not answer. Gaara laughed. It was not happy. "You're like me." Naruto's jaw tightened. "No." Gaara's sand arm flexed. "Yes, they hate you, they fear you, they look at you and see the thing inside." Naruto's hands curled. Sakura, caught by Gaara's sand moments later, cried out. Naruto's world narrowed. Gaara pinned her against a tree, sand tightening. Sasuke tried to move, failed. Naruto saw Sakura's face twist in pain. Something inside him opened. Kurama's chakra rose first, hot and red, burning through his coils. Then Grimmjow's presence surged beneath it, not taking control, not yet, but pressing close enough for Naruto to feel teeth behind his smile. Gaara grinned. "Yes, show me!" Naruto's skin cracked along his jaw. Bone-white fragments appeared, small at first, then larger. His fingers bent, nails lengthening into claws. His eyes sharpened blue beneath the red wash of Kurama's chakra. The two powers did not mix. They scraped against each other inside him, fox rage and hollow hunger, both answering the same command: protect, fight, win. Naruto lowered himself to all fours for one breath. Sasuke stared. "Naruto?" Naruto launched. The ground broke behind him. He hit Gaara before the sand fully rose. For the first time, Gaara moved backward. Naruto's claws tore across sand armor, not cutting skin yet, but gouging deep grooves through the automatic defense. Gaara laughed, delighted and furious. Sand surged. Naruto twisted through it faster than before, low and savage, clones bursting around him in waves. Some clones came out normal. Some came out with faint white cracks across their cheeks. That scared everyone, even Naruto. But Sakura was trapped, and fear could wait. Gaara's monstrous arm smashed through a dozen clones. Naruto appeared beneath it and drove an uppercut into his jaw. Bone-white knuckles struck sand. The armor cracked. Gaara's head snapped back. Blood appeared at the corner of his mouth. A single drop. The forest went silent around it. Gaara touched the blood. His face changed, not anger, wonder, then hatred. "You hurt me." Naruto panted, white fragments spreading across one side of his face like a broken mask. "Let her go." Gaara screamed. Shukaku's power erupted. The partial transformation became larger, uglier, more unstable. Trees snapped under sand pressure. Sakura cried out as the grip tightened. Naruto felt control slipping. Grimmjow's voice came sharp and thrilled. "Good, he can take it. Hit harder." Kurama snarled from behind the bars, "Do not lose to that thing." For one horrible second, their desires lined up. Naruto smiled. Gaara saw it and smiled back. Two vessels, two monsters. Two lonely boys watching the human parts of themselves get buried under things that wanted to fight. Then Sakura gasped. Small, weak, human, Naruto's smile vanished. He bit his own lip hard enough to bleed. No, he formed the seal. His claws made it awkward. He did it anyway. Multi-shadow clone jutsu? A storm of Narutos filled the trees. They attacked not to kill, but to reach Sakura. Gaara crushed them by the dozens. Naruto felt every dispelled memory flash through him: pain, impact, sand, air forced from lungs, but he kept sending more. One clone cut Sakura free. Another caught her. Sasuke dragged her back with the last of his strength. Naruto stood between them and Gaara. Now there was no hostage, only the fight. Grimmjow surged. Now Naruto let him closer, not all the way, never all the way, but enough. The white mask fragment spread over half his face, jagged along the edge, one blue eye burning through it. His posture changed, shoulders low, fingers loose. Smile sharp, Gaara lunged, Naruto met him, they tore through the forest, sand armor against hyauro-hard skin, claws against automatic defense. Red chakra burning around Naruto in flickers, blue-white pressure cracking through it in bursts. He could not overpower Shukaku, not really, but he could keep moving. Keep cutting. Keep forcing Gaara to react instead of crush, then Gaara transformed further. The raccoon dog shape rose huge and terrible among broken trees. Naruto stared upward. "Oh, come on!" Sasuke, barely conscious behind him, gave a weak laugh that might have been a cough. Naruto summoned Gamabunta by accident, desperation, and more chakra than sense. The boss toad was not pleased. The battle became absurdly large, toad against tailed beast, forest flattened, sand and water and claws and chakra filling the sky. Naruto clung to Gamabunta's head, yelling plans that barely counted as plans. Transformation. A giant fox shape. A massive tackle. Anything to wake Gaara from the jutsu. But when Naruto finally reached Gaara, when both boys hung in the air for one decisive heartbeat, he did not use claws. He punched him, forehead to forehead, fist to face. Human to human, they crashed down. Naruto crawled through dirt toward Gaara with the last strength in his body. The mask fragment crumbled from his face piece by piece. Gaara lay ahead, unable to move, eyes wide with something like terror. Naruto dragged himself closer. Gaara stared at him. "Why?" he whispered. "Why are you so strong?" Naruto thought of Uruka's hand on his head. Kakashi's lazy voice telling him a team would pull him back. Sakura feeding him during the bell test. Sasuke standing in front of needles. Jiraiya hiding worry behind bad jokes. He thought of a fox that hated him and a stranger that wanted him to stop running. He thought of all the ways loneliness had almost made him something else. "Because they saved me," Naruto said. Gaara did not understand, not yet, but the words entered him anyway. Temari and Kankuro carried Gaara away. He did not resist. Naruto collapsed. The village survived. The third Hokage did not. Konoha mourned beneath gray skies. Naruto stood in the funeral crowd with Team 7, black clothes stiff and uncomfortable against his skin. Rain fell softly. No one joked. No one shouted. Even the children understood that something enormous had left the world. Hiruzen Sarutobai's portrait stood above them all. Old man. Naruto's throat hurt. He had so many questions still. Questions the Hokage had never answered. Questions Naruto had been angry about. Questions he had planned to shout someday when he was strong enough to demand the truth from everyone. Now the old man was gone, and Naruto was left with a village that had survived again by losing someone who had tried, however imperfectly, to protect it. After the funeral, people looked at Naruto differently, not kindly, not exactly. Some had seen the fight. Some had heard stories already twisting larger with every retelling. Naruto against Gaara, Naruto with a white mask, Naruto with claws, Naruto smiling while the demon of the sand bled. Nobody called him dead last now. That should have felt good. It did not, because the old fear in their eyes had changed shape. Before, they feared what they thought he was. Now, some feared what they had seen him become. Naruto walked through the village in silence. For once, nobody told him to lower his voice. That made it worse. At the training ground, he found Jiraiya waiting. The Sannin stood near the posts, arms folded, face more serious than Naruto liked. "You pushed it too far," Jiraiya said. Naruto looked away. "I won." "That's not what I said." Naruto's hands clenched. Sakura was trapped. "I know." Sasuke was down. "I know." "Then what was I supposed to do?" Jiraiya sighed. The sound was tired, old in a way Naruto had not expected from him. "You did what you had to," Jiraiya said, "but that other power answered too easily." Naruto touched his jaw. No white fragments remained, but the skin still felt tight, like something underneath remembered the shape. "What is it?" Jiraiya did not answer. Naruto looked up sharply. You know something? I know enough to be worried. That's not an answer. No, Jiraiya said. It isn't. Naruto's anger rose. For once, Jiraiya let it, then the Sannin crouched so they were closer to eye level. Listen to me, kid. The Nine Tails is chakra. Huge, hateful, dangerous chakra, but chakra. It runs through seals, coils, systems I understand. His eyes sharpened. What's under that? The thing that hardens your skin and changes your instincts. That is not moving like chakra. Naruto's mouth went dry. Then what is it? I don't know yet. Naruto hated how honest that sounded. Jiraiya placed a heavy hand on his shoulder. But I'm going to find out. For a moment, Naruto wanted to tell him everything. The voice, the blue eyes, the hole in the stranger's chest, the name he had felt but not heard. Instead, he looked away. What if everyone's right? Jiraiya frowned. About what? Naruto's voice dropped. What if I am a monster? The wind moved through the training ground. Jiraiya's grip tightened. Monsters don't ask that question. Naruto wanted to believe him. He almost did. Then, deep inside, beneath the fox's cage, Grimmjow chuckled. Not cruel, not kind, waiting. Naruto closed his eyes. Across the village, bells tolled for the dead Hokage. And in the silence after each ring, Naruto could feel the shape of his own grin from the fight, still haunting his face long after it was gone. Chapter 5, The Valley's Grind. Naruto learned that villages could be loud even when they were grieving. Konoha did not stop after the third Hokage's funeral. It could not. Roofs had to be rebuilt, walls had to be repaired, hospital beds had to be emptied for the next crisis. Missions still came in. Children still needed feeding. Shinobi still stood guard on gates that had already failed once. The village moved because stopping would mean admitting how badly it had been hurt. Naruto understood that better than he wanted to. He moved too. He trained in the morning until his lungs burned. He took small missions with Team 7 when Kakashi was cleared for duty. He ate at Ikaraku and laughed too loudly when Iame teased him for ordering enough ramen to frighten the supply chain. He shouted about becoming Hokage whenever the silence got too close, but the village had changed. Or maybe it had simply stopped hiding what it had always been. People no longer looked at Naruto like a dirty secret. Now they looked at him like an unanswered question. A few were kinder. That was the strange part. A grocer who used to pretend not to hear him suddenly gave him extra fruit. A mother who once pulled her child away now offered a stiff nod. A Chunin Naruto barely recognized clapped him on the shoulder and said he had fought well during the invasion. Naruto wanted to enjoy that. He really did. But others watched him with quiet caution, and their caution felt heavier than the old hatred. Hatred was simple. It had heat. It could be shouted at. It could be turned into a promise. This new fear was colder. It lived in pauses, in conversations that died when he came near, in eyes that dropped to his hands as if waiting for claws. Once, Naruto passed a group of academy children playing near a fence. One boy threw a wooden kunai too hard and it bounced into Naruto's path. Naruto picked it up and held it out with a grin. Nice throw, the boy stared at him. Then at Naruto's fingers. Then he ran back to his friends without taking the kunai. Naruto stood there holding the toy weapon, smile frozen on his face. A girl eventually crept forward, grabbed it, whispered, "Thank you," and fled too. Naruto laughed after them. "Kids, right?" he said to no one. No one answered. That night, he sat in his apartment and stared at his hands until the room went dark. No claws, no white skin, no monster, just hands. The problem was that Naruto remembered how easily they had changed. Jiraiya dragged him out of Konoha 3 days later. Naruto called it kidnapping. Jiraiya called it field assessment. Tsunade called it getting the brat out from under everyone's feet. Though she had only been Hokage for a few days, and already looked like she wanted to throw the hat into a river. The search for Tsunade had happened fast and ugly. Naruto had gone with Jiraiya to find her because Konoha needed a Hokage, and because Naruto needed something to chase that was not his own thoughts. They found her gambling, drinking, and carrying grief like a blade under her ribs. Naruto disliked her immediately, then admired her, then shouted at her, then nearly died proving a point to her. That was how most of Naruto's important relationships started. Orochimaru had come too, of course he had. The fight against the Sannin had shown Naruto the difference between strong and legendary. Jiraiya poisoned and still standing. Tsunade shaking but unbroken. Orochimaru smiling with dead eyes and too many plans. Kabuto cutting through bodies like anatomy was an argument he had already won. Naruto had used the Rasengan for the first time in real combat. A shape of pure chakra, concentrated, held, forced into the world by stubbornness, and a training balloon method that had nearly made him hate water. When the Rasengan slammed into Kabuto, Naruto felt the clean impact of shaped chakra in a way his instincts understood. It was not like claws, not like Kurama's cloak, not like the blue-white pressure under his skin. It was his. Messy, unfinished, but his, that mattered. Tsunade returned to Konoha and took the hat. Naruto pretended he had never doubted her. Tsunade pretended she believed him. Then she punched him through a wall for calling her grandma in front of an administrative council. Konoha began to breathe again, not heal, not yet, but breathe. And Jiraiya, apparently deciding Naruto breathing was inefficient, took him to a training ground outside the village and tried to kill him with exercises. Again, Jiraiya said. Naruto lay face down in dirt. I died already? Then haunt the target. Naruto lifted his head enough to glare. That doesn't even make sense. It will when you're wiser. I don't want to be wise. I want lunch. Jiraiya crouched in front of him. You want control. Naruto's mouth shut. The wind moved through the trees. Jiraiya's expression had lost all its usual foolishness. That always made Naruto uncomfortable. He could handle the pervert. He could handle the jokes. He could handle the old man pretending not to care. Serious Jiraiya meant something was wrong. You've got 3 powers pulling on you, Jiraiya said. Your own chakra, the fox's chakra, and whatever that second thing is. Naruto pushed himself up slowly. You said it wasn't chakra. It isn't moving like chakra, Jiraiya corrected, but it interacts with your body. That means there's a bridge somewhere. A bridge? Everything that affects the physical world leaves a path. Maybe not chakra coils, maybe not Tenketsu, but something. Jiraiya tapped Naruto's forehead. And if something has a path, a seal can touch it. Naruto frowned. So you can seal it. Jiraiya's eyes sharpened. You want me to? The question hit harder than Naruto expected. He should have said yes. A smart person would have said yes. Seal the strange voice. Seal the claws. Seal the smile that came during fights and made people go quiet afterward. But Naruto thought of wave. Haku's needles stopping shallow. Sasuke alive because Naruto had kept moving. He thought of Gaara's sand cracking under his claws. Sakura breathing because he had reached her in time. He thought of the street in winter, adults running from him for once instead of toward him. His hands curled. No, he said quietly. Jiraiya did not look surprised. Why? Naruto hated that question. Because, he swallowed. Because sometimes it helps. Lots of dangerous things help. I know, do you? Naruto stood. I know it scares people. I know it scares me. But if I didn't have it, Sakura might be dead. Sasuke might be dead. I might be dead. Jiraiya listened. Naruto's voice rose. And everyone keeps talking like the power is the problem, but the problem is always someone trying to hurt my friends first. Jiraiya's face softened a fraction. That's not wrong. Naruto blinked. It's also not enough. Naruto looked away. Jiraiya stood and tossed him a canteen. I'm not going to seal it away today. Today, don't get comfortable. Jiraiya folded his arms. But if you insist on keeping teeth, you learn when not to bite. Deep inside, Grimmjow chuckled. Naruto stiffened. Jiraiya saw it. He talked to you? Naruto's stomach dropped. For a second, lying rose automatically. Then he remembered Kakashi on the steps in Wave. A team pulls you back. Naruto gripped the canteen tighter. Sometimes. Jiraiya's expression did not change. What does he say? Naruto hesitated. He tells me to stop being scared. Jiraiya was quiet for a long time. That sounds useful. Naruto looked up. Jiraiya's eyes were hard now. That's why it's dangerous. The first time Jiraiya tried to touch the second signature with a seal, Kurama tried to bite him through Naruto's stomach. Not physically. But Naruto felt it. A hot red surge slammed against the inside of the seal the moment Jiraiya's ink brushed Naruto's skin. Naruto doubled over, gasping, hands pressed to his abdomen. Jiraiya jumped back. What happened? Naruto's vision blurred. Inside, water rose around his knees. Kurama's cage towered above him, bars rattling under the fox's fury. He digs where he should not, Kurama snarled. Naruto clutched his stomach in the real world and glared in the mindscape. He's trying to help. He is trying to reach what sits beneath my prison. From the dark beyond the cage light, Grimmjow laughed. Possessive, Kurama's tails lashed. You are rot. Grimmjow stepped close enough for Naruto to see the edge of his grin. And you're a chained animal calling the room yours. The cage shook. Naruto shoved himself between them, which was stupid in a place where one was a giant fox and the other was a dead predator with a hole in his chest. But stupidity had carried him this far. Both of you stop. Kurama's eyes burned down at him. Grimmjow tilted his head. Naruto pointed at the darkness first. You don't get to pick fights in my head, then at the cage. And you don't get to attack people helping me. Kurama lowered its muzzle until its breath rolled over Naruto like furnace wind. You think he is helping? The fox growled. You think seals are kindness? Humans make cages and call them protection. Naruto flinched. That one landed, Kurama saw it and smiled without joy. Grimmjow's grin faded slightly. For a moment, all three were quiet. Naruto looked at the bars, at the seal tag, at the giant creature behind it that had destroyed his village and yet had never chosen to be trapped in him either. Then he looked toward the dark, where Grimmjow stood free because no one had yet built a cage with his name on it. Naruto's voice lowered. I don't want another cage. In the real world, his breathing steadied. Jiraiya watched carefully as Naruto opened his eyes. No sealing him away, Naruto said. Jiraiya's jaw tightened. Kid, no. Control, fine. Training, fine, but no cage. Jiraiya stared at him. Naruto expected anger. Instead, the Sanin sighed like the answer hurt because he respected it. All right. Naruto blinked. All right? For now. Jiraiya pointed at him. But if you lose control and start hurting people who aren't enemies, I will stop you. Naruto nodded. That was fair, scary, but fair. Deep inside, Grimmjow made a low sound. Not approval, not exactly, but something close enough. Kurama said nothing. Sasuke grew quieter after Tsunade became Hokage. That should have been impossible because Sasuke had already been the quietest person Naruto knew, but somehow he managed it. He trained alone more often, answered Sakura less, snapped at Naruto faster. His eyes lingered on Naruto's hands during sparring, on his jaw, on the places where white fragments had appeared against Gaara. Naruto tried to ignore it. He was bad at ignoring things. One evening, after a mission that involved escorting a merchant and absolutely no enemy ninja, Naruto found Sasuke at Training Ground 3. The Uchiha was throwing shuriken at a line of targets in the dark. Every hit was perfect. That seemed to make him angrier. Naruto leaned against a tree. You know, normal people sleep. Sasuke threw another shuriken bullseye. Go away. Can't. This is where I came to practice. There are other training grounds, but this one has you being dramatic in it. Sasuke's hand twitched toward another shuriken. Naruto grinned, then Sasuke turned. The grin faded. There was something ugly in Sasuke's face, not cursed mark ugly, not Orochimaru's black pattern. This was quieter, deeper, like a wound that had learned to stand upright and wear a clan crest. You think this is funny? Naruto straightened. No. Then stop acting like everything is a joke. Naruto's mouth opened, closed. The smart thing would have been to leave. Naruto did not like smart things when people he cared about were hurting. What's wrong with you? Sasuke laughed once. Sharp wrong. What's wrong with me? Naruto stepped forward. Yeah, ever since the exams, you've been looking at everyone like they're in your way. They are. Naruto flinched. Sasuke's eyes narrowed. You don't get it. I get more than you think. No, you don't. Sasuke's voice rose. You get power handed to you every time you're desperate. Fox chakra. That white mask. Whatever else crawls out when you're about to lose. Naruto went still. Sasuke continued, each word colder. You act like you're struggling, but when it matters, something saves you. The air between them changed. Naruto's hands curled. "You think I asked for this? I think it makes you stronger." "It scares people." "Good." Naruto stared at him. Sasuke's face was pale in the moonlight, eyes dark and furious. "If they're scared, they see you. If they're scared, they know you matter." Naruto's anger faltered, because beneath the cruelty he heard the grief. The last Uchiha, the genius, the boy everyone pitied from a safe distance, poor Sasuke, powerful Sasuke, alone Sasuke. Naruto took a breath. "Sasuke, don't. I'm not your enemy." Sasuke's eyes flashed red. "No, you're not strong enough to be." That did it. Naruto moved. Sasuke met him halfway. The spar turned real in 3 exchanges. Fist, kick, block, sweep. Shuriken flashing too close, kunai ringing against kunai. Naruto made clones. Sasuke cut through them. Naruto came low, fingers almost curved, and Sasuke's Sharingan tracked him with cold precision. "Use it," Sasuke snapped. Naruto drove a punch toward his ribs. Sasuke blocked. "Use it," Naruto growled. "I'm not doing this." Sasuke slammed a knee into his stomach and sent him skidding back. "Because you can't control it," Naruto coughed, then stood. "Because I don't want to hurt you." Sasuke froze. For 1 second, the boy underneath the anger looked out. Then the anger swallowed him again. "Then you'll never catch up." He vanished into the trees. Naruto almost followed, did not, because part of him wanted Sasuke to turn around and keep fighting, and that part was smiling. Itachi Uchiha returned to Konoha like a shadow from a nightmare. Sasuke had never escaped. Naruto did not see the first confrontation. He heard about it in pieces afterward. 2 men in black cloaks with red clouds. Kakashi in the hospital. Asuma and Kurenai shaken. Sasuke gone after them with a look that made Sakura cry before she understood why. Jiraiya found Naruto first. "We're leaving," the Sannin said. Naruto, halfway through ramen, looked up with noodles hanging from his mouth. "Wah, now. Why?" "Because dangerous people are looking for you." Naruto swallowed too fast and choked. "Looking for me?" Jiraiya's face was serious. Naruto stood. Then Sasuke found them at the hotel. No, not Sasuke. Something wearing Sasuke's face after it had been dragged through hell. His eyes were wide, not with fear but with obsession. He barely looked at Naruto. Barely saw Jiraiya. His whole world narrowed to the man at the end of the hall. Itachi Uchiha stood there calm as winter. Beside him was a tall, blue-skinned man with a sword wrapped in bandages and a grin that made Naruto's instincts prickle. Kasame. Naruto did not know the name yet. He knew Predator when he saw it. Sasuke attacked Itachi. It was not a fight. That was what made Naruto sick. Sasuke threw everything he had, and Itachi dismantled him with movements so small they felt insulting. Chidori screamed in Sasuke's hand. Itachi caught his wrist and broke the charge like snuffing a candle. Then Sasuke screamed, not from the wrist, from something in his mind. Genjutsu? Naruto felt nothing from it directly, but his own mindscape shuddered in response, as if Kurama had turned toward the scent of a familiar kind of violation. Sharingan tier Genjutsu hits the mind. No hard skin could stop that. No claws. No mask. Naruto understood the rule in his bones before anyone taught it to him. He lunged. Kasame moved to intercept. Samehada came down. Naruto threw up his arm. The wrapped blade hit like a living wall and tore chakra out of him so violently his knees buckled. Kurama snarled. But the deeper power beneath Naruto's skin did not drain. It did not run through chakra coils. Naruto's arm flashed pale. Samehada scraped across hardened skin and recoiled with a hungry, irritated twitch, as if it had bitten stone expecting meat. Kasame's grin widened. "Well now, that's new." Naruto's nails lengthened. Jiraiya's voice cracked like a whip. "Naruto, back!" The hallway exploded into movement. Jiraiya entered the fight properly, and the air changed. Toad techniques, sealing pressure, a presence big enough to force even Kasame to respect distance. Itachi chose retreat, not because he could not continue, but because the mission no longer favored staying. Naruto barely cared. He crawled to Sasuke. "Sasuke!" Sasuke lay shaking, eyes open and seeing something that was not the hallway. Naruto reached for him. Sasuke's hand snapped up and grabbed his wrist. Hard, his eyes focused for 1 second. Not on Naruto's face, on his arm, where pale hardness was fading, on the proof that even now, Naruto had something strange enough to surprise monsters. Sasuke's grip trembled. Then his eyes rolled back. Naruto sat there, helpless, while Jiraiya checked the hall and hotel guests screamed in distant rooms. Inside him, Grimmjow was silent. That was worse than laughter. Sasuke woke in the hospital and challenged Naruto on the roof. Everything about it felt wrong. The sky was too blue. The laundry lines between buildings moved gently in the wind. Somewhere below, nurses walked through hallways carrying medicine and clean sheets. People were healing under that roof. Trying to, and Sasuke stood across from Naruto with murder in his eyes. "Fight me," Naruto stared. "You just woke up." "Fight me!" No, Sasuke's face twisted. Afraid, Naruto flinched. Wrong word, right target. "I'm not fighting you here." Sasuke moved first. Naruto blocked because he had to. The fight climbed fast, too fast. Sakura arrived and shouted for them to stop. Neither listened. Sasuke's Chidori formed in his hand, lightning screaming. Naruto stared at it. A concentrated shape of chakra, the kind that would cut through hardened skin like normal flesh. He knew that without testing it. His own Rasengan formed in response, not claws, not mask, his technique, his choice. They charged. For one insane heartbeat, Naruto saw exactly where this ended. Chidori through ribs, Rasengan through chest. Two boys who did not know how to say they were hurt using killing techniques because fists were easier than truth. Kakashi stopped them. Both attacks slammed into water towers instead. Sasuke's Chidori punched a clean hole through the front of his tower. Naruto's Rasengan left a small dent in the front of his. Sasuke smirked. Then he saw the back. The entire rear of Naruto's tower was blown open, metal peeled outward like a flower made of violence. Sasuke's face changed. Naruto wished he had not looked, because there it was, not fear. Not jealousy alone, proof. Sasuke had needed proof that leaving was necessary, and Naruto had accidentally handed it to him. Kakashi dragged Sasuke away. Jiraiya found Naruto later sitting beside the damaged tower. "You okay?" Naruto laughed without humor. "Everyone keeps asking that." "Maybe answer one of us." Naruto stared at the hole. "I don't know how to help him." Jiraiya sat beside him. For once, he did not make a joke. "Sometimes you can't help someone who thinks help is humiliation." Naruto's hands tightened. "That's stupid." "Pain usually is." Naruto looked toward the hospital door Sasuke had disappeared through. "I'm going to bring him back." Jiraiya sighed. "I know. You're not going to tell me I can't." "Would it work?" "No." "Then no." Sasuke left at night. Of course he did. People like Sasuke did not slam doors when running from home. They made silence into a weapon and hoped no one loved them loudly enough to follow. Sakura found Naruto before dawn. Her eyes were red, her voice shook. "He's gone." Naruto felt the words land, but for a second they did not make sense. Gone where? Training, hospital, home. Then he saw Sakura's face. The world narrowed. "He went to Orochimaru," she said. Naruto's stomach turned cold. Sakura grabbed his sleeve. "Naruto, please, bring him back." It was the please that broke something. Not because Sakura asked, because she believed he could. Naruto nodded. "I promise." He did not shout it. That made the promise heavier. In canon, Shikamaru gathered a team. This time, Naruto left before anyone could stop him. It was stupid. It was reckless. It was exactly what Sasuke expected him to do and exactly what everyone else feared he would do. Naruto knew that. He went anyway. He tracked badly at first, then better. Shadow clones spread through the forest, searching for broken branches, disturbed dirt, unfamiliar scents. Kiba would have done it better. Neji would have seen farther. Shikamaru would have planned smarter. Naruto had numbers, stubbornness, and something inside him that understood pursuit. Grimmjow did not need to speak. Naruto felt him in the angle of the chase. Low, fast, direct, hunt. The sound 4 slowed him. Not by defeating him, by forcing him to spend himself badly. Jirobo nearly crushed him under earth. Naruto broke free with clones and a Rasengan that left the larger boy unconscious in a crater. Kidomaru's webs caught dozens of clones before Naruto realized hardened skin did not stop being trapped. Teuya's genjutsu nearly dragged him under until Kurama's chakra burned the weaker illusion away, and Grimmjow's irritation sharpened his instincts enough to find the real sound. Saken and Yukon were the worst, bodies splitting and merging wrong, attacks from angles that made no sense. Naruto won each fight by being too much trouble to put down quickly. But every win cost time. Every injury healed too fast and still hurt. By the time he reached the Valley of the End, rain had begun to fall. Sasuke stood on Madara's statue. Naruto stood on Hashirama's. Between them, the waterfall roared. For a moment, neither spoke. Then Naruto shouted because silence hurt too much. "Sasuke!" Sasuke looked down at him. His face was calm now. That was worse than anger. "Go home." Naruto jumped down to the stone below. "So you can go to Orochimaru? Are you stupid?" Sasuke's eyes narrowed. "I'm choosing power. You're choosing a snake creep who bites kids." "I'm choosing the only path that can kill Itachi." Naruto stepped closer. "There are other paths. Not for me." Rain ran down Sasuke's face like tears he would never allow. Naruto's throat tightened. "You don't know that," Sasuke laughed softly. "You still think the world works like that. Work hard, make friends, shout loud enough and pain listens." Naruto flinched. Sasuke's Sharingan opened. "The world doesn't care how badly you want something." Naruto's hands curled. "I care." For 1 second, Sasuke looked almost hurt. Then the curse mark spread. Black fire crawled across his skin. "No," Sasuke said. "You want to save me so you can prove you're not alone." Naruto went still. The waterfall filled the silence. "That's not fair," Naruto whispered. Sasuke's smile was cruel because it had to be. "It's true." Naruto attacked. The fight began as fists. It became everything else. Sasuke was faster than before, curse mark twisting his strength upward, Sharingan reading Naruto's movements before they finished becoming thoughts. Naruto answered with clones, Rasengan feints, dirty tricks, and rage he tried desperately to keep human. They crashed across the statues. Through water. Against stone, Naruto landed a hit. Sasuke landed 3. Sasuke's Chidori cut through a clone and carved stone behind it. Naruto felt the danger in his bones. If that hit him clean, Hyro would not matter. White skin would not matter. Shaped chakra pierced. He adjusted. Sasuke noticed. "You're holding back." Naruto wiped blood from his mouth. "So are you." Sasuke's curse mark darkened. "Not anymore." His body changed. Wings like hands unfolded from his back. His skin shifted. His face became something both powerful and wrong. Humanity stretched thin under borrowed strength. Naruto stared, then laughed once, bitter and broken. "What are we doing?" Sasuke did not answer. He came down like a storm. Naruto called Kurama's chakra. Red cloak formed, one tail lashing behind him. Pain burned through his skin. Sasuke's eyes widened, then hardened. They collided, stone shattered, water exploded upward. Naruto pushed harder. Sasuke pushed back. And beneath the red cloak, Grimmjow rose, not asking, not taking, offering. Naruto felt the shape waiting, the mask, the claws, the grin. He thought of Jiraiya's warning. He thought of Sakura's pleas. He thought of Sasuke saying he was alone like it was a law of nature. Naruto let the power in. Bone-white material crawled across the left side of his face, faster than ever before. It formed jagged edges over his cheek, around one eye, down toward his jaw. Not fragments this time, a mask, incomplete but solid. His fingers lengthened into claws, his posture lowered. Blue pressure threaded beneath the red chakra cloak, the two powers grinding against each other so violently the air around him trembled. Sasuke stared. For the first time, real uncertainty crossed his face. Naruto's voice came rougher. "Come back." Sasuke's Chidori formed. "Naruto?" The sound of his name almost broke the mask by itself. Then Sasuke finished. "You can't stop me." Naruto formed the Rasengan. Red chakra swirled around blue-white pressure, unstable and screaming in his palm. He could feel how dangerous it was, too dangerous. Not a technique, a collision. Grimmjow laughed inside him. Kurama snarled. Naruto held himself together by one thread. They charged across the water. Chidori met Rasengan. Lightning met rotation. Curse mark met cloak. Claw met fist. For one instant, Naruto saw Sasuke not as a rival or a traitor or a genius leaving him behind. He saw a boy standing alone in a blood-soaked hallway that never ended. Naruto reached with his free hand, not to strike, to grab him. Sasuke saw it. His eyes widened. Then the explosion swallowed them both. Naruto woke to rain on his face. For a moment he could not move. Everything hurt. That was almost comforting. Pain meant he was still in his body, still himself, mostly. He lay on the wet stone beneath the statues, one arm numb, ribs burning, throat raw. The mask was gone. The cloak was gone. His fingers were normal. Sasuke stood above him, barely. His curse mark had receded. His clothes were torn. Blood ran down his arm. His face was pale with exhaustion. Naruto tried to speak. Only a rasp came out. Sasuke looked down at him for a long time, then he knelt. Naruto's vision blurred. Was he staying? Had Naruto reached him? Sasuke's hand moved toward Naruto's forehead. For one stupid, hopeful second, Naruto thought he would touch the forehead protector. Instead, Sasuke picked it up from where it had fallen between them. The metal plate was scratched. A single clean line cut across the leaf symbol. Naruto's chest tightened. Sasuke's voice was quiet. "You were the closest." That was all. Not thank you, not sorry, not goodbye. Maybe it was all three in Sasuke's broken language. He set the forehead protector beside Naruto's hand. Then he turned and walked away into the rain. Naruto tried to rise. His body refused. Sasuke. The name vanished under the waterfall. Inside him, Grimmjow was silent. Kurama was silent too. That silence felt like defeat. Naruto's hand dragged across wet stone until his fingers touched the scratched forehead protector. He curled around it. And finally, because no one was there to see, Naruto cried. Kakashi found him at dawn. Naruto did not remember being carried back. He remembered flashes, silver hair, a dog's worried whine, Kakashi's hand checking his pulse, a low curse that did not sound lazy at all. Then Hospital White. Naruto hated Hospital White. It made everything feel already lost. He woke slowly, throat dry, body heavy, left side of his face wrapped in bandages. His chest hurt when he breathed. His arm was splinted even though the bone had already started healing too quickly. Every muscle felt like it had been wrung out and put back wrong. Tsunade stood at the foot of his bed. Jiraiya stood beside the window. That was how Naruto knew things were bad. Tsunade's arms were folded. Her face was controlled in a way that made her anger quieter and more dangerous. Jiraiya did not look at him at first. He watched the village outside with eyes that had seen too many students walk toward darkness and not enough come back. Naruto swallowed. His voice came out broken. Sasuke, neither answered quickly enough. Naruto closed his eyes. He got away. Tsunade's jaw tightened. Yes. The word should have crushed him. It did. But underneath the failure, something else moved. A memory. The mask forming fully across half his face. The red cloak grinding against blue pressure. The moment he had wanted to hit hard enough to make Sasuke stay. And the worst moment after that. When part of him had wanted Sasuke to be strong enough to keep fighting forever. Naruto opened his eyes. Did I hurt anyone else? Tsunade's expression changed. No. The relief nearly knocked him unconscious. Jiraiya finally turned. But you nearly destroyed yourself. Naruto stared at him. Tsunade stepped closer. Kakashi found bone-white tissue around the left side of your face and collarbone. It dissolved before we could preserve a sample. Your chakra coils were inflamed from the fox's cloak, but that wasn't the main issue. Her voice grew colder, clinical, because emotion would make it shake. There were stress fractures along your ribs, jaw, and fingers from the other transformation. Your body is adapting around a power it was not built to hold. Naruto looked at his bandaged hand. Can you fix it? Tsunade and Jiraiya exchanged a glance. Naruto hated that glance. It was the kind adults used when they had already decided a child deserved only half the truth. He forced himself to sit up. Pain stabbed through his ribs. Tsunade moved to push him down. Naruto glared. No, tell me. Jiraiya sighed. Then he pulled a chair to the bedside and sat. No jokes, no grin, no hiding. All right, brat. Naruto's fingers tightened around the blanket. Jiraiya's voice lowered. The fox is not the only thing inside you. You know that already. Naruto nodded. We don't know exactly what the second presence is yet, but after the valley I'm sure of one thing. Jiraiya leaned forward. It has a soul! The room went very still. Naruto's breath caught. A soul? Tsunade's face hardened, but she did not interrupt. Jiraiya nodded. Not a chakra imprint. Not a split personality made by trauma. Not some side effect of the Nine Tails. Something living or once living attached to you beneath the seal. Naruto thought of blue eyes in the dark, a broken mask fragment, a black hole in a chest, a grin in white sand. His voice came small. He has a name. Jiraiya froze. Tsunade's eyes sharpened. Naruto looked down. I think he remembered it. The air in the hospital room felt too thin. Jiraiya spoke carefully. What is it? Naruto opened his mouth. For 1 second the name sat on his tongue like a claw. Deep inside, in the dark beneath Kurama's cage, blue eyes opened, not stopping him. Waiting, Naruto whispered it. Grimmjow. The lights flickered, not from chakra, not from the fox, from something under both. Jiraiya's face went pale in a way Naruto had never seen before. Tsunade looked from him to Naruto. What? Jiraiya stood slowly. I need my notes. Naruto's stomach twisted. What does that mean? Jiraiya looked at him. For once, the old Sannin did not soften the truth. It means, kid, that before I train you for 2.5 years, we need to figure out whether the thing inside you is a weapon. He paused. Naruto felt Grimmjow smile in the dark. Or a ghost that has been waiting for you to become strong enough to hear him. Chapter 6. The panther's voice. Jiraiya's notes did not look like notes. They looked like a madman had tried to cage a storm using ink, string, and bad handwriting. Naruto sat cross-legged in the center of a ceiling circle painted across the floor of an abandoned shrine 3 miles outside Konoha. Candlelight flickered against cracked walls. Old paper charms hung from beams overhead, most of them useless, some of them humming softly when Naruto breathed too deeply. Jiraiya moved around him with a brush in one hand and a scroll in the other, muttering to himself. Tsunade stood near the doorway with her arms folded. She had come personally because the last time Jiraiya had said, "This probably won't kill him," Naruto had been thrown off a cliff. Naruto appreciated that, mostly. "Are you sure this is safe?" Naruto asked. Jiraiya did not look up. "No." Tsunade's eyebrow twitched. Naruto stared. "You're supposed to lie better. I'm being honest. Growth experience. I hate growth. You hate studying different thing." Naruto looked down at the ink lines around him. They formed rings, hooks, mirrored symbols, and strange gaps Jiraiya had refused to explain. Some connected toward Naruto's stomach, where Kurama's seal sat hidden beneath skin. Others curved away from it, searching for something deeper. That was the part Naruto did not like, the deeper part. He had spent his whole life learning that the Nine Tails was the secret everyone kept from him. The monster. The reason. The answer to the village's hatred. Now that answer had a shadow. Grimmjow, the name sat in Naruto's thoughts like a blade left on a table. Jiraiya had spent 2 weeks researching it, not in Konoha's official records. Those had nothing. Not in old Uzumaki sealing fragments, not in Sannin intelligence networks. Nothing with that name, nothing with that kind of spiritual signature. Whatever Grimmjow was, he had not come from any shinobi village. That scared Jiraiya more than any answer would have. "Remember," Jiraiya said, crouching in front of Naruto, "this is not a suppression seal." Naruto nodded. "You said that already." "I'm saying it again because you have a habit of hearing the first half of a sentence and then punching the second half." Tsunade snorted. Naruto frowned. "I don't do that." Both adults looked at him. Naruto looked away. Jiraiya tapped the outer ring with the brush. "This seal won't cage him. It won't drain him. It probably couldn't even if I wanted it to. His power doesn't move through chakra coils. Standard suppression seals slide right off it." "So what does it do?" "It gives us a door." Naruto's throat tightened. Jiraiya's voice softened slightly. "Right now, you meet him by accident, stress, rage, fear, near-death moments. That means he controls the terms, even if he's not fully controlling you." He pointed at Naruto's chest. "This seal gives you a path inward without needing someone to almost kill you first." Naruto tried to grin. Very thoughtful, I like not almost dying. You could have fooled me, Tsunade muttered. Jiraiya placed 2 fingers against Naruto's forehead. Once you're inside, don't pick a fight, Naruto blinked. Why would I pick a fight? Tsunade gave him a flat look. Naruto sighed. Okay, fair. Jiraiya's eyes sharpened. I'm serious. Kurama will be there. Grimmjow will be there. You are not going in to prove anything. You are going in to listen. Naruto's stomach twisted. Listening had never been his strongest skill. But the thought of walking back into that flooded dark, of standing between the fox and the blue-eyed ghost again, made his chest feel too small. What if he attacks? Jiraiya's fingers pressed lightly. Then you get out. What if I can't? Tsunade stepped closer. Then we pull you out. Naruto looked at her. She did not smile, did not soften it, but there was iron in her voice, and Naruto suddenly understood why people followed her even when she looked like she wanted to punch destiny itself. He nodded. All right. Jiraiya began the final hand signs. Ink glowed. The shrine floor trembled. Naruto felt the seal beneath his skin answer, Kurama's prison stirring like a sleeping volcano. Then the outer rings lit blue-white, not chakra blue, something colder, thinner. A color like moonlight on bone. Naruto's breath caught. Deep inside him, something laughed. Finally, the world dropped away. Naruto landed in ankle-deep water. The sewer stretched around him, endless and dim, pipes groaning overhead. The air smelled of rust and rain. Ahead, Kurama's cage loomed, massive bars swallowed by darkness above. The fox was awake. Of course he was. Kurama's red eyes narrowed the moment Naruto appeared. You bring human ink into my prison again. Naruto swallowed. Technically, it's my head. Kurama's lips peeled back. Naruto raised both hands quickly, not picking a fight. Jiraiya said, listening, I'm listening. Then listen well. Kurama's tails shifted behind the bars. The dead thing below us is not your ally. From the dark behind Naruto came a dry laugh. Fox still scared of shadows? Naruto turned. This time Grimmjow did not stay hidden. He stepped from the darkness like he had been waiting for an entrance. Tall, lean, barefoot in the water, as if the sewer belonged to him as much as anyone. Wild blue hair framed a sharp face marked by the broken jawbone fragment on his right cheek. His eyes were exactly as Naruto remembered from reflections, bright, predatory blue, amused by the world's attempt to threaten him. A ragged white jacket hung open over his chest. In the center of him sat a hole, perfectly round, perfectly black, empty in a way that made Naruto's own breath hitch. Grimmjow noticed him staring and grinned. Yeah, everybody looks there first. Naruto forced his eyes back up. You're real. Grimmjow's grin widened, disappointed. I don't know. That's honest, Kurama growled. The name. Grimmjow glanced toward the cage. What about it? You remembered it. Wasn't hard. Kid kept getting into fights worth waking up for. Naruto frowned. I'm right here. Yeah, and? Naruto's irritation helped. It always did. Fear had less room when annoyance took the floor. He stepped closer. Who are you? Grimmjow tilted his head. You said my name already. That's not an answer. It's the only part you get free. Naruto clenched his fists. The water around his ankles rippled. Grimmjow's eyes dropped to the movement, then back to Naruto's face. You want the whole thing? He asked. Fine, but don't start crying halfway through. I don't cry. Kurama snorted. Naruto pointed at the cage. You don't get to comment. Grimmjow laughed. Then he lifted one hand. Blue-white light gathered in his palm, not an attack, a memory. The sewer dissolved. White sand replaced the water. Mundo was emptier than any place Naruto had ever seen. No trees, no village, no sky full of sun, just endless pale desert under an endless dark roof, a dead moon hanging above it like an eye that had forgotten how to blink. Naruto stood beside Grimmjow, but not truly. He could feel that this was memory, not travel. His feet touched sand that was not there. His breath moved through air that belonged to a dead world. In the distance, something screamed, not human, not animal, hungry. Naruto's skin prickled. Grimmjow watched the horizon. This is where I started remembering myself. Shapes moved across the dunes. Hollows, Naruto had no better word. Masks, claws, holes through bodies. Monsters wearing emptiness openly instead of hiding it behind human faces. A smaller one ran from a pack. No, not ran, fought while retreating. It was panther-like, low to the sand, blue eyes blazing beneath a white mask. The pack chased it, bit it, tore at it, tried to swallow it whole. The panther turned and ripped the throat out of the nearest one. Naruto stared. "That was you." Grimmjow's smile was sharp. "Before the face." The memory shifted. The panther became a man-shaped hollow, then something closer to human. Then an Orankar with a broken mask fragment and a number burned into his back. Battles flashed in fragments. Claws through masks, blue seros cutting across white stone, laughter echoing in halls, a throne room full of monsters pretending titles made them kings. Naruto watched Grimmjow fight again and again, not to protect, not to save, to prove, to rise. To never be prey again, and beneath every victory was the whole, always the whole. Naruto touched his own chest without thinking. "What were you missing?" Grimmjow's expression changed, only for a second. Then the grin came back. "Everything." Naruto had no reply. The memory shifted again. A human-looking warrior in black. Orange hair. A sword. A fight that felt different from all the others. Grimmjow's grin in that memory was wider, brighter, almost alive in a way the rest had not been. Naruto understood without explanation. A rival, not like Sasuke exactly, but close enough to hurt. Then the final memory came. The desert, the last fight, the one Naruto had seen in dreams but never fully. Grimmjow cornered, wounded, surrounded, still standing. His final transformation tearing out of him like refusal made flesh. Claws, bone, blue light, a last kill, a last grin, then the pull. Kurama's ceiling, a newborn cry, darkness. Naruto staggered as the sewer returned around him. For a moment no one spoke, even Kurama was silent. Grimmjow stood with his hands in his pockets, looking bored in a way Naruto now knew meant anything but. Naruto swallowed. "You died." "Yeah, and got pulled into me." "Looks that way." "Why?" Grimmjow shrugged. "Big fox, death god, human sacrifice, world cracking open, guess I slipped through." Kurama's eyes burned. "You infested a child." Grimmjow's head snapped toward the cage, his grin vanished. "I was dead." The words hit the sewer hard, not shouted, not defended, just fact. "I didn't crawl in here with a plan. I didn't pick him. I woke up in the dark with you roaring above me and a brat screaming loud enough to annoy the afterlife." Naruto blinked. "That's rude. You were a baby. Babies are rude." Despite himself, Naruto almost laughed, almost. Then he looked at Grimmjow's chest again. "Are you trying to take over?" The question changed the air. Kurama leaned closer behind the bars. Grimmjow looked at Naruto for a long moment. Then he smiled, smaller than usual. "If I wanted your body, kid, you'd know." Naruto's stomach tightened. "That's not a no." "No," Grimmjow said. "It isn't." Kurama snarled. Naruto forced himself not to step back. Grimmjow crouched until they were eye level. "You want honesty? Here, when you fight, I feel alive. When you run toward someone stronger, I remember what having blood meant. When you stop being scared, I wake up more." His eyes sharpened. "So yeah, part of me wants more fights, more power, more of that look people get when they realize you're not prey." Naruto's hands shook. Grimmjow leaned closer. "But taking you over," he snorted. "That's boring. Boring. You think I clawed my way through death to wear some loud brat like a coat?" Grimmjow stood. "If you break, there's nothing worth watching." Naruto stared at him. That was not kindness, not even close. But it was not a lie either. Kurama made a low sound from the cage. "Do not mistake selfish interest for loyalty." Grimmjow looked at the fox. "Don't mistake a cage for wisdom." The old anger rose again. Naruto felt it building between them, two apex creatures in one mind, both too proud to look away first. This time Naruto did not shout. He stepped between them and spoke quietly. "I'm not a prize." Both looked at him. Naruto's voice shook but held. "I'm not your prison. I'm not your second life. I'm not the village demon. I'm not Sasuke's measuring stick. I'm not Jiraiya's problem to solve." The water stilled. "I'm Naruto Uzumaki." Grimmjow watched him. Kurama watched him. Naruto lifted his chin. "And if either of you wants to stay in my head, you follow my rules." Kurama's eyes narrowed. Grimmjow's grin slowly returned. "Big talk." "Yeah," Naruto said. "I'm good at that." For a long moment, nothing happened. Then Grimmjow laughed, real laughter, loud, sharp, delighted. Kurama huffed and turned his head aside, which was probably the closest thing to not disagreeing Naruto had ever gotten from him. The sewer trembled. Jiraiya's voice echoed faintly from far away. "Naruto, time to come back." Grimmjow stepped backward into the dark. Naruto reached after him. "Wait. How do I control it?" Grimmjow paused. The blue eyes glinted. "You don't control hunger by pretending you don't have teeth." Naruto frowned. "That is not helpful. It is if you're not stupid. I'm gonna punch you. Try it next time." The darkness took him. Kurama's voice rumbled as the world faded. "The dead one tells half-truths." Naruto looked back at the cage. "And you?" Kurama's eyes burned. "I tell truths you dislike." Naruto woke gasping in the shrine. The candles had gone out. The seal circle had burned black. Jiraiya knelt in front of him, one hand on Naruto's shoulder, face tight with worry. Tsunade stood ready to strike something she could not see. Naruto breathed once, twice, then he looked at Jiraiya. "He's not a weapon." Jiraiya's eyes narrowed. Naruto swallowed. "He's worse. He's a person." Training changed after that. Before, Jiraiya had trained Naruto like a Jinchuriki with a dangerous side effect. After the shrine, he trained him like a battlefield with legs, 3 presences, 3 sources, 3 ways to lose control. Naruto's chakra was loud and stubborn, like Naruto himself. It wanted big techniques, many clones, direct answers. Kurama's chakra was rage given heat. It burned through limits but hated being guided. Grimmjow's Ryatsu was different. Jiraiya hated the word because it was not his and did not fit any shinobi theory cleanly. But Naruto insisted on using it after dragging it from Grimmjow during 3 nights of arguing in the mindscape. Ryatsu did not flow like chakra. It pressed. It sharpened. It made Naruto's skin harden, his movements drop lower, his instincts tune toward threat and weakness. It answered fear, anger, pursuit, and the thrill of a strong opponent. That last one worried Jiraiya most. "Again," Jiraiya said. Naruto stood in a rocky training field far from any road, panting hard. His shirt was torn. His knuckles were raw. A thin, bone-white patch ran along his left cheek like cracked paint. Across from him, 3 shadow clones of Jiraiya waited, real clones, not illusions. Each carried a staff. Naruto hated the staffs. "Your clones are mean," Naruto said. "They get it from me." One clone attacked. Naruto dodged too wide and took a hit to the ribs. "Too slow," Jiraiya called. Naruto growled and lunged. The white patch spread. His fingers curved. The second clone came from the side. Naruto dropped under the staff and slashed upward. His claws passed through the clone's sleeve and dispersed it. Better. The third clone aimed for his blind side. Naruto felt it, not saw. Felt his body started to turn with a grin. Then he stopped himself. The staff hit his shoulder and knocked him down. Jiraiya frowned. "What was that?" Naruto pushed himself up. "I was going to enjoy it." "So you let yourself get hit." Naruto wiped dirt from his mouth. "I didn't want him choosing." Jiraiya stared at him, then he nodded slowly. "Good." Naruto blinked. "Good, I got hit. You noticed the difference." "That's good." "That's control." Naruto looked at his hand. The claws had faded. A month earlier, he would have thought control meant stopping the transformation. No mask, no claws, no white skin. Now he understood that stopping was only one kind. Sometimes control meant moving with the hunger but not letting it pick the target. Sometimes it meant refusing a clean opening because the opening led somewhere ugly. Sometimes it meant getting hit. Naruto hated that part. Grimmjow hated it more. "Coward move," the voice muttered. Naruto spat to the side. "Shut up." Jiraiya raised an eyebrow. Naruto waved him off. "Not you," comforting. The first year passed in bruises, ink, and arguments. Naruto learned to call a small mask fragment without blacking out. At first, it took anger, then memory, then breathe. He sat under waterfalls while Jiraiya barked instructions from the bank. He held a leaf between his palms and tried to harden his skin without crushing it. He ran through forests blindfolded, tracking thrown stones by sound and pressure. He learned that Hyro could stop raw force, weak blades, low-grade elemental jutsu, but not everything. Jiraiya proved that with a chakra scalpel borrowed from Tsunade. The shaped chakra cut Naruto's hardened forearm like normal skin. Naruto yelped so loudly birds fled. "You did that on purpose." "Yes," Jiraiya said. "Why? So you don't die assuming you're invincible." Naruto clutched his arm. "You could have explained. You learn better bleeding. I hate you." "No, you don't." Naruto did not. That was annoying. They tested fire jutsu next. A low-powered fireball scorched hyroactive skin but did not cut deep. Wind blades were worse if concentrated. Lightning was dangerous when shaped. A plain kunai rarely did much unless aimed at eyes, throat, joints, or places where the hardening failed. Jiraiya made him memorize those weaknesses. "Enemies will figure them out," he said. Naruto rubbed the bandage on his arm. "Haku did." "Exactly. They tested genjutsu too." Weak ones slid off when Naruto's instincts were active. Grimmjow's presence rejecting illusions like bad smells. But when Jiraiya brought in a trusted specialist to use a sharper mind-targeting technique, Naruto dropped to one knee instantly. No skin hardening helped. No claws helped. A direct attack on the mind was still a direct attack on the mind. Naruto hated that lesson most, because it reminded him of Sasuke screaming under Itachi's eyes, and because it meant some doors could not be clawed shut. The second year brought sage training, not full mastery. Jiraiya himself had never perfected it cleanly, and Naruto was impatient enough to make every toad on Mount Myaboku consider early retirement. But the mountain changed him. The air there was old, not dead like Hukomundo's white desert, alive. So alive Naruto could barely sit still. Natural energy brushed against his skin from stone, leaf, water, insect, sky. Everything had presence. Everything breathed. At first Naruto tried to take too much. He always did. Fukasaku smacked him with a stick. "Stillness, boy," Naruto rubbed his head. "I was still. You were vibrating in 7 directions." "That's just my personality." Sage training did not like his personality. It liked patience, balance, awareness without chasing. Naruto was terrible at all 3, but something unexpected happened when he failed. Grimmjow went quiet, not gone. Quiet, natural energy did not feed the hollow instinct the way fear did. It did not care about prey or predator. It simply was. The mountain did not run from Naruto, did not challenge him, did not hate him, did not admire him. It existed. And for reasons Naruto could not explain, that made the hole in Grimmjow's presence feel farther away. One evening, Naruto sat on a stone ledge overlooking endless clouds, orange light spilling across the mountain. His skin held faint sage markings around his eyes for 3 whole breaths before they faded. Fukasaku nodded. "Better." Naruto grinned, then tipped over sideways because he had forgotten to keep balancing. Fukasaku sighed. Progress was progress. In the mindscape that night, Naruto found Grimmjow sitting on a broken pipe above the flooded floor. The hollow looked irritated. "You're quiet here," Naruto said. Grimmjow scowled. "This place stinks of frogs and patience." Naruto laughed. "You hate it." "I hate boring. It helps. It slows you down. It makes me notice things." Grimmjow leaned forward. "Noticing things doesn't win fights." Naruto looked toward Kurama's cage. The fox appeared asleep, though Naruto no longer believed that meant much. Sometimes fights start because nobody noticed anything before it was too late. Grimmjow stared at him, then he looked away. For once, he had no comeback. Naruto treasured that victory more than most sparring wins. By the end of the second year, Naruto could call the mask, not the full thing, not safely, but enough. A jagged half-mask across one side of his face, blue eye burning through the opening, claws forming cleanly without tearing his fingers apart. Hyro active along his arms, chest, and jaw. Short bursts of speed Jiraiya called Sanido after Naruto dragged that word out of Grimmjow too. Bala came before Siro, small, compressed bursts of Reiatsu fired from his fist or claws. Fast, brutal, less destructive than a full beam. Useful for knocking enemies back, breaking weapons, interrupting jutsu. The first time Naruto fired one, it blew apart a boulder and launched him backward into a pond. Jiraiya laughed for 10 minutes. Naruto did not speak to him until dinner. Zero was harder, too much pressure, too much hunger. The gathering point formed at Naruto's palm or mouth, depending on how far he let the instinct rise. Jiraiya banned mouth-fired Zero immediately because, in his words, "Absolutely not, you feral idiot." Naruto argued. Jiraiya won by threatening to tell Tsunade. They practiced palm-fired Zero only under strict seals and far from anything alive. Even then, the recoil cracked Naruto's skin into white patches that took days to fade. "Last resort," Jiraiya said. Naruto nodded, breathing hard as smoke rose from his arm. "Last resort," he repeated. Grimmjow scoffed inside him. Naruto ignored him, mostly. The worst day came when Naruto tried to combine Kurama's cloak and the mask during training. He did not mean to. A spar went too far. Jiraiya pressed him with killing intent stronger than usual. Naruto called the mask. Kurama's chakra surged in answer to Naruto's frustration. For 1 second, red and blue met. Naruto screamed. Not from pain alone, from being pulled apart. Kurama's rage wanted to burn everything down. Grimmjow's hunger wanted to tear everything open. Naruto's own will thinned between them like paper soaked in rain. The ground cracked. The sky above the clearing twisted with pressure. Jiraiya slammed a 5-pronged seal into Naruto's stomach and was thrown backward for his trouble. Naruto hit his knees, half-mask crumbling, red cloak dissolving into steam. When he woke, his skin was cracked in bone-white patches from jaw to collarbone. His hands shook for 2 days. Jiraiya did not yell. That was worse. He sat beside Naruto's bedroll and said, "Never again unless there is no other choice." Naruto nodded. "No other choice," he whispered. Inside, Kurama said nothing. Grimmjow said nothing. That scared Naruto enough to remember. In the final months, Jiraiya stopped treating Grimmjow like an infection. He still did not trust him. That was different. But he began asking Naruto what Grimmjow thought during fights. What triggered him? What calmed him? What memories rose when certain techniques formed? Naruto found that strange. "You want advice from him now?" Jiraiya snorted. "I want intelligence from an enemy position. He's not the enemy." "He's not the enemy," Naruto frowned. "That sentence is stupid." "It's accurate." In truth, Grimmjow gave advice whether asked or not. Some was terrible, hit him harder. "Don't dodge, break his arm. If he's still talking, he's still breathing." Some was useful. "His left foot drags before he throws. That clone has no weight. Too much chakra in the hand." "He's shaping something." Naruto learned to separate bloodlust from observation. That was the true training, not claws. Not masks. Not Zero. Difference. The difference between wanting to win and wanting to hurt. The difference between fear and instinct. The difference between Grimmjow pushing and Naruto choosing. On their last night before returning to Konoha, Naruto sat with Jiraiya beside a small campfire. The road home waited beyond the trees. Naruto was taller now. His hair was still wild, but his face had sharpened. His orange clothes were darker, sturdier, less childish. A high collar covered the place near his collarbone where white cracks sometimes formed after hard training. Jiraiya cooked fish badly. Naruto ate it anyway. For several minutes they sat in comfortable quiet. Then Jiraiya said, "You're not the same kid I dragged out of the village." Naruto grinned. "Obviously, I'm taller. You're quieter." Naruto's grin faded slightly. He poked the fire with a stick. "Is that bad?" "No." The answer came quickly. Naruto looked at him. Jiraiya's face softened with something like pride, though he ruined it immediately by scratching his chin and looking away. "You learned to listen." Naruto smiled a little. "Don't tell Sakura. She'll expect it all the time." Jiraiya laughed. Then the old Sannin looked up at the stars. "You'll need that when we get back." Naruto followed his gaze. "Because of the Akatsuki?" "Yes." The name sat heavy between them, the men in black cloaks, Itachi, Kasama, others hunting tailed beasts, hunting people like Naruto. Jiraiya's voice lowered. "They're moving, not openly yet, but enough. I'll need to investigate." Naruto's chest tightened. "You mean we'll investigate?" No, Naruto's head snapped toward him. Jiraiya did not flinch. You're going back to Konoha. You'll reconnect with your team, report to Tsunade, and keep training. I can help. You will. By not rushing into a nest of S-rank missing nin because you think stubbornness is armor, Naruto stood. I'm not a kid anymore. Jiraiya looked up at him. No, he said softly. You're not. That stole some of Naruto's anger. Jiraiya stood too. But you're still my student. And my student is going home. Naruto's hands curled. Deep inside, Grimmjow stirred. For once, Naruto did not let the anger rise. He breathed in, out, natural energy in the trees, campfire smoke. Jiraiya's tired eyes. Promise you'll come back, Naruto said. Jiraiya's joking smile returned. It looked almost real. Who do you think you're talking to? I'm the great Jiraiya. Of course I'll come back. Naruto stared. Jiraiya sighed. Then he reached out and ruffled Naruto's hair like he was still 12. I'll come back. Naruto believed him. That was the cruel part. Konoha's gates looked smaller when Naruto returned. Not actually. The walls were the same. The guards were the same. The road still curved toward the village in the same familiar way, dust rising beneath travelers' feet. But Naruto had left as a boy trying to fill silence with noise. He came back at 16 carrying silence like a sheathed blade. The guards saw him first. One blinked. Naruto grinned. Miss me? The grin was familiar. The voice was familiar, but something around him was not. He stood straighter, moved less. His eyes took in the gate, the rooftops, the guard positions, the civilians nearby, then softened because he had chosen to let them. The old Naruto had demanded attention. This one did not need to. That unsettled people more. By the time he reached the main street, whispers followed him. He ignored most of them, not because they no longer hurt, because he had learned not every wound deserved his blood. Ikaraku came first. Chuchai stared for half a second, then smiled wide. Well, look who finally came home. Naruto's throat tightened. Old man, miso pork, extra everything. I-Aim leaned over the counter. You got taller. Naruto sat down. I got legendary. Chuchai laughed. Legendary appetite, maybe. The ramen tasted like home in a way Naruto had not prepared for. He ate 3 bowls before Sakura found him. She stopped at the entrance. Naruto looked up with noodles halfway to his mouth. For a second, neither spoke. Sakura had changed too, stronger posture, short hair framing a face that looked kinder and sharper at once. Tsunade's student through and through, then her eyes filled. Naruto panicked. Wait, don't cry, I just got back. She crossed the distance and hugged him. Hard, Naruto froze, then slowly hugged her back. You idiot, Sakura whispered. Naruto smiled. Missed you too. She pulled back and punched him in the shoulder hard enough to make nearby customers wince. That's for leaving for so long. Oh, I was training. This is for not writing enough. Second punch, I wrote. You wrote training is hard, ramen is bad outside Konoha. Tell Sasuke he's still a jerk if you see him. That is not a letter. Naruto rubbed his arm. Sounds informative. Sakura stared at him, then laughed for a moment. Everything almost felt like it could be repaired. Almost. Then Naruto looked past her. A shadow of memory stood where Sasuke should have been. The empty space at Team 7 table did not say a word. It did not need to. Tsunade summoned him before sunset. The Hokage office smelled like paper, ink sake hidden badly, and stress. Shizune stood to one side with Taunton in her arms. Kakashi leaned near the window, visible eye curved in greeting. Naruto stopped in the doorway. Kakashi-sensei? Kakashi lifted a hand. Yo. Naruto stared. You haven't changed at all. I perfected myself early. Sakura made a disgusted sound. Tsunade looked Naruto over. Her gaze lingered at his high collar, his hands, his face. Report. Naruto straightened. The room shifted. He gave it properly. Training under Jiraiya. Control over limited hollow manifestation. No full fusion with Kurama's cloak. Basic Sage training, unstable but progressing. Bala usable. Zero restricted. Hyro reliable against low-grade force but vulnerable to concentrated chakra techniques. Genjutsu weakness unchanged at higher tiers. Kakashi's eye narrowed with interest at the clean explanation. Tsunade listened without interrupting. When Naruto finished, she tapped her fingers on the desk. And Grimmjow, Naruto did not flinch at the name anymore, still there. Cooperative, Naruto thought about it. No. Tsunade's face hardened. Naruto continued. But honest, usually, useful sometimes, dangerous always. Kakashi gave a quiet hum. That sounds like progress. Naruto looked at him. Kakashi's eyes smiled. You used to pretend the dangerous part wasn't there. Naruto looked down. Yeah, Tsunade stood. You'll be evaluated before returning to active duty. Naruto groaned. Grandma, a crack appeared in the desk under Tsunade's hand. Naruto corrected smoothly. Honorable Hokage-sama. Sakura covered her mouth. Tsunade pointed at him. You are stronger, not exempt from orders. Yes, ma'am. And Naruto, he looked up. Her expression softened just enough. Welcome home, Naruto smiled. Yeah, for one breath, he let himself feel it home. Then the office door opened. A messenger appeared, soaked from travel, face pale. The room went still before he spoke. Tsunade's eyes sharpened. What is it? The messenger swallowed. Report from the rain border. Jiraiya-sama entered Aimgakure pursuing Akatsuki intelligence. Naruto's smile faded. The messenger's voice shook. He has not returned. Silence, not ordinary silence, the kind that arrived after a blade entered the room. Tsunade's face went white, then hard. Kakashi straightened away from the window. Sakura whispered, No! Naruto did not move. Inside him, Kurama opened one red eye. In the dark beneath the cage, Grimmjow stood slowly. The messenger forced out the rest. All contact has been lost. Current status unknown, but based on the last coded transmission. His eyes lowered. Jiraiya-sama is presumed dead. The office disappeared around Naruto. For 1 second, he was back beside a campfire. I'll come back. The promise broke so quietly no one else heard it. Naruto's hands curled at his sides. No claws formed, no mask cracked across his face, no red chakra burned. That was what scared Sakura most. Naruto stood perfectly still, controlled, quiet, and somewhere inside that quiet something began to grind. Chapter 7. Pantera unleashed. Naruto did not break when they told him Jiraiya was gone. That was what worried everyone. Sakura expected shouting. Tsunade expected denial. Kakashi expected Naruto to run somewhere impossible and punch the first thing that looked like grief. Even Shizune, who had seen enough shinobi lose enough people to know there was no proper way to fall apart, watched Naruto's stillness with fear in her eyes. Naruto simply stood in the Hokage's office and stared at the floor. The messenger's words hung in the air. Jiraiya-sama is presumed dead. Presumed, such a small, cowardly word. Naruto hated it. Presumed meant no body, no grave. No final proof, just enough evidence to let hope keep breathing while the mind understood it should stop. Tsunade dismissed the messenger with a voice like stone. Shizune quietly shut the office door. Kakashi moved 1 step closer to Naruto, not touching him but near enough. Naruto, Sakura said softly. He looked up. His eyes were blue, just blue, no red chakra, no bone-white cracks, no hollow pressure curling through the room. That should have been a relief. It was not. Where? Naruto asked. Tsunade's fingers tightened against the desk. Aimgakure? Who? Silence. Naruto's jaw shifted. Who killed him? Kakashi answered because Tsunade could not. Akatsuki, we believe their leader. Naruto nodded once, as if receiving mission details. As if the man who had taught him, fed him, annoyed him, protected him, lied badly to comfort him, and promised to return had not just been cut out of the world. I'm going. No, Tsunade said. The word cracked through the room. Naruto looked at her. For 1 second, the old Naruto flashed in his eyes, the boy who would shout, argue, climb on desks, call her grandma, and refuse orders because his heart was louder than rank. Then that boy disappeared behind something quieter. I wasn't asking. Tsunade rose. The desk cracked under her hand. You are not going to Aimgakure half-informed and half-controlled because you want revenge. Naruto's gaze did not move. I didn't say revenge. You didn't have to. The room shook with the force of what she was not saying. Jiraiya was hers too, teacher, teammate, idiot, friend. One of the last pieces of a past that kept dying around her no matter how hard she held on. Naruto saw it. That hurt worse. His anger faltered because Tsunade's grief was standing right in front of him wearing a Hokage's coat and refusing to collapse. Sakura stepped closer. "We need to know what he found," Kakashi nodded. "Jiraiya would have sent something if he could." "He did," Tsunade said. She reached into a drawer and pulled out a small coded message, sealed and water-warped from travel. Her hand shook once before she stilled it, before contact was lost. Naruto stared at the paper, a message from the dead. That was worse than silence. Fukasaku arrived with the rest. The elder toad came not through the door, but in a puff of smoke on Tsunade's desk, grave-faced and smaller than grief had any right to be. He carried Jiraiya's final code and the weight of someone who had watched a student become a legend, then watched that legend die. Naruto listened, not well, but he listened. Pain, 6 bodies. Shared vision, Rinnegan, Aimgakure, Jiraiya had fought them and discovered their secret too late. Naruto heard every word like stones dropping into water. 6 bodies, not one enemy, a technique, a system, a leader behind them. Jiraiya had died making sure Konoha would know that. Naruto's hands curled. Deep inside, Kurama shifted. In the darkness beneath the cage, Grimmjow finally spoke. "This is the one." Naruto closed his eyes. Not now. Grimmjow's voice sharpened. "The one worth tearing apart." Naruto opened his eyes again. No one in the room heard the exchange, but Kakashi watched his face and knew something had moved under the surface. Fukasaku looked at Naruto. "Jiraiya boy believed in you." Naruto's throat tightened. The title landed like a hand on his head, Jiraiya boy, as if the great Sannin had still been someone's troublesome student somewhere. "He believed," Fukasaku continued, "that you were the child of prophecy." Naruto almost laughed. "It came out broken. I don't want to be prophecy." No one answered. Naruto looked at the coded message again. "I want him back." The room fell silent. That was the truth no shinobi training could polish. Tsunade stepped around the desk and stood in front of him. Her hand rose, hesitated, then rested on his shoulder. "I know." Naruto's control cracked for half a second, just enough for his face to twist, just enough for Sakura to see the boy under the stillness. Then he forced it down. "What do I do?" Fukasaku's eyes narrowed. "You train." Naruto looked at him. The old toad's voice hardened. "You train the thing Jiraiya boy could not finish, Sage Mode, properly." Grimmjow scoffed inside him, frogs again. Naruto ignored him. Tsunade watched Naruto carefully. "This is not permission to run." Naruto nodded. "Then give me permission to get strong enough that, when he comes here, I don't have to run." Mount Myaboku did not care that Naruto was grieving. That made him hate it for 3 days. Then, slowly, it made him grateful. The mountain did not whisper condolences. It did not step around him like sadness was contagious. It did not look at his hands, his collar, his face, waiting for cracks. It did not expect him to be loud or quiet or brave. The mountain simply existed, stone underfoot, wind through leaves. Oil pools reflecting old sky, natural energy moving through everything with endless patience. Patience was still Naruto's enemy. Fukasaku struck him with the staff every time he moved too much. Still, Naruto clenched his teeth, sitting cross-legged on a stone spike with his hands on his knees. "I am still," the staff cracked against his head. "Your anger is pacing." Naruto opened one eye. "That's not fair." "You can't hit my anger." "I just did." Naruto muttered something rude. Another crack. Sage training this time was different. Before, Naruto had treated it as one more power to learn. A mountain trick. Another technique to stack beside Rasengan, clones, mask fragments, Bala, and all the other dangerous pieces of himself. Now it became survival, not because he needed more strength, because he needed a center. Kurama was rage, Grimmjow was hunger. Naruto's grief wanted to become both. Sage Mode gave him something else to hold. Listen, breathe, feel the world without chasing it. Let power come in without grabbing too much. The first time he managed perfect stillness for longer than a minute, he cried without making a sound. Fukasaku did not mention it, neither did Grimmjow. Kurama watched from behind his bars and said nothing. That silence, for once, was not cruel. At night, Naruto entered the mindscape. The sewer had changed, not much, but enough. The water was calmer, the pipes less loud. Kurama's cage still stood enormous and terrible, but the shadows beneath it no longer felt like a place Naruto was forbidden to enter. Grimmjow sat on a broken pipe with one knee raised, looking irritated by Naruto's mood. "You're getting slow," Grimmjow said. Naruto stood ankle-deep in water, sage markings faint around his eyes. "Even here, I'm getting balanced." "That's what slow people call it." Naruto looked up at him. "Jiraiya died because he went alone." Grimmjow's grin faded. "People die because someone stronger kills them." "No." Naruto's voice was quiet. "People die for a lot of reasons." Grimmjow stared. Naruto continued, "You died because you wanted a final fight." The sewer went still. Kurama opened one red eye. Grimmjow's spiritual pressure sharpened. Naruto felt it press against his skin like claws. He did not step back. "You said you won," Naruto said. Grimmjow dropped from the pipe, landing in the water without a splash. "I did, and died. Still won. Was it enough?" The question struck harder than any punch. Grimmjow's face emptied. For the first time since Naruto had known him, the hollow looked neither amused nor angry, just hollow. The hole in his chest seemed darker. Naruto swallowed. "I'm not saying you were wrong. I'm saying I don't want Jiraiya's death to become just another fight. I don't want to win and still lose the reason I came." Grimmjow stepped closer. "You think talking saves everyone? No. You think mercy brings the dead back? No. You think the guy who killed your teacher deserves your hand reaching out?" Naruto's eyes burned. "I don't know." Grimmjow's expression twisted. "Then say it." Naruto looked up. Grimmjow's voice dropped. "Say you want to kill him." The words hung between them. Kurama watched. Naruto's fists shook. He thought of Jiraiya laughing by a campfire, Jiraiya eating badly cooked fish and pretending it was good. Jiraiya's hand ruffling his hair, Jiraiya promising to come back. Naruto's voice came out rough. "I want to kill him." Grimmjow smiled, not with triumph, with recognition. Naruto forced the rest out. "But I don't want that want choosing for me." The smile stopped. For a long moment, Grimmjow said nothing. Then he turned away. "Get stronger, then," Naruto breathed. "That's all." Grimmjow glanced back. "If you're gonna choose, make sure you're strong enough that the choice means something." Pain came to Konoha while Naruto was still training. The first warning was not a message, it was absence. A toad messenger failed to return, then another. Fukasaku went still in a way that made every frog on the mountain fall silent. Naruto stood from his training stone. "What?" Fukasaku's face hardened. "Konoha." The word hit Naruto like a blade. He grabbed his cloak. The reverse summoning circle formed beneath him. For half a second, the mountain air filled his lungs. Then smoke swallowed him. He arrived in a crater. For one impossible moment, Naruto thought the jutsu had gone wrong. This could not be Konoha. Konoha had walls, streets, rooftops. The Hokage monument watching over everything. Ikaraku's warm lights, training grounds, the academy, the apartment with the badly painted wall. This was dust, a vast bowl carved into the earth where the heart of the village had been. Fires burned at the edges, broken beams jutted from rubble. Smoke covered the sky. Far away, someone screamed for help. Farther away, no one answered. Naruto stood at the center of destruction in a red cloak of flame-patterned sage robes, Fukasaku and Shima on his shoulders. Two shadow clones prepared on Mount Myaboku to gather natural energy. His face was still. Too still. Then he felt them. Pain, 6 bodies. 6 points of pressure across the ruined village, and beneath everything, the memory of Jiraiya's final message. Naruto's hands curled, no claws, not yet. Tsunade's slug clone found him first, weak but alive. "Naruto? Where is he?" The slug hesitated. "All around you." Naruto's eyes lifted. Across the crater stood the diva path, orange hair. Black rods, Rinnegan eyes with rings like ripples from a stone dropped into deep water. Calm, empty, unmoved by the village he had flattened. Naruto stared, the world narrowed. "That's him," Fukasaku's voice was low. "One of them." The diva path looked at Naruto. "Ninetales." Naruto's jaw tightened. "My name is Naruto Uzumaki." Pain did not react. You carry the beast. That is enough. Inside Naruto, Kurama snarled. Grimmjow's voice slid through the dark. This one, Naruto inhaled. Natural energy flowed into him. Sage mode sharpened the world. He moved. The first clash shook the crater. Naruto destroyed the Asura path with a Rasengan before it could finish unfolding its weapons. The Preta path absorbed chakra and learned too late that raw physical force still broke bones. The animal path summoned beasts larger than houses, and Naruto answered with toads, clones, and tactics Jiraiya would have called reckless right before secretly approving. For the first time, Naruto fought like all his teachers at once. Uruka's stubborn heart, Kakashi's observation, Jiraiya's misdirection, Tsunade's refusal to stay down, Fukasaku's stillness, and beneath it, controlled, leashed, waiting Grimmjow's predator sense. The paths adapted. Shared vision made blind spots useless. Every angle Naruto found was seen by another body. Every clean attack risked counter. Pain was not just strong. Pain was a system. Naruto understood why Jiraiya had died. The thought almost broke his rhythm, almost. The human path reached for his soul. Naruto felt the pull and recoiled with horror, not chakra, not flesh, soul. Grimmjow surged so violently Naruto's skin cracked white along his collarbone. No. Naruto twisted, claws forming for half a second, and severed the contact before the path could take hold. Not enough to transform, enough to survive. The human path stepped back. For the first time, Pain's expression shifted. "Another soul," he said through the body. "So Jiraiya's anomaly reached you?" Naruto froze. "What?" The Diva path answered from across the crater. "Your teacher observed what he did not understand." Naruto's vision sharpened red at the edges. "You don't get to talk about him." Pain lifted a hand. "Shinra Tensei." Force struck. Naruto crossed his arms. Sage strength kept him grounded for half a heartbeat. Then he flew. He hit rubble hard enough to split stone, rolled, and came up bleeding from the forehead. The Diva path approached. "You know Pain now." Naruto laughed once, not because it was funny, because the words were too small. "I knew Pain before you showed up." Pain's eyes remained empty. "No, you knew loneliness, you knew rejection, you knew the personal wounds of a single life. I speak of the pain of nations." Naruto stood. His sage markings flickered. "You flattened my home to teach me vocabulary." The Diva path raised his hand again. Naruto moved before the interval ended. 5 seconds, Jiraiya's information. Kakashi's sacrifice had taught the village the timing, and every shinobi who lived had paid for Naruto to know it. Naruto closed the gap. Rasengan struck. The Diva path was thrown backward, but not finished. The battle dragged. Sage mode faded. Naruto's prepared clones restored it once, then twice. Each time bought him minutes. Each minute cost bodies, blood, breath. One by one, the paths fell, but the Diva path remained. And when Naruto finally stumbled, Sage mode gone, arms heavy, breath ragged, Pain drove black receivers through his limbs and pinned him to the ground. Pain stood over him. The village watched from the broken edges. Hinata came. Naruto saw her move before he could stop her, no. She stood between him and Pain with shaking hands and impossible courage. She confessed with a voice that trembled but did not retreat. Then Pain struck her down. The world went red. Kurama rose like a flood. The seal screamed. Naruto's body vanished beneath tails. 4, 6. The crater shook. Pain was driven back by fury wearing Naruto's skin. But underneath the fox's rage, something else tore upward, Grimmjow, because this was not only rage, this was loss. This was the sight of someone precious falling because Naruto had been pinned and helpless. This was the oldest door in him opening. The red cloak expanded. Bone-white armor cracked across his chest, shoulders, and jaw. The fox's chakra burned over it, unstable and violent, while hollow pressure sharpened the edges into something that made even Pain pause. Inside the mindscape, Naruto stood before Kurama's cage as the seal peeled open. The fox's hatred filled everything. "Come," Kurama whispered. "Destroy him." From the dark, Grimmjow stepped forward, eyes blazing. "Let me through." Naruto stood between them, screaming without sound. Too much, too soon, not like this. The fourth tail became 6, the sixth reached for 8. The seal tore, then a hand touched Naruto's shoulder. Minato Namikaze stood in the flooded dark. For a moment, even Grimmjow went silent. The fourth Hokage looked at Naruto with sadness and love Naruto had no room to understand. Father. The word shattered him. Their conversation was too short for a lifetime of absence, too painful for the middle of war. Minato repaired the seal, told him he believed in him, told him Pain's hatred had a source, told him to find the answer, then he was gone. Naruto woke in the crater, gasping, the fox's cloak fading. Hinata was alive, barely alive. That single fact kept the world from ending. Pain stood at a distance, damaged but calm. You have mastered nothing, Pain said. Naruto pushed himself up. His limbs shook. Blood ran down his chin. Inside him, Kurama retreated behind the seal, furious and silent. Grimmjow remained close, too close. Naruto felt his own fear, grief, rage, and love tangle into one impossible knot. He could not beat Pain like this, not tired, not half-broken. Not with Sage Mode gone and the village in ruins. Grimmjow's voice came low. Then do it properly. Naruto closed his eyes. Jiraiya had warned him. Jiraiya's notes had warned him. Full manifestation was not a technique to use lightly. His body was human. His soul was already crowded. Hollow Tear Ryatsu pushed through him like forcing lightning through paper, but Pain was still standing. The village was broken. Hinata had nearly died. Jiraiya was gone. Naruto opened his eyes. Grimmjow, in the mindscape, the hollow smiled, not his usual grin, something sharper. Finally, Naruto stood in the crater and lifted one hand to his chest, not to his stomach, not to Kurama's seal, higher. To the place near his collarbone where the hollow pressure always ached when pushed too far. His voice came quiet. Grind. The air cracked. Pantera. Bone-white armor erupted across Naruto's body, not fragments, not half-mask, a full transformation. His hands became claws, long and curved, but still controlled by Naruto's will. His feet pressed into the earth like a predator ready to spring. White armor plated his forearms, shoulders, ribs, and jaw, marked by jagged blue-black streaks of spiritual pressure. A panther-like tail of condensed energy lashed once behind him and carved a line through the dust. The mask formed across his face, sleek and vicious, with openings for eyes that burned bright blue. The hollow hole did not open through his chest, not fully. But near his collarbone, just below the left side, a small dark circle appeared under the armor, no larger than a coin. Naruto gasped. Pain struck immediately. Shinra Tensei! Force exploded outward. Naruto crossed his arms. The impact drove him back 10 meters, not enough. He dug claws into the earth, stopped, and looked up. Then he vanished, not body flicker, not raw speed alone. Sonido. The sound cracked after he moved. Naruto appeared at Pain's side and slashed. Pain barely avoided losing an arm. A black receiver snapped in half under Naruto's claw. The diva path jumped back. Naruto followed. For the first time, Pain was on defense. A bala fired from Naruto's palm, too fast for a full dodge. Pain deflected it with force, but the explosion threw dust across the crater. Naruto moved through the dust, low and silent, claws striking the path's ribs. Pain blocked with receivers. Metal screamed. The village watched in stunned silence. This was not the fox. This was not the boy they knew. This was something white, blue, and terrible, wearing Naruto's determination like a crown. Pain's Rinnegan tracked him. Your power is not of this world. Naruto's voice came through the mask, rough but his. Neither is your excuse. They clashed again. Pain's gravity stopped bala. Naruto's claws cracked stone. A fully formed Zero gathered in Naruto's palm, blue-white and dangerous. Pain raised his hand to repel it. Naruto cancelled it, moved instead. A feint. Kakashi would have been proud. His claws struck the diva path's shoulder and drove it into the ground. Pain's body cracked. Naruto stood over him, panting. Every breath hurt. His skin beneath the armor was splitting. He could feel it. White patches forming too deep. Human muscles screaming under spiritual pressure it was never built to contain. Grimmjow roared inside him, "Finish it!" Naruto raised one clawed hand. Pain looked up, no fear, only conviction. "You would kill me and prove nothing." Naruto's claws trembled, Grimmjow's voice sharpened. "He killed your teacher." Naruto's breathing turned ragged. "He crushed your home." The claw lowered closer. He hurt the girl. Naruto saw Hinata falling, saw Jiraiya sinking into rain-dark water, saw the crater, saw every face watching from the ruins. His claws stopped inches from Pain's throat. Naruto's voice broke through the mask. "Where is the real one?" Pain stared. The transformation shook around Naruto, hungry for the final strike. Grimmjow snarled. "No." Naruto forced his hand open. "Where?" Pain looked at him for a long moment. Then the diva path smiled faintly, not kindly. Not mockingly, almost sadly. "You would speak." Naruto's mask cracked down the center. "I have to." Nagato was thinner than hatred should have been. That was Naruto's first thought. He had imagined a monster behind the bodies. Something massive. Something cruel. Something that would make sense of the destruction by looking powerful enough to cause it. Instead, he found a dying man inside a paper-hidden tree, skeletal and pale red hair hanging around a face carved hollow by pain. Black rods pierced his back. His body looked like a weapon someone had forgotten was once human. Conan stood ready to kill him. Naruto arrived still partially transformed, mask broken, armor cracked, claws trembling. Conan saw the white bone plating and the blue light in his eyes. Her paper sharpened. Nagato looked at him. "So you came." Naruto took one step forward. Conan moved. Nagato stopped her. The room pulsed with silence. Naruto could have killed him. That was the truth. Nagato was weak. Spent, close to death already. One bala, one claw, one Rasengan. One moment of giving Grimmjow what he wanted. The world would call it justice. Part of Naruto would call it relief. Grimmjow waited inside him, furious and hungry. Kurama watched too, silent. Naruto's claws shortened with visible effort. "You killed Jiraiya." Nagato's eyes did not move. "Yes." Naruto's breath shook. "You destroyed my village." "Yes." "You hurt people who had nothing to do with your pain." Nagato's voice was quiet. "As my village was hurt by those who had nothing to do with ours." Naruto's hands curled. "That doesn't make it right." "No," Nagato said. "It makes it human." The words hit hard because they were not an excuse, they were worse. A mirror. Nagato spoke of war, of rain, of children orphaned by great nations who never remembered the small places they trampled, of Yahiko, of hope rotting into doctrine, of pain as the only language powerful villages seemed to understand. Naruto listened. Every sentence hurt. He wanted Nagato to be simple. He was not. He wanted hatred to be clean. It was not. He wanted Jiraiya's killer to sound like Orochimaru. Instead, Nagato sounded like someone who had once believed in peace so hard that breaking had made him cruel. Naruto sank to his knees. Conan stared. Nagato watched. The last of the mask crumbled from Naruto's face. The small dark circle near his collarbone burned. "I hate you," Naruto said. His voice was raw. "I know. I want to kill you. I know." Naruto looked up. Tears cut through dust on his face. "But Hirosenin believed I could find an answer better than that." Nagato's expression shifted. Naruto's hands shook. "I don't have it yet. I don't know how to fix the world. I don't know how to stop villages from hurting each other, or kids from growing up alone, or people like you from deciding pain is proof." He pressed a fist against his chest. "But if I kill you right now because it feels good, then I'm not answering anything. I'm just passing it on." Grimmjow's fury went silent, not gone, silent. Nagato closed his eyes for a long time. Only the soft rustle of Conan's paper filled the chamber. Then Nagato smiled, tired, broken, human. "Jiraiya-sensei," he whispered, "found a strange student." Naruto let out a bitter laugh. "Yeah. He complained a lot." Nagato coughed. Blood touched his lips. Then he made his choice. The Rin rebirth took what little life he had left and gave it outward, back to Konoha, back to the people pain had killed. Not all wounds healed, not all damage undone. But breath returned where silence had settled. Nagato died believing, perhaps for the first time in years, that pain was not the only message the world could carry. Conan took his body. Before leaving, she looked at Naruto. "You are not what I expected." Naruto looked down. "Me neither." She gave him paper flowers, for Jiraiya, for hope, for the boy who had arrived as a weapon and chosen to speak while still strong enough to kill. Konoha welcomed Naruto as a hero. That was almost harder than being feared. People surrounded him when he returned, lifting him, cheering, crying, shouting his name. The village that had once whispered demon now called him savior. Naruto smiled because they needed him too. Because some part of him had always wanted this. Because another part knew love given after proof could still hurt. Sakura hugged him. Kakashi rested a hand on his head. Tsunade, exhausted from healing and relief, looked at him like she wanted to punch him and cry at the same time. Hinata was alive. That mattered most in the immediate, simple way. Later, when the noise faded, Naruto stood alone in a half-rebuilt room and pulled his collar aside. The transformation had left a mark. A small, near-perfect circular scar near his collarbone, not open, not bleeding, not exactly healed. The shape of absence, the shape of the thing every hollow was missing. Naruto touched it. Pain flickered there, deep and cold. Inside him, Grimmjow was quiet. Naruto looked at the scar in the mirror and pulled his collar back up until it disappeared. Then he smiled for the people waiting outside. Not fake, not fully real, something in between, a hero's smile, a boy's secret. And beneath both, the knowledge that he had unleashed the panther, won the fight, spared the enemy, and survived. But survival had left a hole-shaped reminder against his skin, one he would carry forever. Chapter 8. Grind. Requiem of the Sexta War made the world honest in the ugliest way. Villages that had spent generations sharpening knives for each other now stood under the same banner. Old enemies shared maps. Former assassins guarded medical tents. Kage sat in the same room and spoke of unity with faces that still remembered every grave the others had helped dig. Naruto wanted to believe in it. He did believe in it, mostly. But some nights, while the allied shinobi forces moved beneath a sky heavy with smoke, Naruto wondered how many people had needed to die before everyone agreed that living mattered. He stood on a cliff overlooking the battlefield, cloak snapping in the wind, sage markings fading around his eyes after another long stretch of sensory work. Below, thousands of shinobi moved like scattered sparks across a dark plain. Explosions bloomed in the distance. Orders passed through radio units. Medical teams carried the wounded behind the lines. This was bigger than Konoha, bigger than Sasuke, bigger than Jiraiya, bigger than the village that had once hated him and then called him hero. The whole world was on fire. And somewhere inside that fire, the masked man waited, Obito, Madara, the Ten-Tails, names that sounded too large to belong to people. Naruto flexed his fingers, no claws, not yet. Beside him, Killer Bee rolled his shoulders, same Hada strapped across his back and sunglasses somehow still in place despite the world ending around them. "Yo, little bro," Bee said. "You're thinking too loud again." Naruto blinked. Thinking can be loud. When you do it? Yeah. Naruto gave a weak grin. Bee had been the first Jinchuriki Naruto met who felt like an answer instead of a warning. He and Juki moved together with a kind of trust Naruto had once thought impossible. Beast and host not chained, not layered, not fighting for ownership, but partnered. Naruto had stared at them the first time. Kurama had snarled. Grimmjow had laughed. Bee had simply pointed at Naruto's chest and said, "Crowded house, huh?" Naruto had nearly choked. Training with Bee had been different from Jiraiya's lessons. Less ink, more rhythm, more blunt truth. A tailed beast was not a tool. A tailed beast was not a battery. And a prison only stayed quiet until the thing inside learned the lock was weaker than hatred. Naruto had fought Kurama in the inner world and won the fox's chakra by force at first, because that was the only language either of them knew then. But war did strange things. Shared enemies, shared danger, shared memories pulled from chakra like old wounds reopened. Naruto saw the sage of 6 paths, saw Kurama small, saw the fox before hatred had turned its name into a curse. After that, the cage between them felt different, still there, but thinner, not broken, not yet. Inside the mindscape, Kurama lay behind his bars, massive head resting on crossed paws, red eyes half open. "You hesitate," the fox rumbled. Naruto kept his gaze on the battlefield. "I'm thinking." "That is often what you call hesitation." From the dark beneath the cage, Grimmjow snorted. "He's been hanging around frogs too much." Naruto sighed. "You two ever get tired of judging me?" "No," Kurama said. "Nope," Grimmjow said. At least they agreed on something. Naruto looked toward the far horizon, where a terrible pressure had begun to rise. Not chakra alone, something older. Something being forced back into the world before the world was ready. The 10 tails. His scar near the collarbone burned. The small circular mark beneath his high collar had never stopped aching completely after pain. Most days it was only a reminder. Tonight it felt like a warning. B stopped joking. "You feel that?" Naruto nodded. "Yeah," the air shook. Then the battlefield screamed. The 10 tails did not feel like a beast. Kurama felt like a beast. Enormous, furious, ancient, but alive in a way Naruto could understand. It hated, it remembered, it spoke. The 10 tails felt like nature before language, a god-shaped hunger, a storm with an eye. Its body rose over the battlefield, grotesque and impossible, all tails and teeth and power dense enough to turn the air heavy. Shinobi froze at the sight of it. Some dropped their weapons. Some prayed. Some shouted orders just to prove their voices still worked. Naruto stood at the front line with B, Kakashi, Guy, and the others. Obito watched from near the monster, mask broken. One Sharingan and one Rinnegan fixed on the world like he had already decided it was not worth saving. Madara stood nearby with the bored patience of someone watching history repeat itself for his amusement. Naruto hated that most. Not the power, the boredom, as if everyone else's fear, courage, death, and hope were just scenery. Madara's gaze eventually moved to Naruto. "So this is the 9 tails Jinchuriki." Naruto's hands curled, Kurama growled inside him, Madara's eyes narrowed slightly, and something else. Grimmjow's presence sharpened, Naruto lifted his chin. "My name is Naruto Uzumaki." Madara smiled faintly. "They always say names as if names matter." Naruto's voice hardened. "They do." The first clash shattered the ground. Sage mode came first. Naruto moved through the battlefield with clones, Rasengan variants, and sensory awareness stretched to the edge of pain. He felt enemies, allies, falling bodies, sudden traps. He dodged black rods, countered wood release, shattered summons, and dragged wounded shinobi out of killing lines with shadow clones that popped and fed him memories of every near miss. He fought like a storm trying to protect every candle. It was not enough. The 10 tails fired a blast that erased mountainsides. Naruto answered with Kurama's chakra cloak, gold light roaring around him as the fox's power flooded through his body. Cloak tails spread behind him, bright and fierce. For a moment the allied forces cheered. Then Madara's Susanoo rose. Perfect, towering, armored like a god of war, its blade came down and split the battlefield. Kurama's chakra arms caught the impact. Naruto screamed under the force. "Hold!" Kurama snarled. "I am," the ground beneath Naruto's feet cratered. Sage mode sharpened his perception. Kurama's chakra gave him scale. Shadow clones moved allies out of the destruction path. Still not enough. Madara pressed harder. Obito moved through space itself, appearing where defenses were weakest, slipping past attacks that should have landed, striking with the cold precision of a man who had buried his heart and called the grave peace. Naruto tried to reach him with words. He did, because he was Naruto. Because Jiraiya had believed he could. Because Nagato had listened. Because even in war, Naruto refused to let people become only enemies if there was still a person trapped under the weapon. But Obito's eyes remained fixed on a dream world, a world without loss, a world where Rin lived, a world where grief never had to heal because reality itself would be replaced. Naruto understood the temptation more than he wanted to. If someone had offered him a world where Jiraiya came home, where Sasuke never left, where every lonely night in his apartment became a family dinner instead, would he have said no quickly? He wanted to think so. He was honest enough to know better. That was why he kept fighting. Not because the dream was stupid, because it was too kind in the cruelest way. It would steal everyone's right to hurt, choose, fail, forgive, and live. The Ten Tails roared again. The battlefield broke further. Naruto called the mask. Grind. Bone-white armor formed across his face and shoulders, layered over the golden cloak but not fused with it. Not yet. The two powers ran close, parallel, carefully separated by every lesson Jiraiya had carved into him: sage awareness, Kurama's chakra, Grimmjow's speed and claws. Naruto became a blur of gold, white, and blue. He struck Obito between space-time slips, catching the rhythm of intangibility with instinct sharpened beyond ordinary movement. Kakashi saw the opening and moved with him, their timing locking together for one impossible exchange. Naruto's Resurrection claws scraped against Obito's guard, not flesh, not yet, but the contact made Obito recoil, because the claws did not only threaten the body, they touched closer to the soul. Obito's single visible eye widened. "What are you?" Naruto pushed forward. "Someone who knows running from pain doesn't make it disappear." Obito vanished through Kamui. Madara laughed. The sound carried over the battlefield. "You speak well. But speeches do not kill gods." Naruto turned. Madara's Susanoo blade descended. Naruto fired a Sero from his palm. Blue-white force slammed into the Susanoo wall. For a second, the beam held. Then the Susanoo pushed through, not easily, but inevitably. The impact threw Naruto backward, armor cracking. He hit the ground, rolled, and came up coughing blood. The skin beneath his hollow plating split in thin white lines. His body was already protesting. Grimmjow snarled inside him again. Naruto wiped his mouth. "Not enough." Kurama's voice was low. "No." Naruto looked at the battlefield. Sage mode, not enough. Tailed beast cloak, not enough. Resurrection, not enough. Together, carefully layered, still not enough. The Ten Tails gathered power again. This blast would not just break the field, it would erase the army. Naruto felt thousands of chakra signatures behind him: Shikamaru, Sakura, Kakashi, Hinata, Lee, Ino, Choji, Kiba. People who had mocked him, people who had cheered him, people who had hurt him, people who had saved him, all of them breathing, all of them real. His scar burned like a coal. Jiraiya's notes flashed through his memory: never run Kurama's cloak, and full resurrection through the same channel. Different hungers, different sources, different instincts, collision risk, total identity collapse. Naruto laughed once, small and tired. "Iro Senin's gonna kill me." Kurama's eyes opened wide inside. "Brat." Grimmjow went still. Naruto touched his collarbone. "We don't have another move." Kurama's tails lashed behind the bars. "You will be torn apart." "Yeah." Grimmjow's voice came quieter than usual. "You might not come back." Naruto closed his eyes. "Then hold on to me." For once, neither answered with mockery. Naruto stepped forward. Madara watched with sudden interest. Obito turned, sensing the change. The Ten Tails opened its mouth. Naruto inhaled. Sage mode pulled the world into focus. Kurama's chakra rose, not as stolen power, not as leaking rage, but as a vast golden tide offered from behind the bars. Grimmjow's Reiatsu surged upward from the dark, blue-white, sharp, wild, alive with the memory of every fight that had ever made him feel real. Naruto stopped separating them. The world cracked. Inside the mindscape, the cage shattered open, not fully, not permanently, but enough. Water rose into a storm. Kurama stood free of the bars for the first time in Naruto's inner world, enormous and furious, 9 tails filling the dark. Grimmjow stood opposite him, no longer half-shadow. His Arankar form flickered, overlapping with Panthera, claws, armor, blue stripes, the hole in his chest burning black. Between them, Naruto stood small. Then not small. Then not anything clear. Golden chakra wrapped around him, bone-white armor grew over it. Blue Reiatsu threaded through red memory, Gold light, natural energy, human will. Too much, Naruto screamed. His body began to disappear inside the power, not die, worse. Unmake, thoughts tore loose first, ramen. Sakura's punch, Sasuke's back in the rain, Jiraiya laughing. Uruka's arms around him. Haku's mask breaking, Gaara asking why he was strong. Hinata falling, Kushina's voice from a memory, Minato's hand on his shoulder, all of it spun away, pulled into Fox rage and hollow hunger until there was no clear Naruto left to hold them. Kurama lunged, not at Naruto, at the storm. The fox planted himself between the flood of his own chakra and the boy being swallowed by it. "Idiot brat," Kurama roared. "You do not get to vanish after making me learn your name." Naruto could not answer. Grimmjow drove his claws into the other side of the storm, holding back the blue-white pressure that wanted to devour everything and call the emptiness freedom. "Come on, kid," Grimmjow snarled. "You wanted a choice. Choose." Naruto heard them from very far away. Choice. His own voice was buried. He searched for it. Not the fox's roar, not the panther's grin, not Jiraiya's dream, not Sasuke's grief, not the village's hope. His a boy on a swing. A child painting claw marks on a wall. A genin shouting in an exam room. A friend refusing to kill Haku. A student crying for his teacher. A shinobi kneeling before Nagato and choosing not to pass the pain on. Naruto found the thread. Small, human, stubborn, he grabbed it. "My name," he whispered inside the storm, "is Naruto Uzumaki." The storm paused. Kurama's eyes burned. Grimmjow grinned through strain and pain. Naruto opened his eyes. "And I'm not done." The fusion hit the battlefield like sunrise through a blade. Naruto stood before the allied forces transformed into something no shinobi had ever seen. Kurama's golden cloak blazed around him, but over it lay sleek bone-white armor shaped by resurrection, fitted along shoulders, forearms, ribs, and jaw like the skeleton of a predator forged in light. 9 chakra tails streamed behind him, each edged with blue-white spiritual pressure. His hands ended in claws, but Rasengan energy spun between them with perfect control. Sage markings burned around eyes that held blue, red, and gold without surrendering to any one of them. Near his collarbone, the small circular scar opened into a dark point of absence. Not a wound, a reminder. Naruto lifted his head, his voice came layered. Human first, fox beneath, panther at the edge, last grind. The tentails fired, Naruto moved, he did not block the blast. He cut through its path, chakra tails anchoring into the earth, claws carving blue-white lines through the pressure. Sage mode guiding the angle, Kurama's power taking the weight, Grimmjow's instinct finding the weak point in a force too large to have won. The blast split around him and tore into the empty sky. The allied forces erupted behind him. Naruto did not hear the cheers. He was already moving. Madara's Susanoo came down. Naruto met it head-on. One clawed hand caught the blade. The ground beneath him collapsed. His other hand formed a Rasengan dents with natural energy and slammed it into the Susanoo's ribs. Cracks spiderwebbed across the lower armor. Madara's smile widened. Yes. Naruto vanished with Sonido speed enhanced by Kurama's cloak, appearing above the Susanoo's shoulder. A barrage of bala struck in rapid succession, not random, each one hitting the same crack until the giant armor fractured. Madara swung. Naruto slipped under the blade and raked resurrection claws across the Susanoo's chest. Lower stage ribs would have cracked sooner. This was Madara's full defense. It held, then cracked anyway, not shattered, but enough. Madara's expression finally changed from amusement to attention. Obito attacked from behind, space warping around him. Kakashi shouted a warning. Naruto was already turning. He did not try to outspeed Kamui, he timed the choice. The instant Obito became solid to strike, Naruto's chakra tail wrapped around his arm while a claw stopped inches from his throat. Obito froze. Naruto's eyes locked with his. "I know you lost her." Obito's face twisted. "Do not say her name. I know you wanted the world to stop hurting." "Shut up!" Naruto's grip tightened. So did I. For 1 second, the battlefield fell away between them. Obito saw the swing, The apartment, the bridge, the rain, Jiraiya, the hole-shaped scar, not through genjutsu, through the contact of chakra, will, and the strange soul edge of Naruto's fused state. Obito recoiled as if burned. Naruto released him instead of tearing his throat out. Grimmjow snarled inside him. Kurama held the line. Naruto moved past the urge. That was the victory no one saw. The Ten-Tails thrashed. Madara pressed forward again. The fight became too large for clean memory. Naruto remembered pieces. Sakura's fist shattering ground beside him, clearing space for wounded shinobi. Sasuke arriving in a blaze of black flame and lightning, eyes colder and stronger than before, standing beside Naruto like the years between them had never stopped bleeding. "You're late," Naruto said. Sasuke glanced at his transformed state. "You're uglier," Naruto laughed. "It hurt. Missed you too." They fought together, not healed, not fixed, together anyway. Sasuke's Susanoo blade cut where Naruto's claws drove openings. Naruto's chakra cloak shielded Sasuke from a Ten-Tails shockwave. Sasuke's Amaterasu forced Madara back from finishing a strike. Naruto's Bala shattered black rods before they pinned allied shinobi. For a while, they were Team 7 Broken Promise trying to become something new, but the fusion burned. Every second took skin, muscle, memory. Naruto felt his body cracking beneath the armor. Bone-white patches spread under the golden cloak. Blood ran from his nose and mouth. The hole-shaped scar pulled at him like a drain. Inside, Kurama braced against one side of the power. Grimmjow braced against the other. Neither could hold forever. Madara saw it. "You cannot maintain that form," Naruto panted. "Don't need forever." He gathered power in both hands, not Zero alone, not Rasengan alone. A rotating sphere of chakra formed at the center, wrapped in blue-white Reiatsu, stabilized by sage natural energy, fed by Kurama's cloak. A technique that should not exist. Sasuke's eyes narrowed. "That thing stable?" Naruto grinned through blood. "Nope. Typical." Madara's Susanoo drew back its blade. The Ten-Tails roared. Obito, shaken but not finished, tried to warp space around them. Kakashi countered from the other side. The battlefield opened for one heartbeat. Naruto took it. "Requiem," the sphere screamed in his hand. Grimmjow laughed inside him, wild and alive. Kurama roared. Naruto's own voice rose above both. Of the sexta, he struck. The attack did not erase the enemy, nothing so easy, but it broke the moment. It shattered the Susanoo's cracked defense, tore through the Ten-Tails' gathered chakra, and slammed the battlefield's impossible pressure backward long enough for the allied forces to surge, for sealing teams to move, for Sasuke and the others to strike where gods had finally been forced to stumble. Naruto hit the ground on one knee. The fusion flickered. Madara remained standing in the distance, damaged, furious, smiling like he had finally found something entertaining. Obito stared at Naruto with an expression too complicated to name, but the path had changed. The war did not end in that single strike. Wars never ended that cleanly. There were more battles, more betrayals, more impossible powers. More moments when the world seemed determined to split open and swallow every answer Naruto had fought to build. But that was the turning point for Naruto's half of the war. Not because he hit hardest. Because when the power capable of turning him into a living weapon finally answered, Naruto still chose where to aim it, and who not to kill. The final silence came after victory. That felt unfair. Naruto had expected loss to be loud. It usually was. Screaming, explosions, rain, hospital machines, people shouting names that did not answer. But when the war ended, when the infinite Tsukuyomi was broken, when the last great threat fell and the world stumbled back into real sunlight, Naruto found himself standing inside his mindscape in perfect quiet. The sewer was gone, not entirely, but changed beyond recognition. The water was clear now, reflecting a sky that had never existed there before. Kurama's cage stood open, its bars still present but no longer sealed shut. The fox lay outside it, massive and tired, watching Naruto with one red eye, and Grimmjow stood at the edge of the water. The hollow looked different, fainter, his outline blurred at the edges like smoke caught in morning light. The hole in his chest remained, but it no longer looked hungry, just empty, peacefully empty. Naruto's throat tightened. "No," Grimmjow smirked. "Didn't say anything yet. I know that look." "You don't know my looks." "I know this one." Kurama said nothing. That was how Naruto knew the fusion had changed the balance. For one perfect, terrible stretch, all three had run through the same center. Kurama had held the door open. Grimmjow had burned through the last knot, tying his dead soul to Naruto's living one. He had fought for a real reason, for someone worth staying for. And now there was nothing left forcing him to stay. Naruto stepped forward. "We can fix it." Grimmjow laughed softly. "You and fixing things." "I mean it, I know." "That's why you're annoying." Naruto's eyes burned. "You don't get to leave after all that." Grimmjow tilted his head. "Thought you hated having me in your head." "I hated you being a jerk in my head." "Same thing." "No, it's not." The shout echoed across the clear water. Naruto clenched his fists. "You pushed me. You scared me. You made everything harder." "Yeah, you also helped." Grimmjow looked away. Naruto's voice broke. "You stayed." For once, Grimmjow had no sharp answer. Kurama finally spoke, low and rough. "The dead do not stay forever." Naruto turned on him. "You're not helping." "I am not trying to." But the fox's voice was quieter than usual. Grimmjow stepped closer. His form flickered. Naruto reached out instinctively. His hand passed through Grimmjow's sleeve, cold, not empty, just passing. Grimmjow looked down at the hand, then back at Naruto. "You were a loud, scared brat when I woke up." Naruto tried to glare through tears. "You were a dead freeloader." "Hef!" The laugh was small, real. "You ran from fights you wanted, then ran into fights you couldn't win. Took you forever to learn the difference." Naruto swallowed hard. "Bad teacher. Still learned." Grimmjow's blue eyes softened by the smallest amount. "You gave me something my death didn't." Naruto's breath caught. "What?" Grimmjow looked toward the open sky reflected in the water. "A fight that mattered after the winning." The words settled gently, that made them hurt worse. Naruto shook his head. "I don't want your power if this is the cost." "Too bad." "Grimmjow, you keep the claws," Grimmjow said. "The speed, the hard skin, some of the pressure, not all enough." Naruto stared. The voice goes. Silence, the kind that made a shape around absence before absence arrived. Naruto's hand rose to the scar near his collarbone. In the mindscape, the small dark circle there glowed faintly, then began to close, not vanish. Scar over. Kurama watched Grimmjow with unreadable eyes. For two creatures who had spent years snarling at each other, the silence between them felt almost respectful. Grimmjow looked at the fox. "Take care of the brat." Kurama's lip curled. "I do not take orders from carrion." Grimmjow grinned. "There he is." Kurama huffed. Then, after a long pause, the fox said, "He is worth keeping around." Naruto stared at Kurama. The fox looked away immediately. Grimmjow laughed, brighter this time. "Not bad, fox. Do not push your luck, dead one." Grimmjow turned back to Naruto. His edges were light now. Almost gone. Naruto tried to memorize him. The wild blue hair, the broken jawbone mask, the sharp grin, the hole. The eyes that had taught him fear was not always the enemy, and wanting the fight did not mean letting the fight choose who you became. "Hey, kid!" Naruto wiped his face with his sleeve. "What?" Grimmjow smiled, not cruel, not hungry, almost proud. "Not bad." Naruto let out a broken laugh. "That's all I get. You want a speech?" asked the frog ghosts. "Jerk!" "Yeah." Grimmjow stepped backward into the light. Naruto moved after him, but Kurama's tail lowered gently in front of him. Not blocking, holding. The way Jiraiya had once held him back from running straight into death. Grimmjow's voice came one last time, faint and amused. "Don't get scared now." Naruto closed his eyes. When he opened them, Grimmjow was gone, the water stilled. The mindscape felt larger, cleaner. And terribly quiet. Naruto woke in a medical tent beneath late afternoon sun. For a while he did not move. His body hurt in deep, distant layers. Bandages covered his arms, chest, and neck. His skin felt raw where bone-white patches had cracked and faded. His chakra was low. Kurama's presence rested warm and tired behind his ribs. But beneath the cage, beneath the familiar anger, beneath his own heartbeat, there was no rough laugh, no sharp comment, no predator watching from the dark. Naruto turned his head toward a metal tray beside the bed. His reflection stared back. Blue eyes, whisker marks, a new thin white line near his jaw, and beneath the collar of his hospital shirt, hidden but present, the small circular scar near his collarbone. Closed, permanent, Naruto lifted one hand, his nails lengthened slightly into claws when he focused, then shortened. He moved faster than before when he sat up, body remembering Sonido in a gentler shape. The power remained, the voice did not. Sakura found him crying silently with one hand over the scar. She did not ask at first. She sat beside him and held his hand until the shaking stopped. Later, when Sasuke came to the tent entrance and stood there like apology was a language he had never learned properly, Naruto looked up. For once, he did not shout. Sasuke's eyes moved to the hidden scar, then to Naruto's face. "You lost something," Naruto nodded. "Yeah," Sasuke stepped inside. The silence between them was still full of years, but it was not empty anymore. Outside, the world began the slow work of surviving victory. Villages would argue, graves would be dug. Treaties would be written by people who had once ordered each other killed. Children would grow up hearing stories of the war and misunderstand half of them. That was how peace worked, maybe. Not clean, not perfect, not final, chosen again and again. Naruto would help build it, with Kurama beside him instead of behind bars, with sage mode in his breath. With claws he used only when he chose, with a scar shaped like absence, and with one missing voice that had once laughed in the dark and dared him to stop running. Years later, people would tell stories about Naruto Uzumaki, hero of the war, Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, shinobi who carried strange white claws and moved like blue lightning when the people he loved were threatened. Some would call that power terrifying. Some would call it miraculous. Naruto knew better. Power was never the answer by itself. It was only a question. What will you do now that you can win? Naruto had spent his life learning that answer. He would keep learning it, one choice at a time. And sometimes, when the wind moved just right over a battlefield gone quiet, Naruto would almost hear a low, amused voice behind him. Not there, not really, but remembered. Not bad, kid. Naruto would smile then, touch the scar near his collarbone, and keep walking.